All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The fun continues inside of this training section. We are going to be going over the business verification. So at this point, you should have already gone ahead and created your actual business manager account. Okay, that's going to be very important. If you don't have that yet, you need to make sure that you actually get that done because you can't do business verification if you don't actually have a business account yet. Okay, and so again, this is going to be one of those trainings in which we are going to make sure that you can, as much as possible, stay on Facebook's good side. So that way you can prove to Facebook that you are not a scammer, especially when you have a new account. This is especially important. This is the reason why sometimes when we talk about identity confirmation and meta verification and some of these other things, right? Especially the sensitive time is when you have a new account, right? Facebook, you're just starting to build your relationship with Facebook, right? You can't be like, yo, you just met somebody. You're like, hey, let's date right now. I'm going to take you to bed. I'm going to have kids with you and all this stuff. Facebook's like, hey, we got to learn each other a little bit, right? They want to make sure that you are not a scammer. And so especially when you are new and you just have a new business manager account, that is a sensitive time frame. You have to make sure that you are extremely careful how you are proceeding in those beginning time frames where you haven't yet spent, I would say, at least anywhere between $500 or $1,000. Like anything under $1,000 in spend, maybe less, probably like $500 in spend. And don't worry, you're going to get there, right? It's going to take you maybe 5 months, 6 months, whatever, depending on how much you're spending every single day, right? Everybody's things are going to be different. Their goals are going to be different. But point being is that until you've spent enough money with Facebook, until you've built enough ads with them, enough you've gone through the process enough, then they're going to start to trust you. But until then, you need to make sure that you're being extremely sensitive, okay? And one of those important things to make sure that you can get on Facebook's good side, that additional level of security and that additional level of credibility is that verification, okay? And so here's the thing. Facebook is notorious for being a massive pain in the butt when it comes to these security topics. And so getting your business verified, right, via your business manager and the process that we talked to you about is absolutely going to be a right step in the right direction to help make sure that you don't get your ad account and your ad privileges banned. And of course, just as always, this is just another reminder that this is just another way, another tool in the tool belt. This does not 100% fully protect your account, but we're hoping that if we stack all of these chips in our favor and we're playing as a good actor and we're not just breaking the rules, it's going to be something that is going to make it easier and easier for us to make sure that we don't get our ad account banned and blocked. Okay, so with that being said, with that understanding of everything, let's go ahead and get into the actual step-by-step business verification. So again, Facebook screens change all the time. It may look different. It's pretty straightforward. You can probably figure it out. If not, you can ask in the community to make sure you ask. But first and foremost, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go to the business manager settings. Okay, so remember we talked about this in a previous training. Getting to the business manager settings, that is step number one for a lot of these different trainings. So you want to make sure you understand where those settings are because this is the hub. This is where we create a lot of those assets. This is where we connect a lot of those assets. So it's going to be very important. Okay, next. Now, what's going to happen is that once you actually get over to the business manager settings, you're going to go over down here to business info here on the left side, okay? And once you click on business info, it's going to take you over to a page that has a whole bunch of information that probably isn't filled out yet for you that is all about your actual business, okay? So it's going to ask you information like, hey, legal business name, address, business phone, website, tax ID, right? It's going to ask you like, hey, two-factor authentication. It's going to give you, hey, is your business verification status? Is it verified or is it unverified right now? And it's going to also ask you for confirmation on your information, name, email address, all of that kind of stuff, okay? So what you want to go in and do is you want to go in and actually edit the business details, okay? So you want to go in, and if you need to edit the name of the business, you go ahead and click on that first edit. You go ahead and add in as much information that you can do for that first section, and you're going to go ahead and repeat that also for business details. You're going to click on edit there, and you're going to go ahead and enter in, hey, the legal name of the business, the address of the business phone number, the website, the tax ID. You're going to add all of that inside of the business details. This is very, very, very important to make sure that you are paying attention and doing properly. Now, business phone number, you can just add your own phone number. You can add your TCK phone number. If you have that, you can add that in there as well, okay? You're also going to go down over here, and where it says My Info, you want to make sure that you go ahead and enter all of that information over there as well, okay? Now, once you've gone ahead and entered in as much information as possible, you're then going to go in and you're going to check what your actual business verification status is, okay? So there's going to be a section on there that is actually going to say business verification status. Now, for most of you, if not all of you, probably you're going to have, it's going to say unverified business verification status, okay? So what you're going to do is you're actually going to go ahead and click on view details. Now, when you click on view details, it's actually going to go ahead and take you over to another screen. And then on that other screen, it's going to say verification for XYZ LLC or XYZ, whatever your company name is, right? And it's either going to say ineligible for verification, which is likely if you are a beginner, if you just started your ad account right now, if you just started your business manager account, it's probably going to say ineligible for verification, which we're going to help you get over in just a second, or it's going to say eligible for verification. Now, if it says that you are eligible for verification, you're good to go. You're just going to continue the verification process that I'm going to walk you through in just a second, and I'll walk you through it click by click by click, okay? However, for many of you, because you are just getting started, it's going to say ineligible for verification. Now, here's where having a coach and having a mentor and having somebody who knows what they're talking about is helpful, because we didn't know this and we got into some trouble. And then we learned it, and now we're passing it on to you, is that if it says ineligible for verification, there is a process that you can go through in order to change that. Now, normally, you would have to go out there and spend like a couple $100s on Facebook, and then Facebook's like, cool, now you can go in and verify it. But we found a back door that actually allows you to go ahead and get it taken care of. So if you are ineligible for verification, what you're going to do is you're going to go in and manually initiate it. How are you going to do that? What you're going to do, and this is kind of like a workaround that we found, and it's really easy, and I mean, it works, so you can try it out, right? Here's that. What you're going to do is you're going to go over to business settings, right? So you click on the cog, you go over to business settings, and then you're going to go under accounts, you're going to go over to apps, okay? And then once you click on apps over there, it's going to have this drop down where it says add, and you're going to go over here and you're going to go ahead and actually create a new app ID. Now, we're not actually going to create an app, but what we're doing is we're telling Facebook, hey, we have the intention of creating an app, and we're going to go ahead and follow the prompts that are going to happen after that, right? So it's going to take us over, create new app ID. We then go over here and click on set up Facebook login. We click on next from there. From there, we go ahead and say, hey, which platform do you want to actually use your app on? It doesn't really matter what we put here because we're not actually going to be creating the app. We're just using it to be able to manually initiate the verification process. But we go in, let's say we put website, and then we say, cool, are you building a game? We can go ahead and put, yes, I'm building a game. And then we go ahead and click on next after that. And then once we click on that next screen, it's going to go ahead and ask us to go ahead and add an app name as well as an app contact email. So you can just go ahead and put like test app as the app name, doesn't really matter, right? And then app contact email, you can go ahead and put whatever your Facebook email address is. And then it's gonna say, hey, attach this to a business account. For us, when we did this, we were unable to actually click on this drop down. You may be able to click on it, you may not be able to click on it. I don't think it really matters. You can probably just leave it blank. And then you can go ahead and click on create app. Now, once you actually click on create app, okay, what's going to happen is it's going to take you over to the actual app settings. Now, once it takes you over to the app settings, right, you go over to basic, or you can even try going to advanced, right? And then if you don't find it there, you can click around and go to app roles or alerts or app review or whatever. But what's going to happen is that you are going to see and you are going to find that there is a section in this app place that says business verification. And then it's going to say start verification. And so that's kind of like the backdoor workaround where if you're ineligible for verification, you can manually trigger it and manually initiate it through the app dialog. And so that way, when you click on start verification, it's going to take you back over to that other screen. But this time, it's not going to say that you're ineligible. It's going to say that you can actually go ahead and start the verification process. And so what's going to happen now is that we're going to go ahead and actually start the business verification process. Okay, so you're going to start the verification process. And so it should say that you are eligible for verification. So we click start verification. And then once we go through this, right, what's going to happen here is that it's going to say, cool, we're going to verify your organization. Now, again, these screens going to change all the time. It's straightforward. Follow the prompts, right? There's a reason why Facebook has a UI, because they want people to complete it. Like, not everybody has 100K mastermind and coaches in order to go through this process, right? Like, we didn't have a coach to explain it to us. We're helping you through it, but at the end of the day, it's pretty straightforward. You want to make sure that you are playing as above ground as possible. Make sure you're being as clear as possible and doing all this stuff properly, okay? So you're going to go through, and it's going to ask you like, hey, where's your organization located? Give the organization details, your organization name, right? All of the information around the street address. If you are in the US, it will ask for an EIN number and say that it's optional. We would highly recommend going in and putting in your EIN number. Obviously, your website, you want your website to match as closely as possible to your organization name if possible. Then it's going to go ahead and if you added an EIN number, it's going to go in and say, cool, these are the EINs that we found is any of these your companies, right? And there's a high chance that it probably isn't. So that way you can go in and click my organization isn't listed above, okay? And then after that, it's going to ask you like, cool, what's your primary contact method? You can go in and actually use email. There's also phone call, voice, text message, domain verification, whatever. It's totally up to you, whatever verification process you want to use. You can use email. It says it's recommended. Sure, I don't think it really matters. After that, it's going to ask you to go ahead and upload supporting documents, okay? And those supporting documents are going to be, it says verify your legal name. So you need some documents to verify the legal name of your organization, as well as verifying the address and the phone number of your organization, okay? And you can actually go ahead and also click on accepted documents to see what are the documents that Facebook Meta will accept, okay? So if you click on that, it will tell you that, hey, for the actual business name, it will go ahead and accept EIN documentation, certificate of incorporation or formation, or a business license. And so this is one of the reasons why if you did the process properly, right, the way that we recommended it all the way back in the legal and accounting training, you should have these saved properly, right? It's very important. We talked about being organized as a business owner. It's very important. You have a folder that's like, hey, tax documents or accounting documents or legal documents or whatever it is, right? And you have a folder in your Google Drive. It's saved, everything's nice and organized, so that when you need these things, it's very easy for you to be able to go in and actually just get them and upload them, okay? So you're gonna have this right there, and then for the actual verify address or phone number, if you click on accept documents from there, it'll say, hey, you can upload a utility bill, a bank statement, or a business license, right? And so probably the best thing is just upload a bank statement, especially if you went ahead and set up your bank statement according to, for Stripe and all those kinds of things. It's gonna be pretty easy for you to be able to do this, and so you should have all of these things if you have properly registered your company. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna go ahead and upload all of those documents. Once you actually do that and you follow all of the prompts, once you submit that, you are going to go ahead and wait for the approval. Sometimes the approval can take 48 hours, 72 hours, whatever, or you'll get a rejection. If you get a rejection, you can go in and try again, okay? And you can go in and upload maybe different documents, make sure you upload the right documents, all of that kind of stuff. But at the end of it, what you want to have is you want to have that it says that you have actually been verified. It's going to be very important for you to go through that process so that it shows that your business has actually been verified in your actual business manager. When you do this, it's going to allow you that extra level of credibility, that extra level of security that Facebook says, hey, this person has taken the time to verify their business, has taken the time to actually confirm their business identity. So that way, these bots who are going around and just banning accounts left and right, you're hopefully, again, not 100%, fingers crossed, hopefully they'll be a little bit more lenient with your account, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you do go ahead and follow that entire process. If you do have any questions about it, make sure you go ahead and let the community know so that way the other community members can go ahead and help you. But with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and continue the tactical setup of getting your Facebook assets set up. We will catch you in the next training section. All right. We are pushing through getting all of the Facebook ads assets set up. Now, the beautiful thing about this is that a lot of these are going to be one-time projects. And so we just got to grind them out. I know it's a lot of setup, but it's really a one-time project that you're going to have for the history of your advertising career. So let's go ahead and talk about getting your business page set up, as well as getting it connected to your business manager. So again, just a reminder, there are different types of Facebook assets. We've already talked about the difference between a profile, a page, and a group. And then you also want to remember that, hey, a page can be created for many different types of entities, right? People's, businesses, brands, etc., all this kind of stuff. And so you cannot use a Facebook profile or a Facebook group in order to advertise, right? Yes, you need a Facebook profile to create a Facebook page in a group, but you cannot use a Facebook profile to actually advertise, and you cannot use a Facebook group to advertise. The only thing that you can use in order to advertise on Meta, Facebook's platform, is a Facebook page. And so that's the reason why you use your profile to create a page. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. And so that way, when you're actually running ads, whether that be on Instagram or on Facebook, what's happening is that the actual page that those posts are being created by, that is the actual page that you're running it on, right? And so that's kind of how it works. Is that's the reason why the page is so important, is because the page is what is being used in order to actually get those ads in front of the other users on the actual platform, okay? Now, the other question that you might have is, okay, well, hey, what about Instagram? And so we've talked about this before. Because Meta owns both Facebook and Instagram, when you actually run ads on Meta's platform, it's literally a click of a button in order to actually run it on Instagram as well, right? And this is an example of of what an Instagram ad might look like. And so the thing is that if you already have an Instagram account, then yes, there's going to be a completely separate tech tutorial training on how to actually connect that Instagram account to your Facebook Business Manager. And honestly, if you don't want to wait for that training, it's pretty simple. You just literally go to Google or YouTube, or you can just go to your business settings and you just click a couple buttons and you can connect it. It's very simple to do so. However, you do not have to connect your Instagram account to your business manager in order to actually advertise on Instagram. And you don't even need an Instagram account in order to advertise on Instagram. And the reason for that is because what Facebook Meta will actually do is they will use the name of your Facebook page and basically create like it's not even like a fake Instagram account. What they'll create is like, it'll be like a front of an Instagram account where on Instagram, the page's name will be shown as the name of the Instagram account, but then when they click on it, it'll open up in Facebook and go to Facebook for that, right? So again, you don't need an Instagram account at all, or you don't even need to connect one in order to actually be able to advertise on Instagram. However, we do need a Facebook page. And so that's the reason why we are prioritizing creating and connecting that Facebook page. So that way we can make sure that you are able to have the bare minimum foundations in place. So that way you're rocking and rolling with that. Okay. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the step-by-step tutorials of this. There are two parts of the actual business page setup. Part number one is going to be all about actually creating your Facebook page, if applicable, right? Some of you are coming into this, you might already have a Facebook page. If not, that's going to be part number one. And then part number two is going to be then about connecting that page to your business manager, because you have to keep in mind, we have our business manager over here, which is the ad side of things, right? And then we have the consumer product, which is the actual facebook.com, right? And so typically you're going to be making the page, yes, there is a way to make the page over on the business manager side, but if you're creating a new page, we typically just say, hey, go to the consumer side, make the page over there, and then connect it to your business manager. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to go ahead and walk you through right now. So let's go ahead and get into part number one here, which is going to be about creating your Facebook page. So two quick notes about this. Note number one, if you already have an existing page that you want to use for Facebook ads, right? You've already had this page, it already has likes, it already has followers, it already has content, it already has all that stuff, then you do not need to create a new page. You can skip part one, you can go to part two, and then just connect that existing page to the business manager. Very important. That's note number one. Note number two is that, again, Facebook screens and Facebook's UI changes all the time. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty self-explanatory. And then obviously you can Google and YouTube any changes that are out there. And then if you get really stuck, ask the community. And I'm sure there's many community members who have already gone through this process who can help you as well. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the actual step-by-step of creating your Facebook page. Okay, so how you do this, you go over to facebook.com/pages, or you can just Google create Facebook page, and it'll be like the first 2 or 3 links that are on there, right? And then once you get there, you're actually going to go ahead and click on create new page. Boom, right there. Okay, and remember, we're doing this on the consumer product, and then we're going to connect it to the business product. Okay, so we're doing it over here on facebook.com. So create page, and then it's pretty straightforward. Like all you do over here is you just fill in like, hey, what's the name of the page you want? What's the category? And then what's the optional bio that's there, right? So you just follow their prompts. Like literally, Facebook wants you to use their platform. And so not everybody has a 100K mastermind coach in order to make a page. Like it's pretty straightforward. And so you can pretty easily figure this stuff out, right? So you make a name, put a category. For the category, doesn't really matter what you put. Just don't put anything weird or like vague. Like sometimes we put educational consultant. It doesn't really matter. But again, this is a test page example that I'm showing you here. Become Skilled Academy, educational consultant. Become Skilled is all about whatever, right? So you can put a bio on there if you want to make it more legit. After that, you go over to create page. It's going to go ahead and ask you to put in maybe your website, phone number, an email, an address. A lot of these things I believe are optional. You do not have to put in all of these fields. And so if you don't want some of these things to be public, I don't think you have to enter all of them. Just put in the bare minimum that you need. Unless you want to be like extra, super like verified and confirmed. Sure, you can add in some of that stuff. Hours, I don't think you have to put any hours on there as well. So again, they do have this like page health thingamajig on here, but again, they're doing that because they want to have your page get engagement, but we don't really care about the engagement on the page because we're using the page for ads. So this is kind of just the bare bones walkthrough on how to actually create the page, right? From there, you can go ahead and customize the page. So you definitely want to make sure that you go ahead and add in that profile picture. You can add in that cover picture later on as well if you want, or you can go ahead and create the cover picture. If you're not sure what the dimensions of the cover picture are going to be, guess what? Google and YouTube are going to be your best friends. So you can just Google like, hey, Facebook page, cover photo dimensions. And then you can go into Canva and you can make a image that is that exact size, then design a cover photo that way if you would like. And then if you go ahead and click on next from there, it says, do you want to connect your page to WhatsApp? I don't think we've ever done that, so you can skip that. From there, you can invite your friends to actually like your page. It's totally up to you if you want to do that. You can click next, or you can click on invite friends. From there, it says like, hey, do you want to get page notifications on your profile, marketing and promotion emails, and all that kind of stuff. Now, this is actually kind of important. This option right here, page notifications on your profile, this option right here, if you skip this, it's really annoying because like it's literally like really hard to find this setting ever again. Like I know how to find it now. I literally had to do a bunch of Googling and YouTubing in order to find it. But what this is saying is like whenever you get a notification, like somebody liked your ad or something, or somebody commented on your ad, it's going to go in and actually send all of those notifications to your personal profile, which is very annoying because then that notification bell is going to like blow up. So not only are you getting like the notifications for your personal profile there, but you're also getting notifications of the page. And then if you switch to the page, the notifications are like, again, on the page section, which is like redundant. So it's kind of annoying. And I would recommend turning it off. It's totally up to you. You can test it. And then I think if you do some Googling, you can find out how to turn it back on as well. But either way, I'm a fan of turning that off, but it's completely up to you how you actually want to do that. Okay, so that is going to be the actual page creation process. And then step number 3 is going to be to actually go ahead and make your Facebook page like real. And so what do we mean by real? You want to go in and you want to add a profile picture, you want to add a cover photo, you want to add a description, you want to make maybe 5 to 10 posts on your newsfeed so that way you can kind of show that it's legit, you know, the page is looking active, like that kind of stuff. Step number 4 after that is going to be to go in and invite some of your friends to like your page. And so this is going to be where you want to try to get at least 50 plus likes before you start running ads on your page. Now, this is optional. This is not a requirement. Okay, we've run ads with completely like 3 likes on our Facebook page. So please don't go out there and be a limbic and be like, oh, I can't run ads. I don't have, enough people that like me and all this kind of stuff. No, please don't do that. Okay. So just understand that over time you can get more and more likes. And if you can, try and get as many likes as possible on that page, right? If you want to use your friends and family, get them to like your page, do all that kind of stuff, that's phenomenal. So if you can do that, that's awesome. Step number 4. Step number 5 is for you to actually go in and understand the new Facebook page experience. So there's a whole bunch of articles and YouTube videos on this stuff. You can literally go and just YouTube Facebook new page experience, because what happened is that pages, as of a while back, have started to become more robust and they kind of act like profiles. And so now you can actually switch between using your personal profile and then switching to your page. And it's kind of confusing because they say like see all profiles. And when you click on see all profiles, you can switch between your page, but technically your page isn't a profile. So the wording is a little bit confusing there. But the reason why this is important to know is because you can actually switch between your profile and your page using the little icon, the profile icon there. So you click on the profile icon and then you can switch between the page and the profile. And this is the reason why I recommend keeping the notifications separate, because you're going to be able to switch back and forth between them very easily. And so you might as well just keep them separate. But again, it doesn't really matter, even if you end up, clicking yes and having them be together, not that big of a deal, right? I'm just very anal about my notifications because I like to make sure that we're staying focused and we're able to not get distracted, because these platforms are built for the purposes of distraction and like purposely getting you confused and overwhelmed, so that way you just spend more time on their platform. So that is the other thing. You want to take some time and understand the new page experience, understand what the settings are, understand like what's the difference between your profile and the page settings, and all of that kind of stuff is what we're talking about here. Okay, so with that being said, this is part 1 of actually creating a new Facebook page. Okay, that's going to be part number 1. Again, if you already have an existing Facebook page, you can go in and maybe make some of the changes that we've already talked about inside of this, or you can just use it as is, no problem. Part number 2 of this entire process is going to be all about now connecting that page to the actual business manager. Again, warning goes here. It's pretty straightforward, but Facebook changes their UI all the time. The screens change all the time. So if it doesn't look like this, either Google YouTube or ask a community member so that way they can help you. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to now go back over to the business side. So we're going to go over to our business manager settings. Okay, we talked about how to get there already. We talked about hitting that cog. Okay, and what we're going to do is that when we get to the business manager settings, there's going to be a section that says accounts, and then underneath that it says pages. We're going to go ahead and click on that. And then you probably are not going to have any pages that are connected here. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and click on that add button. And then you're going to go ahead and click on add page. Okay, so again, business manager settings, accounts, pages, add a page. And then once we click on add a page, from there, it's going to say, cool, you can either do 2 things. You can actually search for the name of your Facebook page, right? And now if you just have a generic name, then you might have, too many and it's going to be tough to get there. Or you can go and copy the link of your Facebook page. So you go over to facebook.com, find the page, go over to the link of your page. And I believe you can also change and have a custom URL. So if you go to the settings of your page, you can go over there and like, rather than it be like facebook.com/pages/ a whole bunch of numbers, it can be facebook.com/pages/ NutriFit Wellness. So I'm sure there's a setting for that as well. You can go and play around with that if you want. And then what you're going to do is basically either enter the name or the URL of your page over here, and then you're going to click on add page. That's it. It's literally just as simple as that in order to connect your Facebook page with your business manager. Now, once you actually do that, you're going to see that there might be some other settings on here that you'll be able to kind of mess around with if you really want to, like down the road, if you want to add partners, so that way they can manage the page as well. If you want to kind of add other people, all of that stuff is other additional settings. But for the most part, that's as simple as it is, right? You create your page and then you go ahead and connect that page to your business manager following the step-by-step process that we've gone ahead and outlined. So again, this has been the training section on the actual business page setup, how to create it, some of the recommended settings. We've all gone ahead and empowered you to not be a remote control student, so that way you can kind of follow along with the gist and the straightforwardness of the training. And again, if you run into any issues, we're not going to know unless you ask, so make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the community so one of the community members can actually go ahead and help you. But make sure you go ahead and follow along step by step, get these steps done, so that way you can follow along with the rest of the Facebook ads setup. So with that being said, we will catch you in the next training section. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in the ad account setup. So it's now time to actually create our ad account. So just as a reminder, the ad account actually sits underneath the business manager, right? We've already talked about the business manager, right? We've talked about setting it up, the verification, we've talked about connecting the page to it, all of that stuff, right? And then what we're talking about here is we're now talking about actually creating the ad account, which is going to sit underneath the business manager. Now, it's also important to note that there is no like Facebook ads manager that we create. Every single Facebook business manager automatically has a Facebook ads manager created. And then within the Facebook ads manager, we now have the ad accounts. And so these two are kind of the same thing, but you are going to see in the UI that Facebook separates them. And that's the reason why in the diagram, we separated them as well. Okay. So technically the ads manager is automatically created within the business manager. So you don't got to worry about that, but we do need to actually go in and create an ad account. Okay. So let's go ahead and jump into the step-by-step of creating an ad account. Of course, as always, another reminder, another warning, these screens change a lot. It's very straightforward. However, if you get stuck, Google YouTube or ask a community member so that way community can actually help you. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is step number one, pretty much as you're starting to see the theme here, is go to your business manager settings by using the cog, because that's where all of the actual settings are for the business manager. And then from there, you're going to go ahead and go down over to add accounts. Okay, so underneath accounts, there's going to be a place that says add accounts. Now, you probably do not have any ad accounts. And so what you are going to do is you're going to go in and actually create a new one. And so you're going to go in and you're going to click on add, and then you're going to click on add an ad account. Okay, there we go. Add an ad account. And so you're going to go ahead and click on that. And then once you click on that, it's going to go ahead and ask you, hey, what do you want the ad account name to be? And then what is the time zone of the ad account? And then what is the currency the ad account will be transacting in? Now, it's very important is that in the past, if you selected the time zone and currency here, or when you did it, you weren't able to change it. Now, sometimes this is changing. Obviously, this is, it might have updated since then, but I remember in the past, this was an issue. So make sure you actually select the time zone where you currently live, all of that stuff, right? Very important. And then the currency that you're going to be transacting in as well. That's going to be very important. Now, I'm not 100% sure in terms of Canadian versus USD. I'm not 100,000% sure in terms of what that might actually look like. My guess is that you would probably keep it in Canadian if you are Canadian, or you might do USD. I'm not 100% sure, because obviously we're in the United States, so we just do everything USD. So if you're not 100% sure, I would do a little bit of Googling, a little bit of YouTubing, asking the community if anybody's running into those issues as well. We can always kind of hashtag it there and see what that might look like. Maybe you can get away with just doing USD, but then I'm wondering that if you actually go in and have your bank account that you're paying Facebook with and your bank account's in Canadian and you're paying in USD, that might, I don't know if that would like cause like foreign transaction affairs or something like that to your bank. So that might be something that is a one-off case that we might have to explore. But in terms of the actual settings, I just wanted to walk you through what that looks like there. We then go ahead and click on next. And then once you click on next, it's going to say, hey, who is this ad account going to be used for? Is it my business or is it for another business client? So obviously you're probably going to be running it for your business. So you're going to click on my business from there, which is that option right there. And then you're going to go ahead and click on create. Now, once you actually go ahead and click on create, and also just a real quick note on here, in terms of the ad account name, before we actually click on create, the ad account name, usually we like to make it something like acronym of our actual business. So like, let's say for example, NutriFit Wellness, right? The acronym for NutriFit Wellness is NFW. So we might make the ad account name NFW1 is the name of the ad account potentially, right? Hypothetically, just giving you an example, right? So when you click on create, and then we go back over here to ad accounts, you're going to see that you will have the ad account there created, right? So in this case, Yak1 is what we've gone ahead and created for this, right? Now, the other thing is you may be able to create more than one ad account. In some cases, if you are a beginner, you've just created your business manager, you may only be able to create one. However, you want to try and create another ad account if possible. If you can make it like NFW2, Yak2, whatever, right? You can just go ahead and number them 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. If you can create another one, we would recommend trying to do so. A lot of times nowadays, Facebook is cracking down so you can't create more than one. If that's the case, it's okay. You have one. But if you can create more than one, you want to create more than one for backup purposes if possible. Because again, remember, Facebook is very notorious for shutting down ad accounts. And so having a couple backup ad accounts is helpful. Now, remember, we're in the ad account level. So if we get ad accounts shut down, we can open up other ad accounts, maybe, depending on sometimes Facebook allows you that or not. But if you get a business manager shut down at the very top, forget it. This entire thing is going down because the business manager is the container for everything. So again, after you do this process, try and create another ad account if you can. If you can't, it's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world, but it's nice to have a couple backups if possible. But I believe the way that I've seen it recently and the way that Facebook is cracking down more and more, they only allow one ad account in the beginning. And then as you build your relationship with them, they allow you to be able to create more ad accounts from there. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, that is the step-by-step process on actually getting your ad account created and how to actually do it. Pretty straightforward. But again, if you have any questions, make sure you go ahead and ask in the community so that way the other community members can actually help you. But we are in the trenches. We are getting tactical, one-time setups. Let's go. Facebook ad assets. We are rocking and rolling. With that being said, we're going to continue this train and continue this momentum. We will catch you in the next training section. All right, the party continues inside of this training section. We're going to be going ahead and setting up your ads payment method. So after you've gone ahead and actually created your ad account, which at this point you should have already gone ahead and done, very important. The next part of this entire process is to go ahead and actually attach your payment method to the actual ad account. Okay, so what does that mean, the payment method? The payment method, this is the actual payment method, like the credit card, the bank account, whatever it is, that you are going to be using in order to actually pay Facebook/Meta for your ad spend. What does it mean, ad spend? Ad spend is going to be a common term that you're going to see used quite a bit. Okay, so get used to it. Your ad spend is basically the amount of money that you spent on ads. Very simple, right? Ad spend, okay? And so this is very important to make sure that you get this payment method part properly. Why? Because of the fact that you could literally get your ad account and business manager banned if you don't get this ads payment method correct. Very important. Now, you're going to notice a theme on here. We talk a lot about like, hey, having your ad account banned and having your business manager banned and all that kind of stuff. That is the biggest threat, especially over the years when we've been talking to beginners and who are just getting started. It's like, oh, I got my ad account banned. Well, did you follow the rules? No. Oh, well, okay. So, well, what did you expect? And so the issue though is that like beginners get really excited. They're like, okay, it's all about the tactics. If I click on this button, I'm going to make $1 billion. It doesn't work that way. You got to get the foundation set up. You got to get the skills set up. You got to do it properly. That's why there is no get rich quick. And so this also then applies to your ads payment method. And so again, you're going to be noticing a pattern here, right? How much time are we spending talking about playing the rules by Meta's rules so that way we don't get our ad account banned, okay? And so we've talked about Facebook ads compliance, both in your copy and in your creative, right? We've talked about the two-factor authentication, the identity confirmation, the business verification, all of these things we're talking about so that way you don't lose the privilege that you have to be able to advertise on Meta's platforms. And so this also applies to your payment method also. How? Understand this, please. Understand this. This is very important, okay? Because when you run your ads on the platforms, whether it be Facebook, Google, Snapchat, whatever it is, right? What's going to happen is that the platform is going to serve your ads to its users. And then after a certain amount of money, right? So after a certain amount of time, after a certain amount of ad spend has been put out there, right? So let's say, for example, you're paying, let's say, I don't know, $20 for 1,000 eyeballs. So 1,000 people see your ad. Okay, that's what's called pay per click, right? So you're paying per click, but it's not just pay per click, it's kind of pay per impression. So that's what's going on here, right? And so let's say 1,000 people see your ad, you're going to pay $20. That's how it works, okay? And then after a certain amount of time, after a certain amount of ad spend, the platform is then going to charge your payment method. And so if a scammer or a bad player tells Facebook, hey, I want to spend $500, give me thousands of impressions. Let's say it's $50 per impression, $500. It's like, what is that? 10,000 impressions maybe. I'm thinking off the top of my head, right? And so right here, they spend $500 first. And then if Facebook goes to charge that person, what happens if the payment declines? Well, guess what's going to happen? Facebook is going to be unable to get paid for the work that they did, quote unquote, right? And the work that they did was serving that ad. And it's not even the work that they did. It's more so around like the access to their platform, because that's what we're paying Facebook for, is we're paying access to those eyeballs, paying access to its users, paying access to that attention that they have, right? And so Facebook delivered. They showed the ad to the number of people that they were supposed to for $500. But then once they go ahead and actually transact and collect their money, well, guess what? If the actual payment method fails, then Facebook can't actually collect on their money. They can't actually get paid. They can't actually get paid for, quote unquote, their work, right? And again, the reason for that is because Facebook Meta, they only get paid after the ads have already run. And so it's kind of like a construction worker, right, who goes in to rebuild somebody's bathroom or something, let's say hypothetically, and the construction worker, the contractor, they give a quote for, let's say, $3,000. And then what happens is they do all of the work. And then at the end of all the work being done, the homeowner says, oh, sorry, I don't have any money, I can't pay you. And that's after all the work has already been done, right? This is the reason why Facebook hates this. Now, there's no other way that they could structure this, because the only other way would be like, yo, I'm going to put in $500 ahead of time and then only run ads according to the amount of budget that I have. That's one way you can do it. And there are settings that you can kind of mess around with that, but it's so much better to just get charged after the fact, right? But you can only do that if you make sure that your payment method goes through. And so if Facebook tries to charge your payment method and it does not go through and they delivered ads on your behalf, Facebook literally is going to hate you, okay? And so remember, it's Facebook's house. And the reason, like I said, the reason they can't charge you before they run your ads is because they don't know how much you're going to actually run your ads for, like your ad spend and how much you're going to actually use, right? And so the thing is that if you spend $50 on Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram ads, and then Meta goes to charge your card or your bank account and it comes back declined, I'm telling you right now, I'm saying the same thing that I just said 2 seconds ago, but I'm saying it in a different way so that way it resonates, is that you are going to be in big trouble, okay? If your payment method comes back as declined, even once in the history of your business account, your account is going to get dinged and your ad account is automatically going to perform less. It's going to suboptimally perform, and it's literally going to take you a long time in order to build your relationship back up with Facebook. You can kind of imagine like a relationship, right? It's like, hey, if you have a really bad first impression, like let's say, for example, you're going on a first date with somebody, and then on the way to their house, you run over their dog. Like, you're going to be in a really bad shape. Now, can you recover that relationship? Maybe, but like, it's going to be very, very difficult. I don't know where that example came from, but hypothetically, right? Like, if you start off the relationship bad, maybe it's a second date, maybe it's a third date, maybe it's a fourth date, like somewhere along the lines, if you screw up, yes, there's a chance that you could go ahead and mend that relationship, but it's very difficult. And so the best thing to do is to just go ahead and not mess up with the relationship. And so that's the reason why we're warning you ahead of time. We're going to walk you through in just a second the step-by-step of attaching your payment method to your ad account. We're going to walk you through what to click, where to go, all of that kind of stuff, okay? However, you want to understand the psychology behind it. You don't want to use some credit card that has like a super low limit. You don't want to use a credit card and then not call the bank to let them know ahead of time that Facebook's going to be charging you, to make sure that they approve all of the Facebook transactions. Like, you want to make sure that this is rock solid, and you want to make sure that this is absolutely bulletproof. This is very, 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 very important. Okay, so now that you understand this, Now that we got the warning out of the way, let's go ahead and actually get into the step-by-step method for actually connecting your payment method to your ad account. And so again, just a normal warning, hey, the screens change all the time, the UIs change all the time. It's pretty straightforward. You can click your way through it. If you run into issues, Google, YouTube, or obviously asking a community member so that way the community can actually help you. So step one, just as always, we're going to be going to our business manager settings. From there, we're actually going to go ahead and go into ad accounts. Okay, so we're going to go under accounts, then we go into ad accounts. We're going to go ahead and click into our ad account. Okay, so you might have one, you might have two, probably you only have one, it's fine. And then what you're going to do is you're going to click on the actual ad account, and then you're going to actually go ahead and click on view payment methods. Okay, so at the top right, there's going to be this little drop down over here. It's going to say open in ads manager. You're going to click on the little arrow there, and it's going to have a drop down that says view payment methods. Okay, so once you click on view payment methods, it's going to take you over to a screen that's going to be the actual payment settings for that specific ad account. Okay, so we basically set up the payments individually for every single ad account. Now, you're only going to ever really use one ad account, but I'm just letting you know in the future, if you ever set up more than one ad account, you set up payments individually. So if you repeat this process here and you're going to use another ad account in the future, you got to repeat this process over there as well. Okay, so once you get over there, you're going to see that there's different sections. So it's going to tell you, hey, this is your current balance based off of the ads that you've ran. Okay, here are the payment methods, your payment activity, as well as business information. So you're going to go in and you're going to click on add payment method. Now, when you click on add payment method, there's going to be a couple different options. Okay, you're going to have debit or credit card, PayPal, or online banking. You want to go ahead and if you can use online banking, that's amazing, because if you use online banking, then Facebook is literally going directly to your bank, and that way you don't have to worry about like credit card limits, you don't have to worry about, approvals of transactions and all of that kind of stuff. That's why if you can actually set it up that way, we would recommend going directly to online banking. Sometimes it's a little bit finicky, so sometimes it doesn't work. If not, you can use a debit card or a credit card as well and put it on there. PayPal is probably the least preferred transaction, because think about it, like PayPal, in general, like scammers and hackers and those kinds of people, like especially in the US, very few people use PayPal compared to online banking or credit cards or debit cards, okay? And so again, this is very important. You need to make sure that whatever your primary method is for paying the ads on Facebook ads is not going to decline. And so this is another reason why it can be worth calling the bank ahead of time and letting them know, hey, any transaction that has the word Meta in it or any transaction that has the word Facebook in it, that they are to be authorized. Very, 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 very important, okay? And then after that, once you've gone ahead and added one payment method, we highly recommend going in and repeating the process and adding a backup payment method. And again, the reason for this is very, very obvious, right? It's like, hey, if the primary one declines, then the worst case scenario, you have the backup one. Now, if your primary one declines and your backup one declines, then yeah, you just ran over the dog, right? Like you just messed up, like not good at all. So ideally you don't want any payment methods to decline, but having that backup at least gives Facebook that security, right? It's kind of like, imagine the contractor again, right? Like it's like you've given that security to the contractor, like, hey, don't worry, you're going to get paid. I got two payment methods on there, right? And so that's going to be very important. Obviously online banking is going to give a little bit more security because Facebook's okay, cool, I got this person's bank account information, I can still get paid that way as well. And so that's going to be very important. After that, step number 5 is going to be all about understanding payment thresholds. And so once you actually start spending money on ads, what's going to happen is that you're going to have another section that's going to show up, which is going to say how you will pay. Now, you may not actually have this section in the beginning. Okay, very important. Understand this. In your ad account, because you're fresh, you probably haven't ran ads before, you may not have this section yet. But as you start to spend on Facebook ads, what's going to happen is that Facebook is going to trust you even more. They're slowly going to allow you to be able to dictate the terms of how you pay, right? It's going to be like, hey, what is the payment threshold? That if you hit this payment threshold, that's when we'll go ahead and charge your bank account, your credit card or whatever, and or the billing date every single month that you want to actually pay this on. Now, again, remember, this is only if and when Facebook starts to actually trust you. And so in the beginning, because you have a brand new ad account, because you've just started, you're not going to have this because Facebook's like, hey, forget you, screw you, like you don't get to decide the terms. We're going to decide the terms right now because you're in our house. But then as you develop that relationship and spend more money and you've proven that you pay your money on time and you're doing all of that kind of stuff, then at that point, Facebook will show you this option. Now, the reason why this is important and the reason why you want to understand this is that the higher your payment threshold is, the more your relationship with Facebook is building. So it's kind of like a sign, and this is what's going to be something that we use later on when we actually talk about going ahead and seasoning your ad account and slowly starting to spend money, not just like, hey, I'm going to spend like $1,000 the first day because Facebook's probably not going to let you. Because remember, what do scammers and hackers do? They're trying to go out there and just spend a bunch of money and then maybe put something vulgar out there, maybe put some misinformation out there, and then, fly by night and then disappear. And so as you slowly start to increase that, we're going to be paying attention and saying, okay, you don't yet have this section in your ad account. And then as time goes on, we're like, cool, this section appeared and they're giving you a payment threshold of like $50. Then they're giving you a payment threshold of $100 and they're giving you a payment threshold of $200. And so that is a very good proxy, a very good indicator of how your relationship with Facebook is, right? Because Facebook isn't like, your husband or your wife, your boyfriend or girlfriend. It's not somebody you can just like ask and be like, hey, how am I? Like, am I performing good? Like, it's not somebody you can ask, right? But here, this payment threshold is so very important because it's almost like getting an inside view indirectly of how Facebook sees you and how they see your relationship and whether they are valuing your relationship, okay? And so that's why as you build more trust, you're going to be able to increase your payment threshold. And that's why if you go ahead and once it actually appears for you, this option appears for you, you'll be able to go in and click edit on there, right? And then you'll be able to see like, hey, cool, it's going to say like, yo, your payment threshold is between, let's say, $2 and $900. Or you try to move it to $3,000, it says, no, sorry, you're not allowed there. Like, you can't pay up to $3,000, right? And then there are some people out there that have such good relationships with Facebook and they spend so much money with Facebook that their payment thresholds are in the thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars because they spend millions of dollars a month on Facebook. And so again, it's not 100%. It's just another tool in our tool belt to know, hey, how is my relationship with Facebook going? And so our goal is that over time, we want to be able to increase that payment threshold. And so as we start to see that payment threshold go up, we know that we're in good standing. And then that way we can go ahead and spend even more and more and more and more and more on ads as Facebook slowly starts to fully trust us along this entire process. But again, right now, as you're getting initially set up, this is just a seed to plant in the back of your mind. You may not have this section right now, but I just want you to know and be familiar with where it's at because it's right there where the payment section that we added are. It's the exact same place that you're going to come to be able to see this specific section, okay? After that, step number 6, this is actually something that you can do, is that underneath the adding the payment methods, there is going to be the business info. So you do want to go in and actually go and enter in that business information. Now, this business information is what Facebook is saving on file to be able to charge your payment methods. And so this is a little bit different than the business verification. We've done a lot of different business verifications. This is similar to that, but specifically for payment methods. And so you're going to see on here, how much dang verification is there? A lot. And so you're going to see that's why it's such a big deal, right? So you're going to go in here, you're going to put in the country, the currency, the time zone, the business name, business address, advertising purposes, right? And then you want to make sure you click, yes, I'm buying ads for business purposes, versus over here, it says, no, I am not buying ads for business purposes, right? So you're doing it for business purposes, fill in all of the information. And it's just a really big deal that you do all of this properly and methodically and not just like, putting it whatever, whatever. No, you want to do it properly. Very important. Next up, after you've gone ahead and completed that, I would highly recommend that you go in and explore the ad account all tools. Now, what is that? At the top left, there's going to be these 3 lines, okay? Now, if you wanted to go back to the business settings, you could just click on this cog over here, and that'll take you over to the business settings that we go to all the time. However, I want to also explain to you these all tools section over here, because the all tools section is going to show you all of the different tools that are available for the actual ad account. So, for example, if you wanted to go to the ads manager, you want to go to the events manager, you wanted to go to the account quality for the actual ad account. So all of the different settings that are specific to the actual ad account level are going to be here. This is another way that if you wanted to later on when we teach you how to set up your pixel and that kind of stuff, you can actually access that over via Events Manager, or you can actually get into the actual Ads Manager via this process here as well. So again, just opening your eyes, planting the seeds around some of the different UI that is available here so that way you can be more and more familiar with that and you know how to be able to navigate your way around this entire process. So right now we're basically in the ad account level, and then if we go ahead and now click on the cog there, it's going to take us back over to the business manager level with the business settings, right? And then obviously we have business settings here as well where we could click that over there also, okay? So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the entire process of actually going in and getting your payment method properly set up inside of your ad account. So we've already created your ad account, and now this was the actual ads payment method and some of the other nuances and details around making sure that you get your ads payment method properly and making sure that it does not decline again, if you have any questions whatsoever throughout this entire process, make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the student community, so that way one of the other community members can go ahead and help you. But hey, we are chugging along here. We are grinding along here. I'm sure right now you're learning so much. Your knowledge times reps, your skills are going through the roof. And I promise you, this is such a valuable skill set that it's going to be paid dividends for you for your entire career. And not only for your current business, this is literally stuff that like agencies and running ads for like local businesses and running ads for other companies. Like there's literally businesses that exist to simply run ads for other businesses. They're literally lead generation agencies. And so the skill set that you're learning is literally what allows you to be able to even do those people's job. The reason why agencies exist is because of the fact that businesses don't take the time to learn the skill of how to run their own ads. They don't take the time to go through trainings like this. And so you're learning this skill, and that then frees you up to be able to do so much when it comes to advertising, because you understand the step-by-step process of how to actually get everything set up. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and continue down this entire setup process. And with that being said, we will catch you in the next training section. All right, the setup process continues inside of this training section. We are going to be talking about domain verification. So let's go ahead and jump into this. What is it and why is this important? So this is something that is related to the Apple iOS 14 update that was released for iPhone devices that made it impossible for Facebook to track off of their platform. So what that basically means is, like, for example, Apple iPhone users are seeing an ad inside of the actual app for Facebook, right? And then they click on the ad, and then that actually takes them over to the browser, right? It takes them over to a browser with the landing page and the thank you page and all of that kind of stuff. So what happened was that it basically made it impossible for Facebook, the ad platforms, to know, not just Facebook, but also Google and other ad platforms as well, what was happening off of their platform. Okay, now you're going to hear a lot about this in some of the upcoming trainings when we talk about Facebook tracking and the solution to this and why it's such a big deal and all of this kind of stuff. Okay, and so you're going to hear more about it, but for right now, what we want to do is we're just talking about the domain verification. Okay, because domain verification is one of the things, and there's a whole bunch of other tactics that we're going to talk about later on, but domain verification is one of the things that has really become a requirement that Facebook Meta does require, so that way they can actually know where the traffic is going to come from, right? That way they at least know, like, okay, cool. So if you're clicking on this link and you're getting sent over to this landing page, right? They ideally want to be able to know, hey, what's the link or the domain of that landing page? Number one, right? They know that, but they want to verify, hey, do you actually own that domain that you're sending traffic to? And the reason why this is so important is because Facebook wants to pay special attention to make sure that that traffic that you are sending from that domain is not only secure, but also that they can look out for that traffic. Okay, hey, this is the domain that you've told us you own. So that way, when the traffic is sent over to the ad platforms from that domain, they're looking out for it. And so ultimately what this means is that Facebook will then know that this is an authorized domain. Okay, so this is kind of like the backstory around why we do it and why it's important. But really, even if you don't understand this, the point is that we're going to walk you through the tactical step-by-step to actually get this done. Okay, and so again, this is going to be one of those, maybe up until now, maybe you haven't been using your split screen, maybe you haven't been using your second monitor. Hopefully you have been, because it'll make this entire process significantly easier, because that way you can follow along. But specifically this training that we're going to go through is because you are going to have to use Facebook, right? The Facebook Business Manager on one side, and you're going to have to use Google domains or whatever your DNS provider is. So it is going to be very beneficial to have it side by side throughout this process. Okay. And again, as we get into the step-by-step of this, the screens might change. It's pretty straightforward. You'll be able to figure it out. If you run into questions, ask a community member. Okay. So step one of this process, you are going to go over to the Business Manager settings, pretty much where everything starts, right? You go to the Business Manager settings, and then what you're going to do is you're going to go under brand safety and suitability. Okay. It's a weird name, but yeah, it's under there. So brand safety and suitability, and it's going to say domains right over there. Okay. And then, like we've been doing, right? We just click on the different parts inside of the business settings, and then we go ahead and click on add. And so we're now going to go ahead and click on add, and we're going to actually go ahead and add the domain. Okay. So again, brand safety, suitability, domains, add, create a new domain is what we're going to go ahead and click on. And then when we click on that, we're going to go ahead and add the actual domain that we are going to go ahead and send traffic from. Now, it's very important that when we are talking about this, we're talking about what they call the root domain. Okay. And so we're not adding HTTP:// we're not adding HTTPS://, we're not adding like go dot nutrifitwellness.com. It's just straight up the actual domain. So let's say hypothetically, as an example, nutrifitwellness.com. So we're going to go ahead and put that right there. So your domain, okay? And then once we actually do that, it's going to take us over to the next screen where it's going to show up. You see how it says now? It says nutrifitwellnessnow.com. That's just an example, right? And it says not verified. Not verified. Okay. Well, now it says select an option. And it's going to have this drop down where we're going to have 3 options that we can select in order to actually verify our domain with Facebook. Okay, so option number 1, it says add a meta tag to your HTML source code. It says upload an HTML file to your root directory or update the DNS text record of your domain registrar. Now, the way that we've always done it and the way we're going to walk you through on how to do it is that last one, which is the update the DNS text setting. Okay, so the whole meta tag and the HTML, we don't know what that is. The way we learned it was by doing it through the DNS text record, and that's the way that we're going to show you how to do it. So what you're going to do is you are going to go ahead and click on that drop down, and then you're going to go ahead and click on update the DNS text record with the domain registrar. Now, once you click on that, it's going to go ahead and now give you instructions on what to do in order to follow along step by step by step. Now, I'm going to show you how to do this over in Google Domains. Now, if your domain is not on Google Domains, well, guess what? All you got to do is use Google and YouTube and figure out how to get to the DNS settings of your actual domain registrar. I'll show you what the screenshots look like over on Google Domains, but in the future it might change. And so you're going to be able to figure it out, okay? But the main thing that we need from Facebook that we're going to copy over is where it says follow the instructions to add this text record to your DNS configuration. And it's going to allow you to copy this code right here. And it says Facebook-domain-verification equals all this stuff, okay? That's what we're going to need. And we're going to go ahead and create a text record in the DNS of Google Domains and add that in order to verify it. So stick with me. I promise you it's simple. Click by click, you're going to get it. It's a lot of fancy terminology, but it's very straightforward. So all we're really going to do here is we're going to go over to domains.google.com, okay? We're then going to go ahead and click on My Domains. We're going to search for our domain, right? So in this example, we're using nutrifitwellness.com, okay? This is, again, just an example. You're going to find your domain. Then you're going to actually click on your actual domain. Once you click on your actual domain, from there, it's going to have like domain overview, registration settings, DNS, all of that kind of stuff. And let me actually go ahead and make this bigger so you can actually see this a little bit more properly. Okay, there we go. I went ahead and made this a little bit bigger. Now, again, this is also available in the guide underneath this training. So you can zoom in and zoom out and to all your heart's content by going in there. So this is just for the video purposes, right? For the actual training video. But in the guide, all of this is also available for you to be able to look at. Beautiful. So what we're going to do here is that once we're actually in the domain, we're going to go ahead and click on this button over here that says DNS, okay? So DNS, I don't know what it stands for, but I've used it over the years and I've now gotten really good at using DNS. It's just basically where you add like a bunch of different records to connect the domain to other things. So in this case, we're connecting the domain to Facebook, and so that's why we're using DNS, right? So we click on DNS, and then once we actually click on DNS, what we're gonna go ahead and do is, this is what it's gonna look like. It's gonna say DNS, and then it's gonna look like this. We've got this default name servers, custom name servers. We don't wanna click that. We wanna make sure it's probably gonna be on default unless you're using some other kind of setup, but typically on here. And then right over here is where we're gonna be. Manage custom records. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to go in and we're going to click on this button right here that says manage custom records. Okay. We're going to go ahead and click on manage custom records. And then when we click on manage custom records, it's going to go ahead and drop down like this. This is what the drop down is going to look like. Boom, just like that. Now you may already have your connection to TCK on here, right? So you might have, that is already what's going to be on here because you set up your domain previously because you set it up with the client kit. Now we're not going to mess with that. You want to be very careful. You don't want to mess with that, okay? Because that's a different type of record that was created. That was a CNAME record or maybe a AA record or something like that that was created, right? What we're going to do is we're going to go in and we are going to click on create a new record. You want to do this very carefully, okay? You don't mess with this and like make a mistake. You're going to click on create a new record. And then what we're going to do is we're now going to go in and this new record that has been created right here, we're going to now fill in the host name, the type, the TTL, and the TTL, I don't know exactly what it means, but from what I've seen from experience is basically how long does it take to refresh? And I think it's how many minutes it takes to refresh is what I'm thinking, either minutes or seconds or something like that, okay? So typically I just put it 600 because I wanted to refresh really fast. I don't know why anybody would want it slower. I don't know. I'm sure there's some technical know-how for this. I don't know. I'm not that smart for the technical know-how of this, okay? And then we're gonna add our data. So these are the 4 fields that we're gonna go in and add. So we're gonna go in, and for the actual type, the type is going to be a TXT file. It's gonna be a text record, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and type text record, that's gonna be there, okay? And then like we already talked about, when it comes to the TTL, we're gonna go ahead and put the TTL down to 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes, I think automatically defaults to 600. I don't know what 600 is. 600 seconds is, I'm guessing, maybe. I don't know. Do the math on that, right? Yeah, 600 seconds is 10 minutes. Yeah, that's actually correct. Yeah, so 600 seconds, and then so text file, and then 10 minutes. Boom, just like that. And then from there, we're going to go back over to the tab that was Facebook, okay? And we're going to go ahead and copy this right here, okay? We're going to click on that, and usually Facebook is nice when you just click on it. It says, okay, automatically copy to your clipboard, Control-C, Command-C if you need to, whatever. Use some hotkeys if necessary. And then we're going to go back over here to Google Domains, and we're going to go ahead and paste that thing that we just copied from Facebook, and we're going to put that under the data section of that TXT record. Very, 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 very important. Okay, I'm going to scroll back up and I'm going to show you what we're talking about here, okay? Okay, so I actually just went ahead and made the images closer together so we can see side by side what's happening here, okay? And this is the reason why having your screen side by side is going to be helpful for you as you're doing this, okay? Is you're going to copy this right over here, and you're going to paste it right over here into Google Domains, okay? So that right there is going to go right there. And then the host name, we're actually going to go ahead and leave that blank, okay? And then we're going to make sure that we go ahead and click on save. When we do that, you're going to see that this is now going to save. This record is going to save. And then we're going to go back to Facebook. And then we're going to go ahead and click on verify domain, because we've went ahead and now followed their instructions by going over to our registrar, which was Google Domains. We went over to the DNS, we added a text record, we added that as the data, whatever, and then we click on verify domain. And so what's going to happen now is we're going to go ahead and wait for that domain to get verified. Now, sometimes the DNS records can take some time to populate, and as long as you've done all of the above steps correctly, if it doesn't verify instantly, right? Like a lot of times if you just hit verify domain, boom, like right there instantly, it'll go ahead and change this. It'll say verified, right? Instantly. Sometimes it might not happen. It can take up to 72 hours for it to do. So give it some time, okay? Come back and hit verify again, and you can do it every, couple hours or whatever. And you just go to this page over here, business settings, domains, hit verify domain. And what you're looking for is you're looking for this to happen, which is it's going to say verified, and it's going to say verified over here, right? So once you have that rock and rolling, you're good to go. That is what we're looking for, okay? We're looking for your domain to be verified, so that way all of the other training setup things that we do, it's going to be very easy for us to do that because we have the domain already verified, okay? So make sure you follow along, go step by step. But that, ladies and gentlemen, really is the domain verification process. Again, it's attention to detail, go step by step. Be organized. Make sure you got your mouse, your keyboard, external mouse. If you got an external keyboard, make sure you have the 2 screens. Make sure you just do it deliberately and consciously. Click step by step. You'll be able to get through it. And if you run into any issues, obviously Google and YouTube is amazing to help, right? There's a crazy amount of YouTube videos out there, Google articles out there, Facebook ads, business manager, domain verification. And then if you still run into any issues, obviously please make sure that you drop it in the student community, so that way the community members can go ahead and help you. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you are chugging along. Way to go. You're doing amazing. You're doing phenomenal. Keep it up. And we're going to keep on grinding through getting these Facebook ad assets put together. With that being said, we will catch you in the next training section. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, come one, come all, welcome to this training section that's going to be all about getting your Facebook pixel set up. Now, the very first question that a lot of people, especially if you're new to all of this, is going to ask is, hey, what the heck is the Facebook pixel? Now, I remember when I first learned about the Facebook pixel, I was like, this has to be illegal. Like, this is crazy. Like, the fact that we can do this is amazing, like phenomenal. So just wait. I know pixel sounds like a fancy name, but just wait. Like, let's go ahead and talk about what is a Facebook pixel. So a Facebook pixel is basically a few lines of code, okay, that is basically specific to your ad account. And what you do is you place that Facebook pixel on your funnels, on your web pages, on your website, and that kind of stuff. And then what the Facebook pixel does is it actually tracks the user's behavior off of Facebook, and then it matches it to who that person is and what their Facebook profile is. And so the Facebook pixel is what Facebook uses in order to learn about other people, which is kind of crazy, right? I was like, oh, dude, this sounds like, man, Facebook can do this? Yeah, you'd be surprised what these tech companies can do and what they can learn about you and all this kind of stuff, right? And so what's happening is like, let's say, for example, you have your website and that is connected to a Facebook pixel, okay? So we're going to help you create your Facebook pixel, right? In your business manager, you're going to create your pixel and you're going to install that pixel on your landing pages, on your funnel, on your website. Like you're going to install it everywhere. And then what that Facebook pixel does, it kind of acts like a bridge, is that Facebook pixel, when you're logged in on your phone or on your computer, and then you visit any website, that information about, hey, this person visited this website is sent back over to Facebook, okay? And then the crazy thing about it is like, let's say, for example, this was a website about, I don't know, basketball, and I visited, hypothetically, right? And I'm logged into my Facebook, not even open, it's just logged in somewhere, right? And the Facebook pixel is going to now take my IP address. It's going to probably take my name, username, email address. It's going to take a lot of different information, okay? And now it's going to say, cool, well, guess what we just learned? We just learned that Yasin is interested in basketball because he's on a basketball website, right? And now imagine you do that over the course of hundreds of millions, if not billions of users. How much data would a company like that have? Well, guess what? That's how much data Facebook has. And that's exactly the data that Facebook then uses in order to target the ads. So later on, when you learn about targeting, we're going to teach you how to be able to get your targeting specified. When you say, hey, Facebook, I want you to put this ad in front of people who are moms, how does Facebook know who are all the moms on the platform? Well, yeah, they have one thing, which is, all of what the people post on Facebook. But more than that, they have all of the information around where the moms were visiting those websites, and the mom websites sent that information back to Facebook. And so that's what the Facebook pixel does. How crazy is that? How powerful is that, right? And so then what the Facebook pixel does is it allows us to be able to target and say, hey, you know what? I want you to show me people who clicked on my ad and landed on my landing page, but did not make it to my thank you page. Guess what? I can target those people individually, right? Show me people who landed on my thank you page, but didn't, actually make it to the next page, whatever. You can do so many different granular things, all because of the data that is stored on your pixel. And then on top of that, your Facebook pixel actually starts to learn and then use artificial intelligence to learn based off the type of people that you've trained it on. This is what it's called seasoning your pixel or training your pixel, okay? And then once you train your pixel, you could say, cool, Facebook pixel, you've now learned, I've now sent you 1,000 different people who are of the same type, right? These are different types of people who have clicked on this ad and they've gone to this landing page. I've sent you 1,000 of these people. Now what I want you to do, Mr. or Mrs. Pixel, I want you to go out to the billion-person audience that is on Instagram, on Facebook, and find for me people who are similar to the types of people that I've already sent to you. And then the Facebook pixel will actually go out there, it's called a lookalike audience, and find people that act similarly and have similar interests to the people that you actually trained it on. How crazy is that, right? And so that's exactly what we're going to be talking about in terms of creating your Facebook pixel, so that way that container is there. And then in upcoming trainings, we're going to talk to you about how to actually install that in your funnel and connect it with the client kit, so that way it's all an ecosystem that allows you to be able to track the users and the clicks and the customers and all of this amazing stuff. How insane is this, right? Super, super, super powerful, right? It literally tells Facebook like, hey, who's the person? What did they click? What pages did they visit? What actions did they take? Like all of that is information that Facebook has. And so, yes, it's such a small, super thing, right? It's literally just like a few lines of code. You copy and paste it. We're going to teach you easily. Like, don't even worry about being a programmer or developer. We're going to show you how to be able to just click a couple buttons and actually get this installed. Okay. So don't worry about that. But right now, I just want you to understand, hey, what is a Facebook pixel and how does it work? Okay. And so eventually, like I said, what happens is that the Facebook pixel learns using artificial intelligence from all the people that you sent it. And now that it's been seasoned, now that it's been taught, hey, these are the types of people that you want, you go out there and send, hey, I want you to now retarget these people, give them retargeting ads. And then, so that's where sometimes some people are like, hey, Facebook's listening to us, or like, the social media platforms are listening to us, or stuff like that, right? It's like you go to a website and you were interested in searching for shoes, and now all you do is you see shoe ads. How does that happen? That's retargeting. And retargeting ads happen because of the Facebook pixel. Aha, right? So now your eyes are being opened to how all of this works. And so let's say, for example, you do a Google search, and then you get YouTube ads. Again, Google has their own pixel and their own tracking as well. And so all of these social media platforms have this tracking in place. So that way, whatever you're searching, whatever you're maybe talking about, right? That still kind of sounds like a conspiracy theory, right? But a lot of these social media platforms using this pixel, this is how they're actually able to target. So that way, then you just see ads everywhere for that thing that you were searching. And so with that being said, now that you understand exactly what the Facebook pixel is and how powerful it is, let's go ahead and actually go into your business manager and create your Facebook pixel. Okay, so again, as always, these screens change all the time. The UI changes all the time. It's pretty straightforward. If you can't figure it out, there's plenty of Google and YouTube tutorials out there. If not, then you can always ask in the community, and the community members can help you as well. But let's go ahead and jump into it. So step number one, you're going to go ahead and go to your business manager settings. As always, this is like the screen that we just go to over and over and over again. And then we're going to go to pixels, okay? Pixels is going to be under data sources. So under data sources, there's going to be a section. You click on pixels, and you probably don't have any pixels yet. So that's exactly why we're going to go ahead and add the Facebook pixel. So we're going to click on add Facebook pixel. Once we click on that, it's going to say, cool. Well, guess what? Name your pixel. And so this is, again, similar like to the ad account, where if it's NutriFit Wellness, the acronym is NFW. So we make it NFW1 was the name of the ad account. Here, what we like to do is say, hey, NFW pixel 1, right? Now, typically, you're only ever going to use one pixel, and I'll explain more about that here in a section. We have a section to answer this question, but it's nice to be able to number it so that way it's easy to identify, right? So you can call it NFW pixel 1, RWA pixel 1, OFP pixel 1, whatever it is, right? So you just name your pixel. And then after that, a lot of times you're going to want to walk you through the setup process, because sometimes setting up the pixel can be a little bit technical. Now, obviously, Facebook's trying to make it easy for you. Not everybody has 100K mastermind, coaches and all this stuff to be able to help them. So for right now, for you, you're going to skip this. Okay. So you're just going to name the pixel, and then you're going to go ahead and click on continue. All right. Once you click on continue, it's going to say, hey, do you want to go ahead and set up your pixel now? Now, again, Facebook's trying to go ahead and make it easy for you, because they know that once you install the pixel, they want you to install the pixel as soon as possible. Why? Because then they can actually start getting data from your people. And so that way their ad networks become even more powerful, right? And so they want you to be like, yo, let's help you install this. And that's the reason why they have so much help and literature and support around how to install this pixel. But don't worry, we're going to help you set it up the proper way, so that way you don't get confused. And yeah, their setup is sometimes a little bit confusing. And on top of that, it's not always 100% up to date based off the iOS 14 changes. So we're going to walk you through that in upcoming training. Don't worry about it. So when they ask you, hey, do you want to set up your pixel right now? You're going to say, no, continue managing my business instead. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and just continue, finish, right? Get out of that whole thing. And then once you've actually gone ahead and created your pixel, you see it's very easy. Like you literally just click add and then you name it. It's literally just as simple as that, right? Once you actually do that, this is what it's going to look like. So you have pixels, you're going to have your pixel 1 over there, and you're going to have all of these different settings. You got add people, assign partners, add assets, people, partners, all of this stuff, right? So this is all of the stuff that we have for the pixel. Now what we're going to do in step number 4 is we're actually going to go ahead and connect that pixel to the ad account that we've already gone ahead and created, okay? Because these are all different assets. It's kind of like connecting all these together, right? So we have our pixel over here, and then we have our ad account over here. And so we need to now, even though they're just like 2 settings away, right? Like pixels over here, and then ad account is just over here. We got to go ahead and connect the 2 together. And so how we're going to go ahead and do that is we're going to go ahead and click on connected assets, and then we're going to click on add assets, or I think you can also just click on add assets over here. Either way, I typically just click on connected assets and then add assets there. And then once you go ahead and click on add assets, it's going to go ahead and give you a list of all of the different ad accounts that you have underneath this business manager. And then all you're going to do is you're just going to go ahead and select the ad account that is your primary ad account that you're going to use. If you have more than one, you might only have one. And so you just select that one, and then you go ahead and click on add. And what this is going to do is going to connect the pixel to the ad account. And you know what an ad account is, because we already talked about the ad account and all of that kind of stuff, right? And so then what that screen is going to look like is that now you're going to have the pixel right there, okay? And then it's going to have the connected assets. And then the connected assets, it's going to show the ad account that the actual pixel is connected to. Now, obviously, we've gone ahead and blurred out a lot of the stuff because there might be some sensitive information here, but you get the point. It's pretty straightforward. You get the gist of it. Is so that way under connected assets over here, right? You go ahead and select your pixel. So business manager settings, data sources, pixel, then you select the pixel that you're using right now, connected assets, and then the ad account should show up there. If it's not showing up there, that means you don't have it connected, and you need to go back over here to add assets, and you need to connect the 2, okay? The reason why this is important is because then when we actually go in and set up your ad account and your pixel and all this stuff, all of this has to work together like an ecosystem, and that's exactly why we're walking you through it step by step by step, so that way you can do it properly. Beautiful. Now, having said that, that's literally just as simple as that. Let's just create the pixel, very straightforward, not complicated at all. Let's go ahead and answer a couple quick questions about this. Number one, how many pixels should I have? You want to keep it simple. You want to just have one pixel. However, there are some more advanced cases. And the reason I want to go ahead and mention this is because I want you to be educated. I want you to be able to not be tied to us or anybody else for the rest of your life. I want you to be able to have the in-depth understanding of this, okay? Is that there are more advanced cases in which if you are targeting, let's say, a different customer avatar for a different business, you might create a different pixel, okay? Remember, the pixel learns the type of people that you train it on, okay? And we're gonna go ahead and teach you how to connect all this so that way you can get that data sent from your landing pages and your funnels and your websites and all that stuff back over to the Facebook pixel. But the Facebook pixel learns based off the type of people that you send it. And so let's say, for example, you're gonna be running, I don't know, let's say you're running it for your Uncle John who runs a pizza store, and then you're gonna have another ad account and another pixel. Again, that's where it is. You're gonna have another ad account and another pixel for another business. But for most of you, 99.99999% of you, you should only have one customer avatar, one business, one funnel, one strategy, all the way to $1 million a year, okay? Very important. It's the rule of one up until $1 million a year. But the reason I'm mentioning this is so that way you understand how does the pixel work, is that it's learning based off the type of customers that you are sending in. So if you're setting up a different business, it does make sense in those advanced cases where you might need a different pixel, but for almost 100% of you, you just want to stick to one pixel. Going to be very, 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 very important. The other important note for this is that you should also know that every single time you start a new pixel, a pixel needs time, because what happens is when you first run ads, right? Like, let's say the first ever time you've ever run ads before, the ad account is learning, the ads are learning, and the pixel is learning. And so every single time you create a new pixel, you're basically losing the data that that pixel learned on, okay? And so that pixel has a learning time in which you need to send it, like, in the beginning, when you first launch your ads, basically your pixel is going to go out, right? So you have your pixel, and your pixel, like, it's a freshly pixel. It doesn't know what to search for. And so it doesn't know the types of people. It doesn't know what's going on. And so what it does is it just shows your ads to a whole bunch of people, and some of them will click, some of them will not click, some of them will opt in, some of them will become leads, some of them will become customers, all this stuff, right? But then over time, as the more data that you send your pixel, eventually your pixel has now learned, like, okay, these are the type of people that actually opt into this type of offer based off of this type of copy, based off this type of creative, based off this type of landing page, based off this type of industry. All of these are things that the pixel is learning. So that way, eventually it becomes more and more efficient. It becomes more and more productive. It becomes more and more expert at knowing how to be able to target those individuals, right? So if every time you make a new pixel, you're going to have to go through that learning phase all over again, because that new pixel is going to be like, hey, we don't know who to target. We're going to just send it out to everybody. And so that's the reason why sometimes in the beginning, when you have a brand new pixel, the performance of your ads is less, right? Your ads don't perform as well because your pixel doesn't know who to put the ads in front of. But then the more veteran your pixel becomes, right? Imagine you give it like 1,000, 2,000, 100,000, like 1,000,000 different events, right? We're going to show you where to find those events. You can actually see the exact number of events that have been sent back over to the pixel. The more events that you have, the more your pixel has been trained, the more better your ad performance gets, because the pixel knows exactly who to put the ads in front of, and it just using that artificial intelligence can get you more of those types of people who are buyers, who are customers, who are those types of individuals. And so that is a very big warning for some of you who may not understand this. Like, oh, I'll just create a new pixel, I'll do this. Well, yeah, but then remember, time is money in the ads game, right? So like, if you want your pixel to learn, you want to put it in front of 500 people, you're going to have to put ad spend in front of that. And so there is a real monetary amount, a money amount that is involved with getting your pixel to learn. Yes, you're going to be making money along the way, but you don't want to just make new pixels and then lose the data, because it's very valuable. You paid for that data that is on that pixel, in addition to all the other data that you get, names, email addresses in your CRM and all that kind of stuff. But pixel data is absolutely one of those big banks of data that you've paid for that you want to try and preserve as much as possible. And ultimately, of course, every situation may be different, right? So of course, make sure you go ahead and ask in the community, you go ahead and ask on coaching calls, instructor calls, all of that kind of stuff, if you're not sure, or if you have any specific questions about this. But this is really, like, I'm telling you, you understand what a pixel is in like the last, whatever, how long it's been since we started this training, you understand what a pixel is at a very high level that I think most advertisers don't even understand, because of the fact that we've gone behind the scenes, behind the curtain, to explain exactly what the pixel is and how it actually works, okay? Last question on here is, what about installing the pixel? So back in the day, before iOS 14 update, right? Before like 2021, 2022, what we used to do is we literally just used to copy the pixel code, and it was just a few lines of code, copy and paste, and we literally just pasted onto the headers behind the scenes of our landing pages. It was very easy. We just go into the client kit, paste it there, super simple, done deal. And then just by doing that, all of a sudden it would track everything. It would send the data back to Facebook. It was phenomenal, okay? However, after the 2021, 2022 iOS 14 update, that system of just installing the Facebook pixel on the web pages basically got demolished. Like, it doesn't work anymore, okay? Now, if this is going over your head, don't worry, you don't have to know the nuance of it. We're going to go ahead and have a whole training section that's going to explain this. And so because of this whole iOS 14 thing, there is a slightly different way and slightly different setup to install the Facebook pixel that we're going to go ahead and walk you through step by step in one of the upcoming training sections, because we actually now need to send data back to the pixel using a server. And yeah, it sounds complicated. I promise it's not that complicated. We're going to walk you through it step by step. It's going to be easy, but I just want you to know that in this training section, we've only talked about creating the actual pixel and then actually installing it and getting it set up and then getting the data sent back over to it. We're going to handle that in a later training section. Okay. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this was the overview and the initial setup for the Facebook pixel. Of course, make sure you go ahead and let us know if you have any questions around maybe how the Facebook pixel works, the theoretical aspect of it. Make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the student community, so one of the student community members can go ahead and help you. But hey, you're really learning internet marketing and direct response right now. And so you're doing a phenomenal job. Keep it up, keep on rocking through. And then we're just grinding through getting all of these ad assets rocking and rolling. So with that being said, we will catch you in the next training section. Hey team, in this training, we are going to be going over Facebook assets and the entire setup that is involved with setting up your Facebook assets. Okay, so that is going to be what this entire training is going to be about. And then this specific training section that we're going to go ahead and get into right now is going to be all about the Facebook ads setup overview. Okay, so like I said, in this entire training, we're going to be really setting up all of the ad setups that are going to be required for you to be able to run meta ads. Okay, so remember, meta ads includes Facebook and Instagram ads. Okay, so just as a refresher, this is what that entire process looks like. We talked about the entire launch process, right? There's stage 1, which is the pre-launch setup. Then there's stage 2, which is the actual launch. And then stage 3, which is the optimizing and the scaling piece of this entire process. So at this point, if you are following along with all of the training, right? We've already gone ahead and created some of our ad assets, specifically the copy and creative. Then we've talked about the Facebook assets, specifically the copy and the creative. Then we've talked about the funnel assets, right? We've already gone ahead and set that up as well. And so, like I said, in this training, it's all about the Facebook ad asset. Now, those are things going to be like your Facebook pixel, your Facebook page, creating your ad account, all of those things that are the one-time setup projects for your Facebook ads account, okay? Then after that, we're going to go ahead and get into researching and preparing targeting and audiences. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and get into research and preparing audiences. And then this one right here, which is setup tracking, we're actually going to be knocking that out as a part of the Facebook ad assets as well, okay? So when we talk about it in terms of the actual diagram, right? We've already talked about ad assets in terms of copy and creative, right? We've already gone ahead and talked about funnel and tech assets. What we're talking about is, hey, these over here, right? These things like Facebook pages, pixel ad accounts, pixels, that kind of stuff. And then finally, all of the stuff that we talk about in regards to the business manager and all of the ads side of things. So I know I'm saying the same exact thing like a gazillion times, so I'm getting a little bit rambly. So let's go ahead and cut it short and let's go ahead and get into the actual fun, because like I said, for many of you, this is going to be one of the first very important builds, right? We've talked about the funnel build was kind of the first big project, right? And so the same way, a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about inside of these specific trainings are going to feel a little bit more technical. They're going to feel a little bit more like, hey, bureaucratic or admin. And so this is the reason why we went ahead and included those tech tutorials in previous trainings. So that way you are able to go ahead and follow along. You are able to go ahead and have this guide open. And then having this guide open, you can follow along with all the screenshots. And so this is the reason why having that tech setup is going to be very important, right? right? Absolutely making sure that you do have at least 2 displays. And if you are just using one display, then that one display is an ultra wide monitor. So you can see on here, it is not a normal monitor. It's not like a 27 inch or a 29 inch or something like that. This is a ultra wide monitor. So that way it's kind of like having 2 screens, but just having one, right? So either way, you just want to make sure that you do have all of those tech assets very importantly set up properly, so that way you can be as productive and as least frustrated as possible. And I'm going to go ahead and remind you, throughout this entire training, it is going to 100% be a skill, okay? And so the beautiful thing about this is that in the beginning, yes, it's going to feel so much more overwhelming than it actually is because it's the first time you're doing it. But on top of that, unlike the funnel assets that we went ahead and put together, the Facebook ad setup and the Facebook ad assets, those are mainly going to be one-time projects. Like we're talking about setting up your ad account, setting up your pixel. Those are things that you're going to literally set up once as a course throughout this training for the history of your Facebook advertising career, right? So you just want to grind through them, pay attention to details, get them set up properly, so that way you never have to worry about them ever again. And so yes, it is going to seem like a lot more work up front, but once it is set up, it is going to remain set up, okay? And so in terms of the actual steps that we're going to go ahead and follow, we're going to go ahead and in the next couple training sections, we're going to walk you through step by step, click by click, getting all of the Facebook ad assets put together. So that is going to include training sections like getting your 2-factor authentication set up, your identity confirmation, your business manager account, getting that set up, your business page, your ad account, your ad payment method, your business verification, your domain verification, your Facebook pixel, your Facebook tracking setup. All of these are going to be things that we go ahead and get done inside of the upcoming training sections. Now, also a note for this is that you might see other pieces that we might add on as like tech tutorials here and there over time, depending on if the UI changes or if there's any updates to the setup or all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, these are going to be the training sections that you are going to see up ahead. But if there are any additional ones when you are actually going through this training, we don't want you to be confused, okay? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Because it is game time, okay? And so this, again, like I said, has been the overview for the Facebook ad setup. If you have any questions at this point, hopefully you shouldn't have too many questions, or you shouldn't have any questions really, but if you do, make sure you go and ask the community so that way the community can go ahead and help you and make sure you get those questions answered. But with that being said, let's go ahead and start getting into the more advanced explanations and the tactical. And so with that being said, I will catch you in the next training section. All right, the process of getting the Facebook ads setup assets rocking and rolling continues. Inside of this training section, we're going to go ahead and explain exactly what the Facebook ad assets actually are. And the reason why this is important is because for most people who've ever really used Facebook as a consumer product, it kind of gets confusing because there is in fact a difference between a Facebook profile, a Facebook page, a group, a business manager, an ads manager, an ad account. And so we've talked about this many times before, is that it's very important for us to be precise in the words and the language that we are using, because words are just labels, thoughts. And so if we are more precise in our language, then we are more precise in our thinking and we get more precise outcomes, okay? And so the reason why all of this is even more confusing for beginners is because now Facebook is actually trying to rebrand as Meta, right? So they went ahead and renamed themselves. And so now this all kind of gets a little bit confusing because the company, which used to be called Facebook, is now called Meta, and Facebook is now just the product that Meta owns, right? And so that's the reason why it can sometimes get a little bit confusing. And so that's why there's a difference between Facebook, there's a difference between Meta, there's a difference between Messenger and Instagram and WhatsApp and Oculus. Now, the other thing I should also mention here is that you will a lot of times hear us interchange the words Meta and Facebook. And the reason for that is because number one, out of habit, and number two, because a lot of the terms Facebook themselves or Meta themselves or whatever you want to call them, right? They themselves haven't yet updated them. So even like, for example, the URL that you go to in order to actually run ads is business.facebook.com. Now, technically, theoretically, should it be business.meta.com because Meta is what includes Facebook and Instagram? Yes, but they just haven't updated it yet. And so that's the reason why sometimes it can get really confusing for beginners. And that's the reason why we want to go ahead and really, in this training, explain some of those terms. Okay, so what we want to go ahead and primarily explain the difference of is the difference between a Facebook profile a Facebook page, and a Facebook group. Now, we do have images throughout this entire guide. And so if you ever need to zoom in or if it's too small inside of the actual training video, you can always just look at the Google document and then you can zoom in that way as well. But we do also have examples of the images of exactly what each of these are. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk about exactly what a Facebook profile is. So you can see on here, we have a screenshot of Coach Malik's Facebook profile back in the day and what it actually looked like. And so let's go ahead and talk about what a Facebook profile actually is. So a Facebook profile is really the first main asset that anyone really needs to have in order to interact with anything on Facebook. So basically what that means is that without a Facebook profile, you cannot make a Facebook page, you cannot make a Facebook group, you cannot make a Facebook ad account. Like the Facebook profile is the main first thing that you need, right? So a profile is a place on Facebook where you can share information about yourself, interests, photos, video, current city, hometown, that kind of stuff. And the other thing that's very important is that according to Facebook's terms of service, and they try and catch it as often as they can, is that a profile is only allowed to be created with real people with real names, okay? And so on a Facebook profile, the list that you can accumulate on there, those are known as Facebook friends. And so when you send a friend request, right, that is going to a Facebook profile. Very important, right? And the other reason why this is very important to understand is that you must make sure that your Facebook profile is your actual real name, okay? And so sometimes a lot of people get confused between a profile and a page, and we'll explain what a page is here in just a second, but they'll name their profile like John RWP or like Johnny Orlando or like, Miami Realtors or something like that. This is very dangerous. The reason why this is dangerous and the reason why you don't want to use on your profile a name that is not actually yours is because many times Facebook may actually ask you to verify your identity with some sort of like ID, right? So it could be your license, a bill, a social security, all that kind of stuff, right? And so if they end up requesting that from you, in fact, you're going to see in some of the upcoming training sections, it's going to actually be a requirement for you to be able to get identity verification. And so if your profile is not your actual real name and you're trying to like make some kind of brand name or something weird like that, well, you're going to run into issues as a result of that, okay? And so it's very important that if you are using some strange, weird name on your Facebook profile, then you want to make sure that you go ahead and edit that and update that so that way you are able to go ahead and verify yourself so that way you don't end up getting your account shut down or blocked because of that. Because maybe you got away with it, but the truth is that a lot of times Facebook will actually catch those kinds of things like in their actual bots, right? And then they just go ahead and say, hey, you can't name yourself this when you first make your profile. Or later on, they might find that out and then shut you down and close down your profile because of that, right? So you think about it from Facebook's perspective, right? We've talked about in previous trainings, Facebook's house, right? It's their house. And the rules that they want to have is they want to have interactions between real people. Otherwise, it opens the doors for like scammers and fake people and bots and all this kind of stuff. And so they want to have interactions with real people, at least on the Facebook profile level. Okay. Now, things do change when we get over to the Facebook page level. Okay, so we have our Facebook profile. We've talked about that just now. And then we have the Facebook page. Now, we've gone ahead and given some examples. This is Elevate Studios. This was Coach Malik's previous coaching business. Then we have Coach Malik on here, right? Muhammad Malik. And then we have Pinnacle Man Project as examples of a Facebook page. Now, the reason why this can sometimes get confusing is because a page is what is created for businesses and brands and organizations and public figures. So that way they can connect with their fans or their customers. Now, a page cannot do some of the things that a profile can do. So for example, a page cannot send messages to other people. A page can only reply to messages that have been sent to that page from fans or customers or something like that, right? And now the other thing is that a page is what we use in order to actually run ads. You can't run ads off of a profile. You see now why it's so important that we're defining these terms so that way you can actually understand what the heck we're talking about? The other important distinction on this is that you must actually have a Facebook profile first with your real name in order to actually then be able to even create a Facebook page. And so on a Facebook profile, when you have people that you're interacting with, those are your friends, okay? And then on a Facebook page, you have followers. Now, this even gets a little bit more confusing because technically sometimes you can even have followers on a Facebook profile as well. Don't let that confuse you. I know sometimes for people who are just getting started in this industry and the beginners, they just kind of, oh, so followers can be on Facebook profile. Yes, they came up with this new feature. They were testing it out. I don't know if it's still there. Like, it's a thing, but mainly a Facebook page is going to be where the followers are. Now, the other thing that can also sometimes be confusing is that you'll see that right here, this is Muhammad Malik over here, and then this is Muhammad Malik over here. And so this is Muhammad Malik's Facebook profile. And then there's also a Facebook page that is for Muhammad Malik, right? So you can have a Facebook profile. And then let's say, for example, the person is, a celebrity, somebody is a public figure, somebody's like whatever. You can have a Facebook page for that same person as well. Or you might decide, you know what, instead of going like the personal brand route, I'm going to have it be my Facebook page as like the organization. That's also a possibility, right? So again, Facebook page can basically be named like the whole Johnny RWP, right? The Johnny Orlando, Miami Realtors or whatever. That's at the Facebook page level. But on the Facebook profile level, you need to make sure that it is in fact a real name. Okay, so that is so far the difference between Facebook profile and Facebook page. Let's now go ahead and talk about a Facebook group. Okay, so a Facebook group is a place where multiple people on Facebook can come together and share their interests and share posts and all that kind of stuff, right? So you can literally create a group for anything. A lot of times you'll see like there's like student communities or free groups or free communities or lead generation communities, like all of that kind of stuff, right? The other important distinction on here is that, like we've talked about, the Facebook profile is the kind of atomic level. It's the base level. It's the foundational level. You must have a Facebook profile first in order to actually be able to even create or join a Facebook group, right? And so this is why the Facebook profile is so important. You can't just be like, yo, I want to create a Facebook group and I don't have a Facebook profile. It doesn't work that way. The Facebook profile is the central foundational piece of how the entire Facebook ecosystem works. And then you make Facebook pages, and then you make Facebook groups, and all of them have their own different purposes, okay? Very important to understand. And so when we talk about the different lists, right? So Facebook profiles, they have friends. Facebook pages have followers, and Facebook groups have members. And they all have their different purposes and their different use cases, but the foundational one that you must have in order to be able to even use the other two is the Facebook profile. I hope that makes sense, and I hope that is 100,000% clear. And so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the difference between three of the major Facebook assets. Okay, that's the difference between the Facebook profile, that's the difference between the Facebook profile and the page, and that's the difference between the page, the profile, and the group. Okay, now the other thing that sometimes some students will ask is, hey, what about having an Instagram account? Is that like related to this? What we're talking about right now are Facebook assets. And remember, Facebook, I'm referring to this as like the Facebook consumer product. So we got Meta, and Meta owns Facebook, right? They own Facebook and they own Instagram, okay? Now, you can have an Instagram account. That would be completely separate. That would be like a Facebook profile or an Instagram account, right? That would be like that, right? You might have an Instagram account, right? Because they're both owned by Meta, right? And there is a way to be able to connect the two on the ad side. However, this is important to know is that you do not have to have an Instagram page or an Instagram account created in order to actually advertise on Instagram. And I know sometimes this can be a little bit confusing, especially if you're just getting started out in this world, but you'll get the hang of this, which is that really the bare minimum that you need is you need a Facebook page, okay? And we're going to show you how to link it and all that kind of stuff. And then if you don't have an Instagram account, or if you don't want to link your Instagram account, or if you don't want to run ads from your Instagram page, Facebook, Meta, will actually just go ahead and it'll say like use selected page, and it'll actually advertise on Instagram with your Facebook page name, and that'll be reflected on Instagram, right? So that way you wouldn't need an Instagram account if you didn't want to create one, okay? So these are kind of like the foundational pieces that we're talking about here. And then obviously there are like the Instagram assets that we could talk about, but because Facebook and Meta is like the original product, the original place it is, that is what the important assets are going to be. And so that's the reason why we're not going to be talking about like an Instagram account or Instagram page or something like that. Maybe it's a separate tech tutorial, but for the sake of what we're talking about here, that would not be included, okay? Now that is on the actual Facebook consumer side and how all of those assets work. And then on the ad side, we've already talked about this a little bit, in which there is a hierarchical structure, right? There's like the Facebook business manager we're going to show you how to set up. There's the ads manager, the ad account, and then you create the campaigns, the ad sets, and the ads within those assets, okay? So that is what's going to happen here throughout the rest of these upcoming trainings, is that we're going to be teaching you and showing you the proper way, the secure way, the verified way, right? In order to actually be safe, so that way you do not get your Facebook business manager blocked or banned, and you can actually continue to have an amazing relationship with Facebook as you go along, okay? And then also we're going to show you how to make your ad account and how to set that up, how to get your payment method attached. All of that is what we are going to be talking about in terms of getting all of that set up in the upcoming trainings, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, this has been the training section on further explaining the differences between all of the different Facebook assets, so that way you are able to use the right terms and you can actually think through all of these properly. If you do have any questions, any nuanced or detailed questions about this, make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the student community, so that way the community can go ahead and help you with that. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to now go ahead and get tactical. So inside of the upcoming training sections, we're going to go ahead and actually get all of these set up. So with that being said, we will catch you in the next training section. All right. The party continues. Now we are starting to get into the actual tactical click by click. This is going to start to be where having the guide on another screen, or if you have an ultra wide monitor, having it on the left side of your screen while you follow along on the right side of the screen is going to be very important, because inside of this training section, we're going to be talking about two-factor authentication. So what is two-factor authentication? Let's go and talk about that. So these days, it is becoming more and more frequent and common for Facebook accounts, as well as really all other social media accounts, to get hacked. The reason for that being is because the scammers know that if they can get into a social media account, then they can really go out there and get a lot of your personal information. They can do all that kind of stuff, right? And then really start to maybe even send messages to your friends and family, and then get information from your friends and family that might be sensitive information, that kind of stuff, right? So yes, for most people, it's a very big inconvenience and really kind of like an identity theft kind of thing in order to get their personal information compromised on social media. Sure. However, it is an even bigger problem when it comes to advertisers, right? Those people who actually have social media accounts in which they are actually advertising from. Why? Because if a hacker or a scammer or somebody like that gets access to a Facebook profile that actually has advertising privileges, then what could happen is they could go out there and launch a bunch of ads that could have vulgar or misinformation or dangerous information or that kind of stuff. And so this is the reason why, if you look at it from the Meta house or the Facebook house point of view, security is absolutely critical, especially when it comes to advertising. And so for this reason, one of the big things that Meta has recently really started to crack down on in order to make sure that every single one of the people who are going to be advertising on Facebook actually have in place is something called two-factor authentication. In fact, it is so important that it's actually quite common for Meta, right, for Facebook, to go ahead and ban somebody's ad account simply because of the fact that they do not have two-factor authentication turned on. And remember, this is not because like Facebook or Meta is trying to be like really annoying. It is simply and all because of the fact that from their point of view, they would rather ban an ad account that does not have two-factor authentication enabled than put up with the risk of having some scammer or a hacker get access to that account without this additional security in place, okay? So this is the reason why two-factor authentication is so important from Facebook and Meta's point of view. So the question that you might have is like, okay, cool. Well, what is two-factor authentication? So two-factor authentication is like, you know, that one-time passcode that sometimes when you're trying to log into like your bank or some really secure websites that you get on your email or on your phone, right? That is an example of what two-factor authentication is. Now, it's a very good idea to make sure that you have two-factor authentication enabled in as many important places for yourself as possible. Now, there's many ways to do this. I'll walk you through a couple of them in just a second, right? Obviously, using your phone and your email is the easiest way. There are some other ways that can also be even more convenient, right? If you want to be a little bit more tech savvy with it. But for the most part, this is what two-factor authentication is all about. It's like you have your password, but then in addition to your password, you have two-factor authentication. It's not just one-factor authentication where it's just one line of defense, which is your password. It's like, okay, we got your password, but passwords can easily be compromised, right? There's a lot of times there's like these data leaks, and then sometimes you use the same password, not just sometimes. In fact, most of the time, most people are not using a password manager, which, side note, is a very good thing to be able to start using, and it's actually even more convenient than remembering a gazillion different passwords, right? So using a password manager is helpful, but most people, unfortunately, just use similar passwords for everything. And so it's very easy that if, let's say, for example, I don't know, like some other company that is like, you know, small company, but use the same password, they get compromised. And now all of a sudden, the person that hacker has your email and the same password you use for everything, or a similar password, and then they're able to go ahead and log into everything else, right? And so that's why having that authentication via your email or your phone is also another layer of security on top of your password, just in case that actually gets compromised. So that way there is that one-time code. Now, it is also very important to note here that just because you may have two-factor authentication enabled, it does not protect you 100%, because there are such things as phishing emails, not F-I-S-H, not like a fish, like a salmon or something you catch from the ocean. No, we're talking about phishing, P-H-I-S-H-I-N-G, right? The reason why they're similar there is, I would hypothesize, because what they're doing is they're kind of baiting you with the email. So kind of like phishing emails. I guess that's what it's the similarity there, right? But what happens here is that there are phishing emails these days, and there's a lot of them, in which the email looks exactly like, even the logo, everything looks exactly like Facebook.com, and it'll say like, hey, somebody's trying to log into your account, like click here to change your password, or click here to log in, or whatever, something like that, right? And then you click on the link, and then it'll take you to a page that looks exactly like Facebook, and then you go in and log in, and then once you actually log in, now the email and the web page were fake, and now they're able to go ahead and log into your account. And so this is the reason why it's so important to make sure that you're checking like, who was this email address, who was this email from, and you're making sure it's verified and all of those things. So it's very important to be careful of emails that are coming from Meta or Facebook, and you're being extremely careful about those things, because you could get a lot of things compromised if you are not. And so with that being said, really turning on two-factor authentication is going to be one of the first critical steps in order to get your Facebook assets set up for advertising. And the other important point to this is that this also applies for any other team members or anybody else who may be in the future joining your team, is that they are going to have to make sure that they have two-factor authentication enabled as well. Okay, so you want to make sure that you do not give access to any of your other Facebook ad assets until they have actually turned on and first set up two-factor authentication. That is going to be extremely important. Okay, so now that we understand why two-factor authentication is important, the reason why Facebook, they haven't been requiring it, but they've slowly been moving to, hey, if you don't have it enabled, you have a higher likelihood of getting banned and that kind of stuff. And I can see a world in which they would absolutely 100% require it. So you just want to be ahead of the ball here, and you want to make sure that you just go ahead and get it done. So let's go ahead and talk about the step-by-step for two-factor authentication, exactly how you're going to go ahead and get this set up. And so a lot of the mini trainings that you're going to see throughout a lot of these training sections, we actually just went ahead and took screenshots so you can follow along. However, it's very important to note that the Facebook UI, the user interface and the screens do change quite a bit, right? They change quite often, right? Facebook's always changing their website, making it look different, XYZ, right? So if the screenshots look a little bit different than what may actually be live right now as you're going through this training, you can just make sure that you ask, or you can just feel your way around based off of the similarities of the screenshots. But of course, you can make sure that you ask the community as well, and we can make sure that we help you if things look very different as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into it. So step number one is going to be for you to go over to facebook.com. Okay, so that's going to be the normal consumer website. You go to facebook.com and you just go ahead and log in. Then step number two is going to be to actually get to the two-factor authentication settings. How you're going to do this is you're going to click on the profile picture at the top right, and then from there, you're going to go ahead and click on settings and privacy, okay? And then once you click on settings and privacy, you're then going to go ahead and click on settings from there, okay? So profile picture, settings and privacy, and then settings. But again, this is something that Facebook changes all the time. And so you just might have to like click around until you find something that's similar to that, okay? And then once you actually click on settings over there, it's going to then take you over to a separate screen in which you're going to go ahead and find something that looks like security and login, okay? You're looking for security and login. Again, remember, this is the reason why having that 2 desktop monitor setup is going to be very important with those tech fundamentals and tech foundations, because now you can actually follow along as you're going through the trainings. Okay, so you're going to click on security and login, and then once you click on security and login, there's going to be a section there that is going to say two-factor authentication. Now, in the screenshot that we have inside of the actual training document, two-factor authentication is already enabled. Chances are, if you haven't done this in the past, you do not have two-factor authentication enabled right now. So you will have to go ahead and click on edit, and you will have to go ahead and actually enable two-factor authentication on your specific account. And so that way, once you actually go ahead and turn it on, what's going to happen is you click on the edit button, and then there's going to be multiple ways that you can actually set up, right? So you can set up an SMS text message, you can set up a security key, you can set up an authentication app. An authentication app is actually a separate app in which you store these different keys, and then they actually just refresh every 30 seconds. So you don't even have to send a text message to your phone. You can actually just open up the app and then look at the 6-digit code right there all the time. So that is another one. This is actually the way that I actually do it, right? We use Bitwarden as our password manager, and then we have the authentication app within Bitwarden, and so that way we don't have to get any text messages or stuff like that, right? So that's the way that we do it. However, for you, it might be easier if you don't have a password manager that you use, or if you don't want to use, there's one like Google Authenticator. I think Facebook might even have their own like an authentication app kind of thing, right? So you can YouTube it, Google it. It's very simple if you wanted to go down that route and learn how to use it for the long term and acquire that skill. Or you could obviously, of course, set up SMS text messaging and get it set up that way. Okay, so those are going to be a couple different options that you can utilize in order to go ahead and actually get two-factor authentication set up. But either way, you need to make sure that on your account, it says, hey, you have two-factor authentication and that it is turned on. Very important. Make sure you get that set up properly so that way you are rocking and rolling with the security side of two-factor authentication. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, this has been this training section on two-factor authentication, what it is, why it's important, and the step-by-step, click-by-click on how to actually get it set up. If you do have any questions, make sure you go ahead and let the community know so that way the community can go ahead and help you. But with that being said, we're going to keep on trucking along here. Trust me, this is going to be a very, very tactical training in which we are getting into the meat and potatoes and the nitty-gritty and making sure that we are getting everything set up. With that being said, we will catch you in the next training section. All right, the tactical pieces of getting your Facebook ads set up, assets rocking and rolling continues. Inside of this training section, we're going to be going over your identity confirmation. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So if you have ever done anything in the past, or maybe you've heard other people talk about it, or maybe you haven't and you're just learning about it for the first time, but it is very common to hear about Facebook and Meta ad accounts getting disabled, or Facebook business managers getting disabled or banned or things like that, okay? And the reason for that being is because Facebook, Meta, has gotten into a lot of trouble with the US government over the last few years because of election integrity, right? Because of the fact that there was some crazy Russian stuff, or some crazy bad actors who got into the Facebook ad platform. They took like a bunch of data, ran a bunch of like bad ads, and Facebook didn't regulate it and all of this kind of stuff. And so because of that, Facebook, Meta, now is kind of like on red alert, where they need to show the government that they really did everything that was in their hands, right? What was capable for them to stop misinformation. And so that is the reason why a big piece of that security is about identification and really building the relationship as being a good advertiser. And so what that means is now that Facebook and Meta are cracking down on this, it is a requirement that the advertiser now has to slowly build that relationship with Facebook in order for Facebook to actually trust them more and not just ban their ad accounts immediately and quickly, right? Because you got to think about it from their point of view, is that if a scammer, right, or somebody who's trying to like scam other people or spread misinformation or swing the elections or something crazy like that, right? If somebody's trying to do that, they're trying to fly by night, just make an account, spend a bunch of money, do all this stuff very, 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 very quickly. And so again, from their point of view, they would rather block and ban quickly and then ask questions later, right? And so this is the reason why Meta is being hyper vigilant on ad accounts and ads that get approved and all of that kind of stuff, right? Now, how does Meta actually do this? Because you have to keep in mind, there's like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of advertisers on Meta Facebook's platform, right? It's literally impossible for them to be able to manage hundreds of millions of different ad accounts and all of that kind of stuff with human power, right? Like with manpower, it would literally take armies and armies and armies and armies of people in order to actually manage all of that, right? So how do they do it? The way that they do it is they've actually developed these computer bots, okay, these automated computer bots. And what they do is that these bots are going out there and they are the ones that actually go in and like scan and verify and confirm, and they do all of that kind of stuff, right? And so a lot of times what's happening is that because Facebook and Meta is using these bots in order to do that verification or that banning process, well, guess what? It's better and safer for those bots to really go out there and ban first and then ask questions later, because you don't want to end up in a situation where if you have this like automated bot and this bot is going out there and it's like making mistakes because it's like approving things that shouldn't get approved. It's better for Facebook, because remember, they got into a whole bunch of trouble with the US government. It's better for them to actually go out there and like really just ban as much as possible, and then ask questions later, because for them, they'd rather lean on the side of being safe than sorry, right? And for them, sorry is like, oh man, somebody got through and they like swung the elections and now like we're having some other issues, right? And so because of that, and because of that reason, a lot of companies that are good actors, right? They're good people they don't mean any bad. A lot of those good companies, a lot of those good advertisers, they are getting caught in that crossfire. They're getting caught in this net of just banning, right? And so again, the default response of these bots is, hey, let's just kill it. Let's just shut down the ad account. Let's just ban it. Let's just like, no questions asked. Let's just boom. Instead of, unfortunately, like, hey, investigating and seeing what's going on. And again, it's not Facebook and Meta's fault, because they can't have enough manpower, enough people out there to be able to regulate all of the ads and all of the stuff that is going on out there. And so Facebook and Meta would rather be more careful and then tell the US government like, hey, we did everything that we could in order to stop what was happening, right? You see, like, look, hey, we've literally done everything. Like, we're leaning on the side of being safe than sorry, right? And so for this reason, they are being oversensitive, okay? So this is very important to understand. This is kind of like the understanding and the principle and the frameworks behind the reason why this happens. And so that way you're going to see that we have like a whole bunch of steps within each of these sections that are all about like verification and confirmation and all of that kind of stuff. And again, the reason for that being is because this is the way that social media is trending, okay? And unfortunately, we can't get like all doom and gloom either, right? The reason for that is because as social media becomes more and more prevalent, especially with AI becoming more and more common, it's going to be more and more common for these social media platforms to crack down and require more and more verification, because of the fact that now artificial intelligence, like a scammer, a hacker, can go out there and have like hundreds of thousands of ads created by the click of a button, right? ChatGPT can go out there and like put out crazy amounts of output. And now it's even more easier for these bad actors to go in there and wreak all sorts of havoc. And so for that reason, not only Meta, not only Facebook, right, but across all platforms, for advertisers and for business, right? Even on SMS, right? You're going to start seeing, there's going to be some other trainings and other sections of the program. And if you haven't seen it already, you're going to get there, is that even the carriers have started to crack down, where they're now requiring verification for the businesses in order for them to actually do SMS marketing, right? And so there's going to be more and more security and verification. Now, the good news with this is that those who actually make it to the other side, right? Those advertisers and business owners that actually make it to the other side, right? They actually go through the process of getting verified, and they actually make sure that they play according to rules and they don't get their ad account banned and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be amazing for them. And so the good news is that after we spoke to some Facebook reps and advertisers who manage hundreds of millions of dollars in ad spend per year, right? So like really big players in the space, right? Who are really staying on top of this stuff. What they found is that there is a process that you can voluntarily put yourself through that will substantially decrease the chance, not 100%, but substantially decrease the chance of you running into issues of getting caught in the crossfire of these bots and these automatic bans and that kind of stuff, right? Now, it's important to note, this does not mean that you are 100% protected, okay? All this process that we're going to walk you through inside of this training section does is it just moves your profile into kind of like the confirmed and verified bucket in Meta's system. Now, you could still get flagged, you could still get caught by the bots, but it's less likely. But again, I don't want to say that it's impossible, because I have seen it happen many times. Like, hey, even if you go through the verification process, if you're trying to not play according to the rules and you're breaking a bunch of rules, guess what? Facebook Meta doesn't care if you're verified, because they're just going to ban you, because you're like, hey, even if this person's verified, they're still a bad actor, right? And so all we're trying to do is we're trying to be as proactive as possible and try to be as good in our relationship with Facebook and Meta as possible, because it is an absolute privilege to be able to leverage their attention, because it's their attention. We're leveraging their attention for our business. And so if you actually play by the rules, Facebook and Google and all these other platforms can be amazing tools to generate millions, as some companies do, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars in cash flow and revenue and customers, but as long as you're willing to be able to work with them according to what they are looking for. Okay, so I know it's a little bit of a lengthy explanation, but we really wanted to make sure you understand the background of what we're doing in this training, because sometimes some students, some beginners, right, they kind of get their panties in a bunch and they're like, oh, hey, like I got to give all this information to Facebook and I don't have to verify myself because we're going to have to submit IDs. We're going to have to submit our address. We're going to have to do this kind of stuff. But the reason it's important to do so is because, like, hey, yeah, you can decide not to do it, but then how does Facebook know whether you're a scammer, a hacker? Like, how are you legitimate, right? So like, you got to put yourself in their shoes. And a lot of people, I think, especially in today's world, they just like to make a bunch of noise because, they're being inconvenienced. And then they don't put themselves in the other party's shoes to see like, okay, well, if you were in their shoes, how would you recommend doing it? And there really is no other way. Like Facebook and Meta, they're doing their best. It's not perfect, but they're really trying to do their best as they go through this process. Okay. So before we get into the step-by-step of how to actually go through the identity verification process, I do want to go ahead and interrupt the regularly scheduled programming to bring a very important message, okay? And this very important message is a special thank you to the 100K Mastermind team, okay? I want to take a second and appreciate them on how much effort that they put in inside of these trainings, because what's going to happen here is you're going to start to notice that throughout your entrepreneurial career, right? You're probably going to go out there and purchase other educational courses that are going to teach you skills that are related to starting an online business. And you might even in the future go through other people's Facebook ads courses, right? Whatever that might look like, right? And what you're going to start to notice is that so few programs out there focus on the security and the identity and the protection piece of Facebook ads. And that's the reason why for a lot of beginners who go through a lot of other programs, they just immediately start advertising and then they get their ad accounts banned immediately, okay? And you're gonna see this as a recurring theme in all of the other training sections that we go through, is that we spend a lot of time on verification, on protection, because at the end of the day, we wanna make sure that you are starting out with a solid foundation, okay? And so in fact, we are gonna be dedicating multiple training sections on this topic alone around how you can better increase your chances of not getting your ad account blocked. And the reason why we want to take a second to go ahead and appreciate the team is because pretty much there is no other program on the market that we have seen, and we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on education and programs and buying what's out there. We have never seen the level of detail and care that has been delivered throughout these guides, okay? And the reason why is because I'm sure most of these other gurus that are out there, they probably themselves don't understand what is going on behind the scenes the way that you have been explaining, the way that you understand now, right? Or maybe they do, but they just haven't taken the time to really simplify it for their students. So again, we just wanted to give a massive thanks and show appreciation for the training development team here in the 100K Mastermind who put these trainings together, because they didn't go the lazy route and say, okay, hey, we're just gonna go ahead and make this training. They wanted to make sure that they delivered the best education possible to every single student inside of this program. So the 100K Mastermind over delivery promise, holy over delivery, Batman 100K Mastermind is amazing. So with that being said, now back to our regularly scheduled programming. So let's go ahead and jump into it right here. Step by step, we're going to go ahead and talk about the actual identity confirmation piece of how you are going to go ahead and do this. Now, again, just a reminder, as pretty much all of the mini trainings and the step-by-step tutorials for this entire training, is that sometimes Facebook's screens and UIs and stuff, they do change quite a bit. And so you might have to feel your way around this. If things end up changing, you can always ask if things are not looking according to what you expect. Okay, so step number one that you're going to follow along, and again, you can follow along here on your split screen, is you are going to go ahead and go over to Facebook's ID Hub. Now you can do that by going to facebook.com/ID. Sometimes the links might change. Or you can just Google Facebook ID Hub and it'll be one of the first couple links that are on there. Again, remember, Facebook screens change regularly, the links change regularly, the processes change regularly, but now that you understand the overarching foundational principle of what we're doing here, you'll be able to feel your way around to find that, okay? Once you actually get to that ID Hub, this is what that ID Hub is actually going to look like. Let me go ahead and make that a little bit bigger for you so you can actually see, okay? So this is what that ID Hub is going to look like. And what you're going to go ahead and do is you're actually going to go ahead and click on Get Started, okay? You're going to go ahead and confirm your identity. You're going to go ahead and click on Get Started. Now, when you click on that Get Started, it is going to ask you, hey, what is the reason for which you are actually confirming your identity, okay? There's going to be a couple of different options there. Again, this is stuff that's changing all the time, but as of recording this training, it was running ads about social issues, elections, or politics, or it was about protecting your account, or it was none of the above. So really there's like two options. Like you want to run ads about social issues, or you want to protect your account. Now, let me actually go ahead and take a second and explain the difference between these two options. Okay, so option number one is going to be ads about social issues, elections, or politics. Now, this does not mean that if you choose this option that you will actually be running political ads, okay? It just means that what you are doing is you're verifying your identity at a higher level of security. Now, how that works is that Facebook sends a letter to your mailing address with a 6-digit code. So it's like two-factor authentication, but like not through your email, not through your phone, but to your mailing address, okay? And they actually send that to you, they mail that to you, it takes a couple days, and then you input that 6-digit code back into Facebook, okay? Now, this is more work, but if you go through this process, you are much more rock solid in Facebook's eyes, and you have a better chance of not getting your ad account banned, because again, it is more work. If somebody's a scammer, if somebody's trying to just play behind and just do misinformation, they're not going to verify their address, right? Obviously, that would make no sense. So it does take longer, but it is better verification, okay? The other option, if you just click on protect your account, this is the lowest level of identity confirmation. It just requires uploading your ID. It's quick, it's easy, but again, this is another thing that a scammer wouldn't necessarily do because they're not going to try to upload their ID and then get that verified either, right? So again, it's not as like mail you and then also upload your ID. Like option one is going to actually have you do both the ID and your mailing address, versus the second one is going to do only your ID. Now, our recommendation of which one you should just go ahead and do is because of the option one is going to have both the ID and the 6-digit code, right? You might as well just go ahead and do that because it's the highest level of security and you're going to be better protected with your ad accounts and all of your Facebook ad assets. So what you're going to be able to do is you're going to be able to go ahead and go through that process, okay? So we're going to walk you through that. Step number 3 is that once you do go ahead and select you running ads about social issues, elections, or politics, okay? The next part is going to say, hey, go ahead and help us confirm your identity. Where are you going to be running ads to? So primarily you're going to be running ads probably in the United States, right? Even if you're in Canada or something, primarily United States. And then after that, it's going to say, cool, we got to confirm your identity. If you have not already turned on two-factor authentication, at this point, it is going to require that you set up two-factor authentication, which hopefully you followed along with our tutorial earlier and you've already done that. And then it's going to say, cool, we got to now confirm your mailing address and you're also going to go ahead and upload your ID. So we're going to do it one by one, right? So we're going to first go ahead and confirm your address. So it's going to say, cool, we're going to go ahead and use your primary country location. You're going to click on confirm location, and then it's going to go ahead and ask you to go ahead and enter in the mailing address where you can actually get a letter from Facebook, Meta, within a week. So you go ahead and enter in your address over there. It's then going to go ahead and confirm, hey, we're going to send a letter to XYZ address, right? It's going to go ahead and have the address there. And it's going to say, cool, you're going to receive this letter, in 3 to 7 days, and you have until, June 1st, 2020, whatever, in order to actually come back to Facebook and enter in that code. So you want to make sure you do it in that time. Otherwise, if it expires, you're going to have to send another letter and then repeat the entire process. Okay, so that is part 1, which is the mailing address part of it. Then when you click on next, it's going to walk you through the ID part of it where you're going to upload your ID. So you're going to confirm your ID. And how you're going to do that is you're going to say, cool, I'm either going to browse photos on my computer. I'm going to use the mobile app, the mobile Facebook app on my phone in order to take a picture of this. Now, for us personally, we use the browse photos because we don't have the Facebook app on our phone. We don't like to have it. It's a massive distraction. Like if you have it, you should probably delete it, just saying. But we didn't go down that route, right? What we did is we used our really awesome camera on our phone to take pictures and then send those pictures to our computer and then upload it via the computer. Now, what are the different types of IDs that you can actually upload? They actually have driver's license you can upload, state ID, or passport that you can go ahead and upload, okay? And then once you actually go ahead and click on next, select which one you want to do, you click on next, it's going to then go ahead and walk you through like, cool, if you're doing a driver's license, it's going to ask you to take a picture or upload a picture of the front of it as well as the back of it. And then if you're doing, let's say, the passport, it'll say, hey, just take a picture of the front of it. Now, this is where Facebook and Meta is very, very, very tricky, okay? Is that they need you to actually take a very, very high quality picture. So you're going to see there is this link over here that says photo request requirements. And then if you click on that, it is actually going to go ahead and pull up the actual photo requirements, right? So like show all four corners, keep the ID flat, use a clear focused image, use a dark background, show all the info in the ID. You want to make sure that the picture that you upload is as clear as possible, right? If there is a barcode or anything like that, you want to make sure that that is showing up. There's no bright spots on it. It's not fuzzy. Like, you want to make sure that you're actually taking a really, really good picture. Now, a pro tip is that if you dim the lights in the room just a little bit, for some reason, sometimes some cameras perform better that way. And then obviously making sure it's on a kind of like a black background or some kind of, solid colored background is going to be very important, right? Like, it took us a while to actually even get our identity verified, because like sometimes Facebook will come back to you and be like, hey, the ID that you used, it didn't work, right? And so that's the reason why it's going to be very important for you to make sure you get this picture properly done, okay? And then from there, step number 6 is going to be waiting for the ID confirmation. And so once you actually upload the ID, it's going to take about 48 hours, and then you're going to get a notification on facebook.com if it's been approved or if it's been rejected or anything like that, and then you just repeat the process from there. And then once you actually get that letter in the mail, you're also going to go in and actually confirm the mailing address thing too, right? So there's 2 parts to this process if you're doing the higher level of security, which is the ID verification and then the actual mailing address verification as well. And so at the end of all of this, you want to make sure that you have your identity confirmed at the highest level. That is what's going to show up in the ID hub if you go through this entire process properly and get it done properly. Now, a couple other points I'm going to go ahead and mention about this, because I know it does come up, is that while you are waiting for the mailing address to come through, right, you can still continue with the rest of the Facebook assets. You want to make sure that you probably at least have the ID uploaded minimum before you continue. However, don't let that hold you back, right? Like if you're like, hey, I got to wait 48 hours, but you've already uploaded it, you can continue to go through the rest of the training sections and get things set up, right? So you don't want to let that be a hang up for you, but you want to make sure that it is something that is in the pipeline that is happening. It's not like you're like skipping this step and then saying, yo, I'm just going to come back to it later. No, you want to make sure that it is in the pipeline. You gone ahead and sent in the code is on its way. You're in the process of having your ID verified, all of that stuff. So you want to take this seriously so that way you can actually get it done. Otherwise, if you're dragging your feet and then you go through the rest of the training and you don't get it done, and then you get your ad account banned or something crazy like that, that's going to be terrible, right? So it's very important to make sure that you go through this process and you follow it step by step and you take it seriously, because the thing is that it's a privilege to be able to use these social media ad platforms, and it's a very, very amazing tool, but you want to make sure that you are following the rules and doing it properly from there, okay? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the identity confirmation training and the training section about this. If you do have any questions about this whatsoever, the reason we took all of that time to explain why Meta and Facebook is they're not even requiring this, but the reason why you have a better chance of dealing with them and being successful in dealing with them is because I know it's not fun to be able to have to verify your ID and all this kind of stuff through this process, right? But if you understand it from the shoes of Facebook and Meta, you'll be much more open to the idea that, hey, if you want to play in their house, you got to confirm your ID, right? You got to confirm your identity. If you don't want to play in their house, well, okay, go do whatever the heck else you want, right? It doesn't matter. But if you want to play in their house, this is the process in order to actually do so. So with that being said, if you have any questions, make sure you go ahead and ask in the community so the community can help you. And we're going to go ahead and continue the tactical step-by-step in getting your Facebook ad assets set up. So we will catch you in the next training section. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And in this training section, we're going to be talking about Meta Verified. So as of 2023, this is actually a brand new process that Meta Facebook has come up with. And really what it is that it's really a process in order to actually get the blue check next to your profile, your page, right, your Facebook account, like that kind of stuff. And so normally what used to happen is that the only way to be able to get this blue check, right, so the blue check that you see right here, is that the only way to actually get it was you had to be like a celebrity, like an author or something like that. And the reason why it was so important and the reason why they came up with this entire process pretty much on all social media platforms was because of the fact that it was so common that celebrities would have these scammers and these hackers would make like 10, 15, 20, 30 different accounts that looked exactly like the famous person's account, right? So they would go in and have the exact same profile picture and the exact same post and all this kind of stuff. And then they would go in and message, different followers and stuff like that. And then the followers wouldn't check the actual account to see like, does it have the number of followers? Because it's like such a small number there, right? And they'd be like, oh, like this famous person is messaging me, like I feel so special. And then they would ask like, hey, I'm launching this investment deal. Like, do you want to, buy in with me and all this stuff? And then it'd be very easy for those scammers to be able to make a lot of money that way. And so that is the reason why these social media platforms came up with this blue check system, right? Now, what ended up changing, and this is something that changed as of 2023, was that Elon Musk bought Twitter, I think in like 2022 or something. And he came up with this idea because Twitter had a problem with it had too many bots, too many fake users, right? And so he introduced this system in which anybody could get this blue check mark by paying $12 a month and then uploading their ID, right? So as long as anybody did that, it doesn't matter if they're a celebrity, they could have like one follower, but as long as they did that, it verified that they were actually human, right? And so not only was this an amazing way to actually verify, hey, who's a human versus who's a scammer versus who's a bot, because remember, a scammer is not going to want to go in and upload their ID and like pay money and do all of that kind of stuff, right? Not only was that an amazing thing for Twitter, but it was also amazing because it was an amazing revenue stream for Twitter as well. It was literally like free cash, like super easy to just make additional money from the users of the platform. And so what happened was that Meta, Facebook, Instagram, right? They saw this and they liked this idea so much that as of 2023, they decided to go ahead and implement this on their own platform as well. And they called it Meta Verified. Okay, that is the program. And they actually did a beta test of this in early 2023 in Australia or New Zealand, in one of the smaller countries, right? Because they knew that, hey, it's English speaking, they would still be receptive of it, but they wanted to test it out. And then they launched it to the United States. And then as of recording this training, it is right now for the United States, New Zealand, and Australia, but it's quickly rolling to all of the Western English-speaking countries, and it's going to expand from there, right? But I want to make sure that you stick with me on this and understand it, because even if it's not in your region just yet, it's going to be important for you to understand why this is so important, okay? So let's go and answer that question. Why is this so important for us as Facebook Meta advertisers? The reason why this is so important is because Meta has said that those who actually have the Meta verified blue check will get access to direct account support if they run into any issues from a real person. Now, the reason why this is such a big deal is because if you remember, we talked about in a previous training section that because Facebook and Meta have been cracking down, right, because the US government was cracking down on them, they cracked down on their users, and they had all these bots, right, not spam bots, but like their own bots that were going in and just like banning accounts if they suspected any suspicious activity, right? And so getting access to a real life person in order to answer any account issues or all that kind of stuff is a really big deal. Now, this program is so new that we don't know really what the extent of this direct account support right now is, but the fact that this is another way to verify your account, this is another way to protect your account, our gut tells us, even though this is still a new program, our gut tells us is that if those people who are advertisers using this actually do get Meta verified and they actually go through the process and they do the whole thing, right? What's going to end up happening is that they are going to get a little bit more of a preferential treatment from Meta or Facebook. So the bots that are going out there and just banning them won't be so quick to ban those accounts, right? And so this is a big deal because if you've ever spoken to anybody who does advertising on Facebook or Meta, it's historically pretty much been impossible to get a real life person to talk to about Facebook advertising. And again, remember, the reason for that is because Facebook and Meta are severely understaffed compared to the amount of ad accounts and ads that are being run. So it's like, hey, how the heck do you expect, and I'm saying you in the sense that like the person who complains that, oh, I can't get on a phone with Facebook. Well, what do you expect? They got 1 billion users. What are they going to have, like 1 billion different customer support people just answering phones all day long? That'd be terrible, right? And so there's no way that they could have that much staff on board for that. And so even if this whole Meta verified thing is just a way to get more of a secure and protected way to have your ad account not get banned, that's a massive win. Now, it's also important to note here that this does not also mean that this is 100% security, that you won't have your ad account banned and literally like, hey, this is the end all be all, right? This is just another way. This is just another tool in the tool belt, in the toolbox that can push us in the direction of having more safety and security for our account. Okay, that's number one. Number two is that currently, because Meta Verified is such a new program, it's only available in the US, New Zealand, and Australia, I believe, they are really expanding their program quickly, and you are going to be able to utilize a link that we provide for you in the step-by-step for you to be able to get on the wait list for other regions on the Meta Verified website. And we're going to walk you through that in just a little bit, okay? Now, some of the common questions that might come up is like, okay, hey, what's the cost from this, okay? So just like Meta, right, our friend Mark Zuckerberg learned from Elon over at Twitter, is that, hey, this is an amazing new revenue stream for social media platforms. Like, hey, Twitter doesn't have nearly the number of users that Facebook has, right, or Instagram has. And so if they roll this out, which is what they're doing right now, $12 a month times, let's say a percentage of them take it, that's a lot of extra revenue that's coming in on a monthly basis. So there is a monthly cost of this, okay? And that monthly cost is $12 a month. That's if you go through the process on the computer for Facebook, and it's $15 a month if you go through the process on your phone. Now, why is it two different prices? We suspect, we're not sure, but the reason we suspect that it is different price on the phone is because Google and Apple actually take 30% of all of the profits that any app on their app store, on their devices actually charge. So this is the reason why you might have seen like Amazon, for example, if you're trying to make an Amazon purchase that is like a digital book, right? So like how it works is that Google and Apple take 30% of digital goods that are transacted. So Amazon, if you're buying like a physical product, they won't require for you to go on the computer. But if you're trying to buy like an ebook, or if you're trying to buy an audiobook or something like that via your phone, nowadays they actually require for you to make that transaction through either a browser or the computer. And the reason they have that in place is because any transaction that is a digital good that is transacted from within the actual app, not the browser, but the actual app, then actually the reason is that because Apple and Google take 30% of that. And so that's probably the reason why Facebook is having the difference in prices there, right? So that way they're able to go ahead and pass that extra cost on of the subscription over to the user, okay? So again, this is from Meta Verified website. You'll see that they have the pricing there depending on where you're doing it from. And then they also have some basic instructions. Hey, select a profile, set up payment, provide the ID and a selfie video to verify everything, right? So the other question that you might have at this point is like, okay, this is an additional cost. Like, is this required? Do I have to do this? And the answer to that question is no. Like, you don't have to do anything, right? It's completely up to you. And it's up to your risk tolerance is, hey, if you want to just get started with ads and you just did the two-factor authentication, you just did the identity confirmation, that's probably more than enough maybe to get started, right? But however, it's up to your risk tolerance depending on how you want to do it, right? If you only want to do those two things, well, up until 2023, we really only had two-factor authentication and identity confirmation, right? And that was like the most you could do, right? Especially when you're doing like the run social media, public, politics ads. That was like insane verification, right? So like, unless you're trying to be like overkill, right? Like for us, we're going to do all of the above because we spend a crazy amount of money on Facebook and we want to be able to continue to do that. And so it makes us millions of dollars a year. So we're going to go through this process, right? And so there is a good chance that just two-factor authentication and identity confirmation, especially if you did the political ads one with the mailing address and all that kind of stuff, it's probably a good chance that it's going to be enough. But again, there's no 100%. It's completely up to your risk tolerance for that. And that's unfortunately the answer that has to be there, right? And so for those of you who are outside the US, make sure that you are signing up for the waitlist to see if this is something you want to do. But for those of you who are outside the US, like two-factor authentication and then identity confirmation with the ID and then the mailing address, those are the only options that you have up until this point. But again, it's completely up to you. Now, here's another point that may be very beneficial for you to consider is that when you get started on Facebook advertising, that is the point where Facebook is more likely to see you as a scammer and ban your account, right? Because you've never spent money with them. You're just getting started with them. Like they see you as like this new person on the block, right? And so maybe it might be worth, if you're in the US and if it gets over to Canada and some places where you're in the region, it might be worth getting verified, Meta Verified, for a few months in the beginning. And then as your relationship with Facebook develops and they trust you and you spend money with them and all that kind of stuff, then you might be able to go ahead and let go of that verification. You don't have to pay that $12 a month anymore because of the fact that you now have that relationship. So now in the beginning, you're kind of protected because that's the kind of most sensitive part is when you're first starting out with Facebook ads, that's the time that Facebook's really going to like ban accounts very, very quickly, right? But again, we don't know. We don't have the answer to this. I'm just giving you food for thought to be able to think about different ways that you can be proactive, but you got to think about what makes sense in your situation and how protected you actually want to be throughout this entire process. Okay, so those are a couple of questions that we wanted to address when it comes to Meta Verified specifically. Okay, now with that being said, let's go ahead and actually get into the step-by-step if you wanted to follow along with Meta Verified and how you would actually go ahead and do that. Now, a very important note for this, because this is a very new process, I'm sure a lot of the screens, a lot of the setup as Facebook and Meta start to actually test this stuff, those are going to change pretty regularly. And so really the best process that you can follow, right? Because obviously Meta and Facebook, we are not Meta and Facebook. Like, we're not their customer support here, right? So we're just educating you based off what we learn, right? And so the same way is that I'm sure Meta and Facebook are going to have like tutorials on how to actually complete the process that are more up to date than some of the things that we're able to provide, because we're not the dang company, right? And so step number one, I'm going to walk you through the process that you may potentially be able to go through, or the updated process is completely up to you. But you go to the Meta Verified site. And so what you can do is you can just Google becoming Meta Verified, or we've also gone ahead and included a link inside of the actual guide that you can pull up as well. Right now, again, we don't know if the link is going to be active because, hey, Meta might decide to change the links around, but the link is going to be there as well, or you can just Google it, completely up to you. From there, step number two is that you are going to need to decide if you want to get your Instagram verified or your Facebook verified. Now, again, because this is such a new program, this is the way that they're actually having us do it right now, okay? Is that, hey, you got to decide, do you want to be verified on Facebook or on Instagram? So yes, this is 100% a money grab, because then you got to pay $12 times 2 if you want to be verified on both platforms. And so this is 100% Facebook just going out there and trying to make money. And again, we're not 100% sure. We're still testing it ourselves, but we think, and this is just a thought, we're not at all sure about this, okay? We're just giving you what we think right now as we learn more from this program as it's released, is that because Meta Facebook is the major platform, right? You use your Facebook page in order to actually run ads. Our gut tells us that being verified on Facebook for the purposes of ads is going to be more important than being verified on Instagram, because you can run ads on Facebook Meta's platform without having an Instagram account. And so again, we're not sure, but that's what our gut tells us, where if we had to choose a gun to the head, we had to choose like, hey, we got to get verified only on Instagram or Facebook, which one would we choose? We would probably choose Facebook for that purpose. But again, we are not 100% sure. We're just narrating to you what we might think, but ultimately it is up to you to not be a remote control student who expects to be spoon-fed and follow blindly, and actually think for yourself and do some research yourself as well, okay? From there, once you actually go to their website and you select, let's say, Facebook, you're then going to go over to step number 3, is that you're going to follow the prompts from Meta, in which they're going to go ahead and ask you, okay, cool, you're going to subscribe, you got to enter your card information, you got to go through this process. Once you do that, you hit subscribe. You go ahead and pay the amount, right? And then step number 4 is they're going to go ahead and ask you to upload your ID, your identification, take a selfie video. Now, this process might be a little bit different if you uploaded your ID in a separate place, right? In some of the other trainings that we've talked about, may or may not be different. We don't know. This is all very, very new. And so you want to go out there, and if they ask you to upload your ID again, you can probably use the same ID that you used in the past if that worked for you. Make sure that, hey, there's no glares, there's no flashes, no fuzzy brightness, all this kind of stuff. And that is going to allow you to be able to go through this entire process and get Meta verified. Okay, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the training section on Meta Verified, what it is, why is it, and all of the additional details, as well as the step-by-step. If you do have any questions about Meta verification or anything like that, make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the community, so that way the other community members can go ahead and help you. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and keep on trucking along here. Remember, these are one-time setups. I know sometimes it can grind on, but they are one-time setups that we are getting ready, so that way everything is nice and tidy, everything is nice and set up when we actually decide to go ahead and launch and scale ads. So we're going to go ahead and continue our tactical training sections, and we will catch you in the next training section. All right, the tactical step-by-step setup process continues inside of this training section. We're going to be setting up the business manager account, and we're going to go over how to do that properly step by step. So the very first question you might have is, hey, what is the business manager. So a Facebook business manager is really the container that houses all of the other assets that we're going to be using in order to actually run Facebook ads. So it houses things like the ads manager, the ad accounts, the pixels, the business verification, the domain verification. It's what actually connects to your business page, your Facebook page. It also is what connects to your Instagram account if you decided you wanted to do that. And so really the business manager is what sits at the very top of the entire hierarchy that really is the container for everything else, right? It's really the container for everything else that we're going to be utilizing for Facebook Meta advertising. Now, another thing that's very important for you to know is that sometimes business manager is known as some other terms, okay? So Facebook Meta, they're always changing the name of this, and it's kind of annoying, but it's also, hey, what are we going to, like, it's just something we get used to, right? And so sometimes it's known by many different names. Sometimes this could be called your business profile. This could be sometimes called your business manager. Sometimes it could be called your Meta suite. I think recently, because they've been rebranding from Facebook over to Meta, they have actually gone ahead and rebranded this to Meta suite, right? Or it could at some point in the future be some other change that Facebook or Meta decides that they're going to go ahead and call it. Now, the other thing that's going to be very important is that sometimes the way that you get into Business Manager is going to be different as well, okay? Because Meta or Facebook, they are rebranding, it's very common that they might change the link to how to actually get there, okay? Or it's never really been a big issue in the past. Right now, it's mainly been business.facebook.com. That's what it was in the past, and I think right now you can still get through it through that link, but I can see a world in which they actually migrate to business.meta.com, and that could actually be a thing, okay? So that is another thing that's very important to know, is that there are sometimes other names, or sometimes, we might use a different name, but I don't want you to be confused with that. That's number one. Number two is that the business manager can actually get banned, just like all of the other sides of the assets can also get banned. And so there is a limit on the number of business managers that each Facebook profile is allowed to have. So remember, we've talked about Facebook profile, Facebook page, Facebook group, right? So your identity, especially if you confirm it, you go through the whole process, there's only a certain number of business managers that you can have. Now, normally you're only going to have one business manager, right? And that business manager is going to be linked to your actual business, and there's going to be all this verification process that you got to go through for that. Now, sometimes if you're running, let's say, two different businesses, which if you're doing under $1 million a year, you should not be running two businesses. But, let's say, for example, you're maybe running an agency, maybe you're helping, your uncle with his pizza shop and you run ads for that, whatever that might be, right? So you're going to have a limit on the number of business managers that you can have on your Facebook profile. And then on top of that, because every single business manager is tied to a legitimate business via your business registration number, what happens is that if your business manager does get shut down or banned, it is very difficult to get a new one, because of the fact that Facebook knows that, hey, this was the EIN number, this was the business registration number, and this was linked to this business manager. That same business is maybe not going to be able to go ahead and open up another business manager if that business manager gets banned. And so that's the reason why it's very important to be cautious and careful. And this is the reason why we spent so much time in this training. And we're going to actually have a whole bunch of upcoming sections on this as well, in terms of business verification and, a confirmation, identity verification, and all of that stuff. And the reason why we explain the psychology and the mindset on how to actually play according to Facebook's rules, so that way you can make sure that you are being successful through this process and not getting your business manager banned, right? And so you can actually end up getting a ban here on the business manager side. And then also it's possible to only get your ad account banned, right? And then it's also, let's say, for example, you might get an ad disapproved. Well, getting an ad disapproved, yes, it's a big deal. We're going to walk you through, if that happens, how to do that, right? How to overcome that. But you might get an ad disapproved without having your ad account shut down, or without having your business manager shut down, right? But if you get your business manager shut down, forget it. It's like everything downstream is going to be shut down as well. And so it's just very important to understand how all of this works and exactly why it's important to play by the rules. So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump now into the actual step-by-step process of getting your business manager created. Now, just like all of the other step-by-step tutorials that we have gone through so far, Facebook does change their UI and their screens quite a bit, right? And so it may not look like this at the time that you're going through this training. However, it is pretty straightforward for you to be able to figure out, okay? So step number one is you are going to go ahead and create a business manager. So at the time of recording this training, one of the ways that you can get to your business manager is by going to business.facebook.com. So this is going to be a different site than the normal Facebook that you go to use the consumer product. Okay, that's facebook.com. This is the business manager. Now, once you get there, you are going to go ahead and log in with your Facebook. Okay, now this is not the link at the time of, whenever you're trying it out, you can go ahead and just Google, right? Like Meta Business Manager or whatever it might be, and then you can find the link that way as well. Now, once you actually get to the website and once you actually log in with Facebook, there may be some other screens that Facebook is going to walk you through in order to actually create your business manager account. Now, inside of the guide, we were actually unable to include the other screens because of the fact that we already have our account created. So we were not 100% sure as to what happens after that because they recently redid this entire thing, right? So in the past, we had screenshots of how it was in the past, but then they recently, because of the fact that they've now rebranded to Meta, they've changed a lot of these screens. So we would recommend go over to business.facebook.com or whatever the URL is for the business manager, log in with your Facebook, and make sure you're doing this all on your computer, which at this point should be nonsensical and obvious, but you make sure you're doing this on the computer, log in with your Facebook, and follow all of the other steps that are required in order to actually get your business manager created, okay? Now, once you get your business manager created, what you're looking to get to is you're looking to get to a screen that is going to look like this, okay? This is once you have your screen, once you actually have the business manager account set up, this is the screen that you're looking to get to, which is the main screen for the business manager. Okay, so it's gonna have the settings cog down here, notifications, search. It's gonna have this panel over here with ads manager, ads reporting, event manager. Like this is where you're trying to get to. Okay, so exactly what that might look like. Make sure you ask the community if you're stuck, if you can't find it, because sometimes, again, they change the stuff around. But after a while, you'll start to get used to the different screens that are on there. Now, once you have your business manager set up, it's very important to understand the difference between the different types of business accounts and the different types of accounts that are on there. So on the main screen, what's going to happen is that there's going to be this little drop down right here, right? So if I scroll back up and I show you what that looked like, you see how there's this drop down that's right here, right? Now, obviously we've gone ahead and blurred out some of the sensitive information, but if you click on that drop down on the left side, you're going to see that it's going to say that, hey, if you have multiple business accounts set up on here, all the business accounts are going to show up on there. And it's going to also say your account, and it's going to say, hey, these are how many business assets you have. This is very important to understand. Sometimes I've seen in the past that you can actually create an ad account on the personal level. And then you can also create ad accounts here, an ad account, you don't know what that is yet, but we're going to go over in some of the upcoming trainings on the business account level, right? So you don't want to ever click on this and then create assets within this right here. This is like the personal side, okay? You want to make sure that when you're creating your business account, you're creating it for the actual business that you have. And this is very important, right? So, and maybe this is some of the screens that they're going to ask you when you actually log in earlier, like, hey, what's your business? Like, what's going on? Like, you want to make sure you're doing this all verified. Like, you have your personal identity, right? Your personal profile, and then you're setting it up for your actual business. That's very important. So hopefully if you set it all up, you're going to see your LLC name or your business name showing up here on the left side. So whatever your business name is, NutriFit Wellness LLC or whatever the legal registered name actually is, that is the business that you are creating this business manager for. And then once you actually see, right, so you have that drop down right there, right? We want you to explore and see and understand the different types of accounts and what you're creating it for and all that kind of stuff. Really, all of the magic and all of the ad accounts and the pixels and everything that we're going to help you set up in the upcoming training sections, a lot of that, all of that really is going to show up underneath this cog icon right here, okay? So on that main screen, this cog icon is the way that you get to the business settings, okay? And when you click on the business settings, this is what that screen is going to look like, okay? It's going to be like users, accounts, data sources, brand safety, registration. Like it'll have this right here, business info, all of this. This is the $30,000 screen. This is the screen in which we come, and you're going to see the screen repeated multiple times throughout all of the other setup trainings, because this is where we're going to come in order to link the Facebook page. This is where we're going to come in order to make the ad account. This is going to come where we make the pixel. This is where we come in order to verify our business. All of this is going to happen when you click on that settings icon that shows up, right? So obviously it's over here, and then you're going to see it throughout the entire ad account platform. But again, this UI, a lot of times Facebook may actually go in and change it, right? They do a lot of times, they just move stuff around, right? It's pretty straightforward. And so you're going to be able to figure it out as you go along. And again, if you're really lost, make sure you go ahead and first Google, YouTube, right? Go through the due diligence process. And a lot of times when there are all these UI changes that Facebook updates, somebody on YouTube will make a video. It's like, hey, this is the old way and this is the new way and and all this stuff, right? So it may not look exactly like this, but we want to guide you so you at least understand what's going on here so you can actually properly follow along. And then if you're really stuck, make sure you ask the community because, hey, guess what? This is not a single player game. You're literally not doing this by yourself. There are literally thousands of other students inside of the same program who are going to follow the same process. And so if somebody else has figured it out, guess what? You can figure it out as well. And so the answer is out there and you can 100% do it. You just have to be resourceful and not expect to be spoon-fed, okay? Very, very, very important. So that is the entire process, ladies and gentlemen, of actually setting up your business manager account. Again, a lot of the magic just starts over on the business manager. Log in with your Facebook, go through all the prompts, understand the difference between all of the different accounts, and then go in and see and make sure that you can find the business settings because we're going to be returning to that business settings over and over and over again and again. You're going to be able to get to that by clicking on that cog icon at the bottom left. And so you're going to see a lot of the other training sections and say, hey, go to your business settings. Well, you want to find your business settings so that way you know exactly how to get there for all of the other training sections. Okay, so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the business manager account training section. Again, if you have any questions, make sure you go ahead and ask inside of the community so the other community members can go ahead and help you. And remember, if you're asking questions, make sure you're helping other people, right? Make sure you are actually answering other questions because if you're not getting your questions answered, it means that you're probably not helping answer other people's questions in a helpful way. And so make sure you are actually also giving and not just taking. So ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to continue with this tactical setup and we will catch you in the next training section. Here we go. The party continues. Inside of this training section, we are going to be talking about ads tracking, exactly what ads tracking is, why it's such a big deal. And so that way you have a working mental model on exactly understanding what the premise behind ads tracking actually is. And so some of the terms that you've probably heard us use quite often now throughout all of these training sections is things like, hey, there was this Apple iOS 14 issue and then tracking, and then there's a pixel and all of these kinds of things, right? And so we've talked a little bit in some of the training sections in terms of how big of a deal this was for the entire internet marketing and advertising industry. However, inside of this specific training section, we're going to go ahead and give you a proper background education on exactly what and why you need to understand ads tracking and why it's so important, how it applies to Facebook, how it applies to YouTube ads tracking, how it applies to Snapchat ads tracking, how it applies to any ads tracking in general, why it was such an industry-wide issue, and exactly why it's never going to be an issue for you specifically. Okay, so that's exactly what we're going to go ahead and give you inside of this specific training section. So that way, once we actually get into the other training sections in which we're giving you a tactical step-by-step setup, you're not just following like a remote control student who is just following blindly, right? We want you to be able to understand exactly why and what you are doing so that way you understand the background of it and you're free to be able to go ahead and be able to do this on your own whenever that might be necessary in the future. Okay, so before we go ahead and actually explain what the solution for this has been, what we're going to go ahead and explain right now is we're going to go ahead and talk about the old way that ads tracking was actually done, okay? And I sometimes joke around, we say this is the good old days, okay? Because in the good old days, and we're talking about like before 2022, before late 2021, what would end up happening is that we would be able to go over to Facebook, we would be able to go over to Google, YouTube, whatever it is, whatever ad platform it was, and we would be able to copy the pixel from that ad platform and then literally just paste it directly into our TCK account. So this is an example, for example, on Facebook, right? So Facebook would literally give you a pixel. This is what the pixel was, right? So the pixel, like I said in a previous training, was it's just a couple pieces of code, right? All we do is we literally just click copy code, okay? And then we would go over to our ClientKit account and we would literally just paste that code into the settings of the head tracking. And now all of a sudden that pixel would be able to work and send information and data back to Facebook or any of the other ad platforms, right? Let's say, for example, this was a Google pixel. We would be able to go ahead and just download the pixel from Google, copy and paste it directly into the ClientKit account. Literally, that was the old way. That's how simple tracking was. It was literally as simple as that. And like we've explained in other previous trainings, but we're going to go a little bit more in depth into it for this specific training, is that how this would work is that the pixel would actually go ahead and fire, and this is what we kind of call it, this is like the jargon behind it, right? The pixel is firing, and when we say the pixel is firing, what that means is that you have a lead, right? The lead is in the app on YouTube, Facebook, Google, whatever it is, right? On Instagram, whatever, and they're on their phone maybe, and then from there, they would click on the link, and that would take them over to your website, your landing page, whatever that might be. And then remember, because we have that pixel code installed in the header of the actual page, the pixel would actually fire. So when it says firing, it means like it would basically send the signal over to the ad platforms, right? And then what would happen is that that pixel would send the data. It would be called a pixel event, a browser side pixel event, and it would send data like page view data, lead event data, conversion data. Like it would send all of this data back over to the ad platforms, okay? And so when we say it's back over to the ad platforms, in this case, we're talking, let's say, for example, the Facebook pixel. It would send that data back over to Facebook, and then Facebook would know, okay, we sent Maria went over to this landing page and she took this action. So therefore she actually converted according to what this advertiser wants. So we now know, right, the artificial intelligence pixel on the ad platform would know that, cool, we got to go out and find more people like Maria. And then it would find Tina, and Tina is acting the same way as Maria, right? So it would basically send a whole bunch of different people over to your landing page. It would send, Tina and Maria and James and all these people, right? And then it would track and know, okay, cool. So we sent these 3 different types of customer avatars, these 3 different types of psychographics, 3 different types of demographics, like all of this data, right? And then once that data gets back, cool, okay, Maria and Tina were the ones who actually went ahead and did the conversion on those pages. But you know what? James over here, he did not do it, right? And so therefore, we got to send more of Tina's and Maria's and less of James's, okay? And so that's how the ad platforms would learn and optimize and actually make the ad performance better, because they could send more and more of the right type of person, the right psychographics, the right demographics, the right purchasing behavior, the right activity behavior, all of these kinds of things. They would be able to go ahead and learn and send that data back, all because of what? All because of the pixel that was actually installed in the header, so that way the browser could actually fire it, okay? And so that's actually what, even today, many advertisers, unfortunately, because you're going to see why this entire thing has actually broken and why it actually doesn't work anymore in just a second, but unfortunately today, most beginners, most advertisers who don't have the budget to be able to set up server-side tracking and that kind of stuff, the way that we're going to talk to you about explaining it, right? And we've made it easy for you guys, but unfortunately, most people are still relying on that, okay? And so just as another visual for you, this is what we've talked about in the past, right? So you have the ad, and then they click on the ad, and that takes them over to the landing page. But the landing page, that's going to be on like a browser, right? It's going to be like an actual web page off of the platform. And so because of that, on that is how it gets sent back over to the ad platforms from there. Okay, so that is the old way. That is the good old days. That's how literally as simple as it used to actually be. And the first question that you might have is like, okay, well, I explained a little bit of why sending the data back to the ad platforms is important. I explained that, but let me go ahead and show you a visual so that way you can really understand this, okay? So why is it so important to get data back to the ad platform? So when we say data back to the ad platforms, this is where that data shows up. This is the actual Facebook ads dashboard, right? Google has their own, YouTube has a kind of an alternative to that because Google owns YouTube, all that kind of stuff, right? But this is what we're talking about when we talk about the ad platforms. And so you'll see on here, we have all of these different ad sets, okay, that are running, and you'll see there's a bunch of data and metrics on here. We're going to have literally an entire training that's going to walk you through understanding exactly what each of these metrics are, so you can become extremely scientific and precise and accurate when it comes to your advertising. But what's happening here is you're going to see right here, it'll have a column that says results, right? And what's happening on here is that it's not on here because we've scrolled a little bit to the right, but there's another one on here that says budget, right? So this is not the one over here, a little bit towards the left. There's one that says budget or like ad spend. And it'll say, cool, we spent $10 on this one over here, and we got, let's say, for example, 20 leads. That would be, $2 per lead, hypothetically, right? In this case, over here, it says it's $8.24 per lead, right? And so what's happening is that how do the ad platforms know what those results are? They know because of that pixel fire and that data that is coming and saying, cool, you know what? This person actually opted in. They made it to the thank you page. And if they make it to the thank you page, that means that they have become a lead, right? And so this is exactly what's going on here. And so when these results come back to the ad platforms, that's how the ad platforms know how to be able to optimize. Number one, right? So number one is that They know how to be able to optimize to know, hey, is the ad actually working? Are we getting the right results? Are we optimizing for the right conversion events? That kind of stuff. And then on top of that, you also need to have this data sent back to the ad platforms for another reason. And that reason is so that way you can optimize the actual ad sets and the actual ads, because you want to know like, hey, this is one ad set here, right? This might be a certain type of image, and then this might be a certain type of video, and then this might be a certain type of audience or whatever, right? And so if you don't get, like, imagine if you didn't have this, right? You would literally be blind because you would have no idea to know, hey, is this actual image working? Is this actual video working? Is this audience actually working? You would have no way to know, right? And then on top of that, you need to be able to segment the data to know like, hey, this specific like lead, this specific result is tied back to this specific image, this specific video, this specific audience, right? And so if none of that data is making its way back to the ad platforms, you literally are advertising blind and you cannot optimize in any way. Like you literally create a video ad or an image ad or test an audience, and then you'd be like, well, okay, well, we have no idea. Is it working? Is it not working? No idea. And this is the power of direct response marketing, right? The power of the entire internet marketing industry is because of the fact that it is so data driven, and they are able to literally track exact clicks, exact impressions, exact leads. Like they can literally track every single data compared to what traditional advertising was many years ago, right? And even to this day, like a lot of people still talk about billboard advertising and that kind of stuff. But for the vast majority of people, that has been significantly outdated and replaced with direct response internet marketing. And this is the power of direct response internet marketing, right? And so now you understand why pixel and ad tracking and all of that is so important, because literally the power of the entire internet marketing and direct response industry is tracking, right? It's data. And so if we don't have that tracking, if we don't have that data, then literally the superpower of internet marketing direct response pretty much disappears overnight. I hope you're starting to understand it, and I hope this is really allowing you to have a sneak peek or really a behind the scenes curtain understanding of how all of this actually works, right? And then on top of that, of course, another very important reason for this is going to be so that way the ad platforms can find more of those exact same people, right? So we've talked about a couple different reasons on here, right? So number one, so that way the ad platforms can learn. Number two, so that way there's all the data and the metrics so you can optimize the ads properly. And then number three, so that way the ad platforms can find more of those people and then continue to get better, and their ad performance continues to get better over time, right? So these are all of the important reasons of why we need to send that data back over to the ad platforms, right? You tell Facebook, you tell Google that, hey, you want leads. This is basically how it works, right? You tell Facebook and Google, hey, I want leads. And then what it does is the platform is going to check, hey, did that specific person become a lead, right? Did they actually opt in or not, right? Did they actually make it to the thank you page, right? And then Facebook, Google, Snapchat, whatever it is, right, the ad platform will go out there and find more of those people. Now, I think we already said this, but I'll go ahead and hash it again so we can really emphasize this right here, is that if there is no data, right, if none of the data is getting sent back over to the ads manager, then the ads platforms have no way to know if the people that they are sending are actually fulfilling the objective, right? The ad platforms have no way to know if the people that they are sending over to your landing pages are actually converting and actually fulfilling the objectives. And because remember, a lot of people sometimes think like, oh, Facebook and Google, they're just taking my money, all this kind of stuff. No, like here's the thing. They want you to be able to advertise on their platform. And the way that they get you to continue to advertise on their platform is by actually delivering results, actually getting you leads. And so they're actually working with you to some ways, right? But then also sometimes they don't work with you because they know that if they give you just, at least some results, you're going to continue to come back, right? So you got to take it with a grain of salt, right? But overall, right, most of the time, they're not like, hey, we're not going to give this person any results. We're going to take their money, take their advertising dollars, and that's it. No, for the vast majority of the time, they do want to help you maximize the amount of leads and objectives or whatever the objective is that you're advertising for. They want to help you maximize that, right? And so in order for them to help you maximize and fulfill that objective, they have to know if they're actually doing a good job to be able to earn the dollars that you are actually giving them. And so then bottom line of all of this is that in order for all of internet advertising, online advertising, and direct response to work, getting that data back to the ad platforms is absolutely critical. Hope that makes sense. Hope I've really made that absolutely clear. Okay, cool. Now that we understand that, now let's get on to the next part of this understanding, which is how did this old way, right? Everything that I just explained to you, how did this old way actually break? Okay, so let's explain this. So when Apple's iOS 14 update, okay, so this was an update that was delivered to Apple iOS 14 devices. When that came out in like late 2021, and then it kind of rolled out throughout the rest of 2022 to all of the other devices, okay? What happened is that users who were actually using the iPhone, what had to happen is that they had to decide if they wanted to be tracked, okay? So basically, Apple made a decision to say, you know what, we want the security and the privacy of our users to be number one, right? We want to prioritize that. Now, for iPhone and Apple users, this was a very awesome and a very good thing, right? For Apple, this was an amazing thing, right? This is, hey, we're doing right by our customers. We're going to make sure that their security is taken care of. We don't want them to be tracked, all of this kind of stuff. Cool, no problem, right? For the vast majority of consumers, there's no issues with that, right? We call them sometimes civilians, right? Versus for us as business owners, for advertisers, right? This was a bad thing. And then you can kind of sometimes, it's kind of funny because you can be conflated by this because you can have an iPhone, right? You might be an Apple iPhone user and be like, yeah, this is awesome for me. But then your other identity as a business owner and as an advertiser, you're like, okay, wait a second. This is probably not the best for me. And the reason it's probably not the best is because now Apple and iPhone users had to actually click a button. They had to actually go to their settings and then change the default setting because the default setting was set to not track, okay? And what percentage of people do you think were actually going to go into their settings and then literally turn on like, yes, I want to be tracked. Like, yes, I want these advertising platforms to know more of my information. Probably not a lot of them, right? Like in general, it's hard to get anybody to do anything other than the default. And so if Apple set the default to not being tracked, it was a very, 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 pretty much zero was the answer to that. Like zero number of people actually went in and changed the setting. And so literally more than 95% of the people who were using Apple iPhone devices were not being tracked, okay? Now, what does this mean? It means that what would happen is that somebody would be on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or whatever, right? And then they would see the ad and then they would click on the link, okay? And then now they would get sent over to the browser, right? Chrome browser, Safari browser, whatever it is, okay? And specifically, we're talking about Apple here, so it would be primarily Safari, okay? And what would happen is that same prospect, right? In the previous example, in the old way, where we talked about Maria and Tina and all that kind of stuff, right? What would happen is that same prospect who went to that same landing page, right, or your same website or whatever, now, because of the iOS 14 update, what was happening is that data was being blocked, right? That pixel that was on the header of those web pages was actually blocked from being able to send that data back to the ad platforms. Now, obviously, based off the previous explanation that we talked about why getting the data back to the ad platforms was so important, you can see why this was pretty much breaking the entire internet marketing industry, right? Now, the other question that you might have, and we didn't answer this in here, but the reason why it's very important is that you're like, okay, cool, Apple iPhone devices, like, does that mean that's a big percentage? Well, specifically in the United States, and the United States is by far the biggest market in the world, is that in the United States, I believe it's about 50 to 50% plus of people. Now, it's different in other countries, right? Like if you go to like other countries in Europe and you go to other countries in Asia, they use maybe a little bit more Android devices. But specifically in the US, Apple has a very, 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 very big market share. That's number one, right? So if you look at number one, Apple's market share. And then number two, if you look at mobile traffic, right? Mobile traffic makes up 60 to 80% of all the traffic, especially when it comes to social media and people looking at ads and stuff like that. A lot of that traffic is going to come from mobile. And so if you add this up, right, if you say, cool, the number of people that are using Apple devices and the number of people that are on mobile devices, it's a very large percentage, right? So yes, you could get away and like, yes, it could still work on some devices, but you're talking about like your data in the ads tracking, right? So like, yes, the Pixel might be able to fire for some devices and for some old devices and maybe some Google and Android devices and that kind of stuff. But we're talking about like 50% of the data is not making its way back to the ad platforms. 50%. That's huge. That's not like a small percentage. That is huge, right? And so that means that now the ad platforms literally have no way to be able to see, hey, are these ads actually working, right? And then you have no way to be able to optimize because your numbers are literally 50% off. If your numbers are 50% off, you are making 50%, if not more, incorrect decisions, right? And so this is the reason why it was really bad for advertisers. And then on top of that, the ad platforms now had pretty much no way to be able to optimize and send more of those right people over to your ads. In fact, this was such a big deal, right, for the ad platforms, Facebook and Apple actually went to court over this entire thing, and then Google was on the brink of doing that as well. So this literally became like, we're talking about like the war of the titans, and literally like, hey, all these companies were fighting over this, and this is the reason why it was such a big deal, right? It was absolutely massive. Like literally Facebook and Google's like revenue numbers, it's all based off of just selling ads, right? You don't pay for Facebook, you don't pay for Gmail, right? Personal side of things, right? And so if you think about that, the reason why these massive companies were really like, whoa, this is a big deal, is because literally their revenue, we're talking about billions of dollars, right? If not hundreds of millions of dollars by bare minimum, but we're talking about at the maximum, billions of dollars in their revenue could have literally gone like overnight because of this entire thing. And so again, all of direct response and internet marketing is based off of that data getting sent back over to the ad platforms. And so this is the reason why it was literally destroying the industry overnight, okay? And so now you understand, okay, what was the old way? How was it actually done? How and why did the old way actually break? Now let's go ahead and actually talk about the new way for ads tracking and how the industry has actually evolved and been able to get over this entire hump over the last year or so, okay? So the issue with the iOS 14 basically birthed this entire new industry overnight, right? So before, advertisers and internet marketers, they didn't really care too much about tracking because it was so easy, right? But then once this iOS 14 update came out, it literally birthed this new industry where like anybody who had a solution around tracking was like overnight making a bunch of money, because now all of these advertisers are like, yo, we got to run our ads. We got to figure out how to do this, right? And so now this entire industry of ads tracking is a real thing, okay? And now all of a sudden there's a need for advertisers to somehow send that information back to the ad platforms in some way, shape, or form, okay? And so the solution that they ended up coming up with is that instead of relying on the browser to fire the pixel, okay, to send the data back to the ad platforms, this is what is known as web events, because they're fired from the web browser, okay? So basically, if you remember, right, so the web browser is over here, right, we got Safari or Chrome, and what's happening is that the web events are being sent over here to the ad platforms, right? That's what is known as web browser events or browser side events or all that kind of stuff, okay? So the solution ended up being, this is what the industry ended up evolving to, is that instead of the ad platforms getting that information from the browsers, what happened is that now the ad platforms created a back-end server system, okay? And what would happen is that the pixel would fire on the web pages, but instead of sending from the browser and then going over to the ad platforms, it would get sent over to a cloud server in the background, okay? And then through an API, I know it sounds a little bit complicated, but don't worry, like I don't know the details of how to do it either because the back end of it is just programming, but all you need to do is just understand it from a 30,000 foot overview, so that way you can actually implement and execute on it, okay? So you don't have to know the details, but just understand it from a 30,000 foot overview, okay? So it would get sent through an API. An API is kind of like a connection to the back end of things. And so now all of that pixel data could get sent to the ad platforms from the conversions API. So all of that data that we had, like the page view, the lead event, the conversion event, all of that stuff, it was now getting sent through the background on a cloud server, so that way it could bypass all of those restrictions that Apple had gone ahead and put in for those devices. And after that, even Android, Google, they were like, hey, you know what, this is probably the better thing to do. It's better to go ahead and, cut off tracking. So, it's not going to be long until all of the other mobile carriers and all of the other phone carriers are doing this thing where they're blocking web events, right? All of those web events, right? All of those browser side events, all of those are pretty much get terminated, not only from Apple, but also from like all of the other mobile manufacturers, right? It's going to eventually happen. And so really the industry is moving to this cloud server API setup and all of this stuff, right? And so what did this mean? It was a great thing because of the fact that, yeah, hey, now there's a solution. Before we had nothing, and now it was really a solution. But at the same time, it was kind of not a solution, right? Because what that meant is that in order for the data to be able to get back to the ad platforms, right, because it was no longer possible through the web browser, advertisers would have to go out and hire a software engineer, a program developer, or something like that in order to get a server set up, so that way that server could get connected to the API, right? And so now it required this thing that was like this cloud server thing in between, right? And the crazy thing about this is like hiring a developer to go out there and get this entire setup done was like a $1,500 job minimum, right? And that's just the setup cost. And then every single month, you're now having to pay this programmer, this developer, developer, this company, in order to literally maintain your own cloud server. We're talking about like a server, like, these tech companies, they have servers, all the data is stored on the servers, all that kind of stuff, right? So like now you're like, cool, I'm just like this small dude, right? A small business owner, and I'm just trying to run ads, right? I don't have a massive budget. I don't have all of this staff. I don't have all of this. But now it's like, okay, in order for me to be able to get that data back to the ad platform so I can do bare minimum, just a little bit of advertising, I got to go out and set up this cloud server so that we can connect to this API and then hire this programmer, spend thousands of dollars to do that. And then I got to maintain this cloud server. And so now we're talking about a massive project. It wasn't literally just as easy as like, hey, click a couple buttons and then start advertising on Facebook, Google, all this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, sure, this was a solution, right? Like this was a step in the right direction, because before we had nothing, right? Because now browser side events were totally blocked. But like, hey, we have this solution, but it's still a pretty sad world for many advertisers after the iOS 14 update, because it's like, yeah, there's a solution, but is it really a solution, right? And if you really think about it, and I alluded to this just right now, is that if you really think about this, who did this really impact, right? In a very negative way, is that the big advertisers, for them, like, they spend maybe a couple thousand, $100,000, $1 million a month on advertising. For them, it's like, hey, $1,500 to get this server set up and then, maintain the server. That's not that big of a deal, right? That's like chump change for them. Like they're barely blinking an eye, right? They're like, oh, cool, server side, set up the server, get the programmer, done deal, right? But if you think about it, for the beginners, for the small advertisers, now all of a sudden, the barrier to entry to be able to use this tool, because remember, online advertising is just a tool, right? And I think a lot of beginners sometimes who may not understand the landscape of things, right? We've talked about the 5 functions of business. We've talked about how lead generation is a function of business, but online advertising, paid advertising is just one tool. It's a major tool. It's an awesome tool in the tool belt, but there's like influencer marketing, being able to pay influencers directly. There's being able to do organic marketing. There's many ways to generate leads. The big one here, online advertising and paid advertising, it's an amazing tool, right? It's really phenomenal, but all of a sudden, it's not that easy to be able to get into. Now the barrier to entry is so much bigger. And so for most people who are just starting out, they didn't even know this was going on, right? Most people are not in 100K Mastermind. Most people don't have coaches who are explaining this. Like literally this explanation that you're going through is because of the fact that we've actually experienced this and we understand this at a very deep level, right? You're going to find that the vast majority, even if you go online, nobody explains what this issue actually was in the way that you are learning it right now, right? They explain it in a way, but it's not as detailed as you're learning it. So most beginners out there, right, small advertisers, number one, they don't even know what this is going on. And like we said earlier, they're still doing the old way, which they go out there and literally copy the pixel and then install it onto the page. And they're like, okay, well, my ads are not working that well. And so they don't even know this is going on. And so now basically it's impossible for beginners to advertise unless they have a few $1,000s to get started and get that server side set up and then maintain the server and all of that kind of stuff. Or the alternative to that is they literally have to be able to run ads blind because of the fact that they're not going to be able to track any of their data, which in the beginning, because they're beginners, they don't have a lot of money. And so that's like a terrible vicious cycle. They don't have a lot of money. They spend money on advertising. The ads are not working. And then on top of that, they can't optimize the ads. And so now they're in this vicious cycle of like, basically a spiral of doom. And it's literally impossible to be able to break that. And so unfortunately, this is the way that it was for a very long time, right? There was no solution except spending $1,500 plus to get that server side tracking set up and then pay the developer in order to maintain that server. And so to this day, like I said, it's honestly still very rough for the vast majority of advertisers. In order for them to navigate this, they don't even know what's going on. They don't have the budget to be able to actually go out there and spend to do that. Hiring the developer, where do you go to even do that? How do you explain this to the developer, right? And so for the vast majority of people, especially those who are just getting started, there is no solution to this. And this is unfortunately the reason why it's very difficult, and the barrier to entry for the vast majority of people into this world has dramatically gone up over the last couple years, right? Now, is that it? Like, do we end the training here? Like, do we just like, hey, that's all that's going to happen? Well, here's the thing. Even for us, right, when all this happened, like for us, we were doing pretty healthy in our business at that time. It wasn't difficult for us to be able to get that $1,500 setup done. And then from there, we just hired a developer to maintain it, all that kind of stuff. That wasn't difficult for us. But we were also in the education business in which we were teaching other people to start online businesses. And so even though this was what it was looking like for the vast majority of people, where like they were very sad, we were also in that boat. Not because we couldn't acquire more new students, right? But we knew that we had to get results for our students. We couldn't just sell people like, hey, you can start start an online business, you can do online advertising, you can do all this stuff. And then there was no way for them to actually do it in an easy way. Like we just tell them, cool, go out and spend all this money, thousands of dollars to hire a developer. And so honestly, for a very long time, we also did not have a solution. We were like, what do we do? What do we do? How do we help the students? How do we help the students? How do we help the students? And we were honestly thinking that even for us, we were going to go out of business overnight because of this update, because of the fact, not because we couldn't actually acquire customers, we could still acquire customers, but the issue was going to be, how do we actually help our students get results? How do we help them actually get successful? And if they got to spend thousands of dollars, they're simply not going to be able to do it. And so if there's one thing that you know about how we stand and how we actually, deliver our products and build our products, it's all about over delivery for us. It's like, yeah, sure. Are there people out there in the industry who are, quote unquote, gurus and education people and coaches and this kind of stuff? And guess what they're telling their students? They're telling their students nothing. So they're telling them, cool, download the pixel, copy the pixel, and go put it on your funnel pages, and that's it. Like they're literally not even telling them that this entire thing exists, and then the people's ads are not working properly, right? So there's like probably the vast majority of gurus, that's what they're doing. Like they totally ignored this and be like, cool, just do it. Like they don't even say there's older or newer. They're just like, hey, this is the way that you do it. Well, obviously that's not going to work because now you understand that the reason why it's all broken. Or there's some other gurus who are saying, hey, you have to go out there and spend the money in order to do this. I would say like maybe 5% of the gurus and coaches that are out there saying, hey, you got to spend the money to set this up, right? But like 95% of them are not even explaining this to their students. They're not even making their students aware of this, and they're still teaching the old way in order to install the pixel and do all of that kind of stuff the old way. And so this is also the reason why we really waited quite a few years in order to even put this training together, because we wanted to make sure that we had 100% the easiest and the absolute kind of cheapest, bare bones way in order to do this. And quite frankly, you're going to see we've actually been able to figure out how to be able to make it free for you as long as you have the Client Kit account, right? And so we're going to go ahead and talk to you now really about the turning point for 100K Mastermind students. And so check this out. It's going to be really awesome because it took us a while. We had to make sure that we had to over deliver, right? Because we have the over delivery promise. We had to make sure that in some way, shape, or form, we could solve this problem for our students, for our customers, okay? And so again, even though for most advertisers who are just getting started today, their only solution is to either do it the old way and have 50% plus inaccurate data, if not more than that, because of the fact that more and more phone manufacturers are starting to be able to implement all of this inside of their devices, or to go out there and hire a developer and do all of that kind of stuff. We knew that this was not possible for most students, like we already said, right? And quite frankly, for a long time, we were stumped. Yes, okay, awesome. And quite frankly, like we said, we were also stumped, right? And so we literally thought that we were going to go out of business and our entire program was going to become obsolete because it was impossible for a beginner to get started. And so it was really tough for a long period of time, and the future of our education program was like in shambles, right? And then that is when the Client Kit partnership came through, right? So the Client Kit partnership came through and we were like, cool, this is amazing. We can get the Client Kit over to all of our students, right? And really that's when everything started to change. Why? Because once we had that initial TCK partnership in place, what we did is we now had a very talented team who was a partner of ours, right? That we could talk to. They're very talented on the programming stuff. Like I'm not a programmer, I'm not a coder, I don't know how to do software engineering and all that kind of stuff, right? But we could go ahead and tap them and say, hey, how can we actually find a solution to this, right? You guys are our partners. How can we find a solution to this that would actually be able to scale to all of our students, right? How can we actually do this? And so once we actually started thinking about that and brainstorming that and talking about that, we actually ended up coming with an amazing solution that actually is now able to scale to all of the TCK users. So let's go ahead and talk about what that solution actually is. So what would normally end up happening is that instead of each individual person having to go out there, get that developer and set up their own cloud server, right? What would happen is that TCK, the Client Kit, was able to go out there and set up their own server. And what they do now is they're able to allow all of the users of TCK to actually tap in and use that server, and they would actually be able to go in and maintain it. So this is what it actually looks like, right? So instead of it being a cloud server that you got to go out there and set up on your own, so every individual person has to have their own server set up, right? And then that server is what you use in order to tap into the API. What happened is that TCK was able to set up a TCK server, right? And then basically share that across all of the accounts for TCK, so that way each individual account, so your account right now is automatically set up out of the box in order to be able to tap into that API. And so now, without you having to go out there and hire a developer and pay the setup fee and maintain the server and all of that kind of stuff, guess what? TCK is doing it right out of the box for our students, okay? And so the cool thing about this is, guess how much TCK decided to charge its users for this amazing benefit every single month? The answer to that, absolutely nothing extra. It's already included in the monthly subscription for existing users. Crazy, right? I know, right? And so this is real life footage of us celebrating as this entire update was rolling out, and as we finally find a solution for this, and as really we started to be able to say, cool, we're now up and running. It's now literally pretty much as simple. We're going to walk through another training section here. We're going to walk you through exactly how to get that set up, but it's pretty much almost as simple as the old way used to be, which was just like copy the code and just put it there. It's literally almost as simple as that, because now inside of what's going to happen, and we're going to walk you through this, is that literally almost with the click of a button, right? There's a little bit of extra copying and pasting, like 3 or 4 copying and pasting instead of 1 copying and pasting. Imagine that, right? And so now through a TCK workflow, you're able to go ahead and send through the workflow the data back from the Pixel over to the API. And the beautiful thing, and again, this is the reason why TCK is so powerful. The only reason this really works is because of the fact that you have your landing pages, you have your websites, you have all of these things on TCK. And so now TCK is able to say, cool, because the contact information, the forms, the website, the landing page, everything is under one house. Because of that, TCK is able to just use their automation, their workflow, to be able to get that data that's already in their system and then just send that over to the API. Versus if this was how the vast majority of other people are running their online business, in which they're using like maybe a ClickFunnels here, they're using an Active Campaign here, and then they're using maybe another CRM over here, and they got to connect everything through Zapier and get the automations and everything set up. If you're doing it through that way, there's literally no way to be able to send the data back to the API because it's all scattered throughout these different platforms, right? But now, because TCK has everything under one roof, it's very easy for them to be able to go ahead and kind of crowdsource this and have a server through a workflow that sends that data over to the API in a very easy way because it's already in their system. Now, again, I know this might sound complicated, but I promise you in the actual click by click, like the actual way to set it up, just watch. It's super, super easy. It's dead simple. You're going to be shocked at how simple it actually is. And so that's exactly what we're going to be walking you through in the upcoming training sections. But that's what we really wanted to walk you through here, was exactly why this is really never going to be an issue for you. And so, yep, this is an exciting and historic day, right? This is such a big deal. And I really hope at this point you understand like the background behind the scenes, behind the curtains understanding of this. You understand why and how this is such a big deal, right? So now, thankfully, because of the client kit, this entire big issue is no longer an issue at all. In fact, it's so much of not an issue anymore, is that if we didn't explain this entire kind of background understanding of this, and we just said, hey, cool, this is how you set up the Pixel, you go over to TCK, you do this, da 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 da. For most beginners, you would not have even known there was a different way that was broken, and then all of this hoopla and all of this stuff was actually going on. And that's really the funny thing about it, right? It's like literally for the vast majority of people who didn't experience the old way, they didn't experience the breakage and all that kind of stuff. For you guys, like I'm kind of envious of you, because for you, you're like, hey, what's the problem? There was never an issue here, right? That's how seamless this entire setup is going to be, because you literally will have never known the difference. Okay, cool. So I'm getting a little bit rambly here. We're kind of saying the same thing over and over again. Let's go ahead and get over to the closing of this training. So what's next? What's going to happen here is that now that you have a full explanation and understanding of what ads tracking is, what Facebook tracking is, what Google tracking is, all of that stuff, why it's important, why the Apple iOS 14 update was such a big deal, and why it's so important to make sure that you set it up properly, okay? So that way you can actually get the data back over to the ads platforms. The next training is going to be a tactical training on the step-by-step walkthrough on how to actually get this set up, so that way this will never actually be an issue for you, okay? So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the training section that explains ads tracking, what it was, how it broke, why it's important, and all of that stuff. If you have any questions about anything that we discussed inside of this training, make sure you go ahead and post it in the student community, so that way the community members can go ahead and help you. If you had any insights, if you're like, wow, this is amazing, if you want to show any appreciation to the team for going ahead and putting that together, go ahead and drop that in the student community. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the tactical of how to actually get the Pixel and all of this set up properly. We will catch you in the next training section. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the long-awaited tactical training for the TCK Facebook Pixel setup. Okay, so inside of this training, we're going to walk you through how to actually get this set up properly. So as a reminder, in the previous training, we talked about why this was such a big issue for the internet marketing, direct response, advertising industry, how it impacted the entire industry, and really how it used to be, hey, you got to go out there, get a cloud server. And now we've talked about, hey, the TCK server, being able to go in there. And then literally you're going to see how effortless and easy this is. And then for those of you who have the client kit, which should be pretty much all of you if you're a 100K Mastermind student, obviously we go ahead and subsidize that for you. So that way you are able to go ahead and afford that, because that was a whole nother partnership thing that we talked about in the past. For you guys, guess what? This is a very, very, very exciting and very historic day. I cannot tell you how excited we actually are, mainly because of the fact that, hey, we're not going to go bankrupt. We're not going to go out of business, and we're able to actually deliver on the promises and the results to our students, because that makes us over the moon happy more than anything else. So let's go ahead and get into the actual step-by-step tutorial in order to actually get the entire TCK and the Pixel set up. So because this is going to be a little bit more technical, we're not going to only rely on the screenshots. We're actually going to go ahead and cut over to a mini training that's going to walk you through getting that set up click by click by click. So let's go ahead and cut over to that now. All right, welcome to this mini training that's going to walk you through the entire A to Z TCK Pixel setup. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. So step number one, what's going to happen here is that you're going to actually go over to your business manager settings. So I'm sure you're pretty used to getting to this place pretty regularly now. Now, the other point I want to also go ahead and mention here is that it is going to be extremely helpful for you to make sure that you have that 2 monitor setup. Now, unfortunately, because of the fact that I am recording right now, because of the resolution of the recording and stuff, I'm unable to actually go ahead and separate the screen, right? So I have to do kind of like the separation partition here, so I can have the guide here and then the Facebook login over here. And then we're going to go ahead and have the client kit open as well. And so all of these screens would have been so much easier if we have more screen real estate. And so this is the reason why I would recommend that you do go ahead and have that set up for yourself if you do not already have it. Okay, cool. So with that being said, we're going to go over to the business manager settings. And then just FYI, as kind of like a pro tip, is that you may or may not have known this, but depending on what view, because Facebook and Meta changes this all the time, but if you actually put your mouse over Meta, you can actually click this and get to the business home from like anywhere in the entire business manager ad account setup there. So if you ever get lost, you can always just click on that. And then at the bottom left is where you're going to go ahead and click on business settings. Cool. And then from business settings, now we also do have some of the screenshots in the guide. And then once it starts getting a little bit more technical, we don't have any of the screenshots anymore. And that's the reason why we're doing a mini training, because this can get a little bit more technical. Okay. But for the initial few, we do have a couple different screenshots there. Okay. So what we're going to do here is that once we get over here under data sources, we're actually going to go ahead and click on pixels. Okay. So right over here, we clicked data sources and then pixels. And then you're going to see that we have the pixel. You probably have only one pixel probably. So you have your one pixel over there, okay? And then once you have that one pixel over there, what we're gonna go ahead and do from there is we're gonna go ahead and click on Open in Events Manager. Now, what this is gonna do when we click on Open in Events Manager, it's actually going to take us into the actual ad account and all the settings for this specific pixel, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and click on Open in Events Manager. And then just like that, you're gonna go ahead and see that it goes ahead and shows us, okay, this is the ad account that we are in. This is the business manager that we are in, and then it shows us our actual pixel on there. Now, for most of you, what's going to happen is it's going to say on here, hey, your pixel hasn't received any activity yet, and then continue to pixel setup. Now, the normal screen, there's kind of like a normal screen on here if you have the pixel set up already, which sometimes Facebook might show that screen if you don't have your pixel set up. Sometimes it might happen. For most of you, though, this is what it's going to look like, where you don't have the pixel set up at all. You just created it, and now we're actually going to go through the process of actually setting it up, okay? So what's going to happen on here is that we're going to go ahead and click on Continue Pixel Setup. And then right here, it's going to give us an option for either Conversions API or the actual Meta Pixel. And so, of course, this is the reason why we went ahead and explained to you the difference between server-side tracking and browser tracking, right? So if we were going to go ahead and just copy and paste the pixel the way that we used to do it back pre-2022, then we would just go ahead and Meta Pixel, copy it, put it in the head tracker. And so you will see Even Facebook, Meta themselves knows that that system no longer works. And that's why the very first option that they have on here is conversions API from your server. And so remember, this is the awesome thing is we don't have to have our own server set up because of the fact that we are TCK users. And so that is going to be the option that we go ahead and select right here. So we're going to click on conversions API. We're then going to go ahead and click on connect. And then right over here, it's going to say, cool, set up using a partner integration, set up conversions API gateway, and then set up manually. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do. We're going to go ahead and click on set up manually. Now, normally for people who don't have coaches, people who are walking them through this stuff, obviously for them, it's much more difficult, right? So setting up an API gateway and the integration and stuff. But luckily, because you have us and you have this tutorial and all this stuff, we're able to go ahead and walk you through how to actually go ahead and get this set up properly. And then you'll see on here, not sure which option is right for you, compare cost and complexity. Because again, remember, for the vast majority of people, this is a very costly thing and it gets very, very complex for the vast majority of people, right? But regardless, you have it very, very easy. So we're going to go ahead and click on set up manually. From there, we're going to go ahead and click on next. And then once we actually get into the next, it's going to go ahead and now walk us through the step-by-step on how to actually get this set up manually. And we're going to go ahead and walk you through this as well. Now, the other point I want to go ahead and mention is that I'm not going to go through it in here because ours was a complete fresh setup, but there is an option number 2 where if you ended up having that graph view, now I know it's very small, you can't see it right now, but it is in the guide, that if you have that graph view, you're not going to have that option to actually go in and like select between browser and conversions API. You're gonna have to go in and select it a little bit differently. You're not gonna have that blue button that says, continue, this button right here. You're not gonna have this option over here if you had the graph view. So if yours looked a little bit different, we do have the screenshots for that in the guide, so you can follow along with that. But now you understand the difference between, cool, Metapixel versus conversion API. Cool, we're setting this up manually. We're continuing from there. Beautiful. Now what we're gonna go ahead and do is from here, we're gonna go ahead and click on continue. And then next up, it's going to ask us, hey, what are the events that you want to actually send through? Let me see if I can zoom in here. What are the events that you want to actually send through this actual conversions API? And so it's going to say, cool, well, pick what type of business you actually are. Now, this is also very important for me to explain, and you're going to hear us talk about this maybe again in a separate training, but I want you to understand it right now, is that what's happening here is that there are different events based off of the different type of customer that you run. So let's say, for example, we're running ads for a real estate company, right? Typically, the events that a customer for a real estate company is going to take is like view content. They're going to complete some sort of registration. They're going to do some sort of search action. They're going to maybe do a contact us, whatever, a lead, a schedule, submit application, right? So this is what Meta and Facebook is saying, that for typical real estate companies, these are the events that are going to be tracked on the actual website and on the actual landing page. And then once those events are tracked, these are the events that are going to get sent over to the ad platform via the API, via the pixel, right? And so what we're going to do here is that these events on here are going to change based off of the strategy, based off of the funnel, based off of the business. We are going to walk you through kind of the typical setup that we've always done, especially relevant for the community strategy and the VSL strategy. And so there is overlap there. So we're just going to do a one-time setup for both of them. So that way you are future-proof. But I just want you to be educated so that way you're not a remote control student. You understand that, cool, hey, depending on the different strategy, if I'm doing like maybe running ads for, financial services, professional services, automotive, travel, like there's going to be different funnel setups and different events that are going to be sent from the landing page and the pixel over to the ad platforms based off of that. Now, for me, what I like to do is I like to see all of the standard events. So if I click on other business category will show me all of the events from all of the different industries, right? So that way I don't have to try and see, what's going on here. I can just click on other business category. And then from here, I see all of the events. And then specifically the events that we're going to go ahead and select that we're going to send through are going to be lead, schedule, submit application, and view content. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do lead. And I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit smaller here so I can see what's going on here. Beautiful. So we got lead, we got schedule, we have submit application, and then we have view content. Okay, now, if we were running, let's say, for example, some sort of free trial, like if, let's say, for example, it's a software company and there's a trial, that might be something. If we were running, let's say, for example, ads for a newsletter and we wanted to see, hey, did this person actually subscribe? We might, do subscribe. If we were having them search for something, if they were doing like an e-commerce site where they're going to purchase, if they're going to initiate the checkout, if if we were going to do find location, let's say, for example, we were a nonprofit and we were going to track, hey, did this person that we sent traffic from Facebook actually donate on our website, right? And we're tracking donations. That might be something, right? So you can see on here, there's all these add to cart, add payment information, depending on the different business models that are on there, right? But for us, these are the ones we're tracking. We're like, cool, did this person become a lead? And then did they schedule and did they submit application? Now, these two are mainly going to be when you're running like a VSL funnel or you're running that kind of funnel. Primarily for the strategy that is the community strategy, it's really only going to be lead. But because we're in these settings already, we might as well just set up schedule and submit application. So down the road, it's already set up for us. Okay, so that is going to be the 3 that we select. We then go ahead and click on continue. And then from there, it's going to go ahead and say, cool. So now for each of those events, okay, what are the parameters that you want to actually send over to Facebook that are specific to these events? So when somebody becomes a lead, do you want to send over their date of birth? Do you want to send over their gender, their state, their last name, their email, their country? Like, what are the actual data points from your pixel, if possible, right? Just because you put, hey, send over their date of birth, if there's not a form that they're actually filling in their date of birth, that's obviously not going to send over. But we're going to go ahead and select, hey, what are the actual data points and the parameters for every single one of those events that we want to send over through the pixel over to Facebook? And so to make this easier for us, we do have all of this inside of the guide. And so I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go ahead and move this over to the left side. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so that way we can see all of this. And the way that I found this, because we are going to have to repeat this process for all 4 of the events that we've selected here. So we've gone ahead and actually made it easy based off of the column in the guide. Okay, so over here on the top part, we're doing event ID. And then over here on the first column, we're doing client IP address, we're doing external ID, we're doing first name, and we are doing phone number, okay? And then in the second column, we're doing click ID. And then in the third column, we're doing email. This thing is a little bit annoying, get out of the way, email. And then we're doing browser ID, and then we're doing last name. Boom. That is what it looks like. So altogether we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that are all selected. Okay. Now, back in the day when this first came out, we actually used to have to manually select like event time, action source, event name, event source URL, client user agent. Now, nowadays, these are all already pre-selected for us, but I do also want you to be aware that like, hey, if in the future that changed, that will be what's going on here. Now, the other thing you'll notice on here is that, let's say, for example, if I take out event ID, so Facebook and Meta is trying to go ahead and prompt better behavior around, hey, what are the best practices? What are the best data parameters to send back over to? So that way, what's happening here is that all of this data that is being sent over, when Facebook gets this in their ad platform, this is the data metrics that they're going to be using in order to match who this person was to their actual Facebook profile. So that way Facebook knows like, hey, these are the types of people that are being sent over, and they got to match now these data points to the actual profile and then attribute all that data to the individual, right? To Tina, Maria, James, whoever it is, right? And so this is the data that they're using for that, okay? So again, if some of these are not selected that are selected on here, you need to make sure that they are purposely selected on there. And then we're going to go ahead and click on the schedule part. So you want to be careful, don't hit continue on here just yet. You want to go ahead and click on the next event type, and we're going to now repeat this process. Okay, external ID, first name, phone. We're going to do click ID, and then what was it? Email, browser ID, last name, right? So we're going to do email. Oh man, this thing is super annoying. Get out of the way, man. Cool. Email, browser ID, last name, right? So we're going to make event ID, and then we got 3 over here, 4 over here. There we go. 4 over here, 1 over here, 3 over here. Beautiful. We're going to now do it for submit application. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 last name, email. There we go. 3 there. And then view content. We're going to do event ID, IP address, boom, boom, boom. And again, this is all the stuff that we're sending over from our website, our landing page, the pixel data. So that way all of that is there. Beautiful. So now that we have all of that done, right? So it should be all the same. Oh, look at that. I forgot to select it again. There we go. So I just clicking through these. So that way it looks like all of them are the same. Beautiful. I click on continue. And then once I click on continue, I'm going to make sure that these are all the same. One thing I like to do is I might actually Command C copy this and the Command F. And if it all is all highlighted, then I know that that is proper. And then I might even do it for here as well. Just double check. Boom. So all 4 of these should have all of the same data that they are actually sending back. Okay, beautiful. Then we're going to go ahead and click on continue again once we've confirmed that. And then over here it says, cool, you can either send us instructions on how to do the rest of it yourself, or you can manually implement the API yourself. Now, guess what? here's a beautiful thing about this, right? If I open this, you're going to see this is a crazy, crazy, crazy complicated thing. It's like there's coding involved here. There's like a generate token, and there's like a build a payload, and all of this technical stuff. I have no idea what any of this is, okay? So the beautiful thing is that this has all been simplified for us because of the setup that we have. So we're going to skip this, and we're actually going to go ahead and click on finish, okay? And then once we click on finish, what's going to happen here is we're going to go over to settings. So it's going to take us back over to the pixel part. We're going to go over to settings. And then what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down, and we're going to find right over here, it says turn on automatic advanced matching. So we're going to turn this on, okay? And we're going to make sure that all of these are email, gender. So basically what it's saying is that, hey, it's going to basically use some algorithms to further, even more than just the data that we send it, we're going to further make it even more accurate by matching it to these kinds of parameters, okay? Beautiful. So that's going to be good. And then once we've turned that on, let me follow the guide here. We're going to scroll down, and we're going to actually go ahead and generate an access token over here, okay? So we're going to go ahead and click generate access token. And then once we click on generate access token, it's going to give us this right here. It's going to give us an access token that we're going to go ahead and use. Now, we're going to go ahead and pause on the Facebook side of things, and we're actually going to go ahead and open up a new window. And in that new window, we're actually going to go ahead and log in to our TCK account, okay? Now, once we log into our TCK account, we're going to actually go over to automation on the left side, and we're actually going to go over to workflows, and we're going to actually go ahead and create a new workflow, okay? So we're going to go ahead over here. We're going to create a workflow. And then we're going to go ahead and do create from scratch. And then once we have created from scratch, we're going to go ahead and do a couple things on here. We're going to name and set up the workflow settings. So the name of this is going to be lead event Facebook Pixel API. Now, obviously it doesn't have to be that name, but that is the name that we said, hey, you know what? That sounds good. So we created that. Now, obviously, if you want to change the name, you can change the name if you want. Then after that, we're going to go over to settings, and we're going to make sure that the time window is anytime. And then we're going to go ahead and under contact management, we're going to do allow multiple. Okay. Now, allow multiple, this is basically means that if the same person, and I want you to understand the setting so that way if you need to change it in the future, you can, based off of if you're getting duplicate readings on your data in Facebook. So what that means is that if Maria opts in, then what's going to happen here is that TCK is going to send via the API Maria's data over to Facebook, okay? It's going to send Maria's data over to Facebook. Now, if Maria opts in again, the same contact opts in again via the form, if you have allow multiple on, then it's going to allow Maria's data to get sent twice over to Facebook, right? The first time and the second time, or the third time if she does it multiple times, right? And sometimes you're going to see there are some leads who do opt in multiple times, okay? So if you notice that on the Facebook side, if you get alert that, hey, you're getting duplicated events, if you do notice that, then you're going to have to come into the settings here and turn it off, okay? But from what we've noticed, right now we've been leaving it on because of the fact that it just allows, you know, in case the first time around, some of the data didn't get sent through, the second time around, it will get sent to, right? But again, don't be a remote control student. You want to understand how this works and why we're doing it that way. And so if in the future you do end up getting some sort of like, hey, Facebook says, hey, we're getting duplicated events, they give you a notification or something, you know how to be able to actually go in and turn that off. And then obviously time window basically means like, hey, at what times of the day do you want TCK to actually go in and send that information on the API to Facebook? Obviously anytime, right? Now, in some cases, right, because workflows are very, very robust, you can use a workflow to do text message sequences, email sequences, like a whole bunch of different actions. You might not want to send a text message at like 3 o'clock in the morning, right? So if that was the workflow that you were building, then you would want to use specific time. But in this case, the workflow we're building here is to send data to Facebook. So we want to send it anytime. It does not matter, okay? So that is going to be that. Now we're also going to come over here. We're going to go ahead and click on save. Very important, okay? And then we're going to go back over here and we're going to go to actions. And then we're going to go ahead and we got to set our workflow trigger and then what our action is going to be, okay? So the workflow trigger over here, we're going to click on add trigger, and the workflow trigger is going to be when a form is submitted, okay? So you can either go and scroll down here and find form submitted, or you can go ahead and search it. So form submitted. So when a form is submitted, we want the workflow to be initiated, okay? Now we're going to go ahead and add filters, and we're going to go do form is. So the form is, and what we're going to do is we're going to select what our opt-in form is. Now, depending on, you might have multiple forms, because obviously you're free to use TCK however way you want to use TCK, right? Like obviously we're here to guide you, but TCK is an amazing tool that as you start to get creative, you can use TCK for many, many, many different purposes. So you might have many forms underneath there, right? And hopefully you've already gone ahead and set up your form. That's going to be very important for you to do, right? And so let me show you, if I go back real quick and open this in a new tab, obviously all of the forms that you have, let me go back over here under sites, and then we go form builder. This is going to be where you can create new forms, you can experiment, you can do all that stuff, right? So hopefully you've already gone ahead and set up the form that you're going to be using on your landing page. This is very important, okay? The actual form that you're going to use on your landing page is what you're going to do over here, what you're going to go ahead and put over here, okay? So this is what it's going to look like, right? So they clicked on the link on your ad, okay? And then they got over to your landing page. On your landing page, you had a form that was embedded somehow, way, shape, or form, right? That was in a different training. We probably already discussed that over in the funnel setup. You have that form that's embedded on there, and they're going to enter in their name, their email address, and their phone number. And then once they do that, they're going to go over to the thank you page. Now, what we're doing here in this workflow is we're telling TCK that when this form is submitted, do this action. That's what we're doing, okay? And so that's what we're doing. Form is this. This is the form, okay? And then what we're going to do here, let me go ahead and delete this here so you can see, we're going to click on save trigger. And so now what we're going to do here is the action. And this is where all of the insane, awesome magic comes in, right? When we talk about the TCK server and the API and sending all that stuff in, is that if you scroll down here, you're going to see that it says right here, Facebook. And so now we're able to actually connect via this entire workflow. We can connect that form and send the data over to Facebook. So we're going to click on Facebook Conversion API, and then it's going to give us the settings for that, okay? So now we're going to take that access token that we had generated previously. We're going to put that right over here, and we're also going to put our pixel ID. I'm going to walk you through how to do all this. We're going to test it, so that way it is literally airtight. Like, it's going to be awesome, right? So what's going to happen here is that they're going to fill out the form, and then this workflow, okay, this workflow over here, this workflow is going to fire. And then in the background, it's going to go ahead and send via this action that we're setting up right now, the data over to Facebook on the API. That's it. It's literally just as simple as that. I know I'm explaining it, and if I was going to literally set it up, it would literally take maybe like 5 to 10 minutes to set up, but I'm explaining the back end understanding of it so you understand how all of this actually connects, okay? Beautiful. So let's now actually go ahead and configure all of the settings that we're going to go ahead and use here, okay? So the very first thing that we're going to get is we're going to need that access token. So again, I'm going to have to flip back over here to the other tab. We're going to go over here. We're going to copy this access token that we had generated previously. We're going to then go back over to the client kit, and we're going to go ahead and paste that access token right over here. Boom, just like that, we're going to go ahead and paste it, Command V, whatever it is, right click, paste, whatever. So we're going to go ahead and paste the access token right there. And then next, we're going to go back over to Facebook, and we're going to grab our Pixel ID. So we're going to have to grab our Pixel ID. So we're going to go back over to Facebook. We're going to scroll up, okay? And once we actually scroll up, we're going to find that at the very top, we have our Pixel ID. And guess what? Facebook makes it very easy. As soon as you just click on the number, it says ID has been copied to the clipboard. And then we're going to go back over to the client kit, and we're going to go ahead and paste that Pixel ID right over there where it says Pixel ID. And boom, just like that. We've now gone ahead and pasted the Pixel ID right there. Simple as that. Now we're going to go ahead and finish this up over here. So we're going to go to value. Value for this is going to be 1. Now value basically is, even if we left it as 0, it wouldn't matter, but value is basically when this is sent over, it kind of just attributes a number of like how important is this, thing over here, right? And the event name, this is very important as well. The event name, this is going to be lead. So we're sending the lead event over. So when somebody submits this form, we are telling TCK that this is going to be a lead, that you need to tell the API that this is a lead. Now, in other different funnel strategies, instead of the trigger being form submitted, we could have made this like, let's say, for example, calendar booked, right? If this trigger was calendar booked, then the event type over here would be something maybe like schedule, and we would send over a schedule standard event over to the API, right? So in this case, I'm just showing you like based off of the different events that we're trying to send over the API, that is what it looks like, okay? But in this case, we're doing form submitted, and because that is going to be a lead right over here, okay? So lead value is saying, cool, we're going to attribute a $1 value to this lead. It doesn't really matter. It's just for Facebook's internal system to actually have some numerical value to it. And then the currency is going to be $1. But again, this is not like saying like, hey, each lead is worth $1. It's just allows the system to be able to have some sort of value to it. Beautiful. Now, with that being done, what we're now going to do is we're actually going to grab a test code from Facebook. And the reason why we're going to use this test code, just so you understand what's happening here, is we're going to go ahead and put a test code here, and then we're going to test all this, okay? What we're going to do is we're actually going to go to the form, and we're going to submit the form as a test data, and then we're going to check if that data actually shows up in Facebook in our ads manager, okay? That's how we test it. Now, how do we tell Facebook that this data is not an actual, like, don't learn from this, right? Like, we don't want to send our own data and then say like, hey, Pixel, learn, because remember, we said the Pixel learns, right? So we want the Pixel to know that, hey, this is just test data. Don't actually learn based on this data. How are we going to do that? We need a test code. So we're going to go ahead and go back over to Facebook, and then we're going to go over here where it says test events. We're going to click on test events, and you're going to see that right here it says test server events. We're actually going to go in, because remember, we are doing server side tracking. We're not doing browser side tracking. So we're not doing this. We're going to go ahead and copy this test code right here. So that way, when we send the data, if we just click on it, you'll see Facebook makes it easy for us. You just click on it, and then we copy the test code. We go back over here to our setup, and we're going to go ahead and now paste that test code right over here. Beautiful. So we have that pasted right there. So now we got the test code, and now we're going to go ahead and click on save action. Okay. So now you can see what the entire workflow actually looks like. So it's when this form that is on our landing page is submitted, we're going to go ahead and shoot this conversion API, and it's going to send, using that access token and that pixel data, it's going to send all of that data. It's going to send the name, the email address, the phone number, the IP address. It's going to send all of this like entire payload of data back over to the API, okay? So we now have this set up, and now we actually need to test it. So how we're going to test this, we're going to go ahead and click on publish, and then we're going to go ahead and click on save. Very important. Make sure you actually go ahead and click on save. Now, we're going to test this workflow. Now, normally, if we're doing, let's say, like a text message workflow or an SMS or email workflow or something like that, we can actually just go ahead and click on test workflow and then select a contact that we want to actually test this workflow with. However, unfortunately, when it comes to Facebook conversion API testing, we can't send workflow data through this way. What we actually have to do is we're going to have to go back to workflows, or if you want, you can hold Command or Control on your keyboard and click on the back button here, and that'll actually open up another tab, okay? Because I want to leave this tab because we're going to have to use this in a second. So I want to leave this tab, and I'm going to go back, and in this new tab, we actually have to go in to the actual form, okay? So the form that we did was the free guide opt-in form, right? So let me just double check, right? The form submitted is the free guide opt-in form, yep. And so we're gonna open up the form that is already probably embedded on our landing page. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and click on integrate form, and we're gonna actually go ahead and copy the link to this form, okay? And then we're gonna actually go into an incognito window, okay? So if you don't know what an incognito window is, it's basically another web browser window in which there's no previous data that is saved, right? Because you don't want any of like your autofill and all that kind of stuff. You wanna be like a clean test. So we're gonna open up an incognito window, okay? So we open up an incognito window, boom, new incognito window, just like that. And then once we have an incognito window, we're gonna go in and actually paste that link to that form that we had, okay? We have the link to that form, and what we're gonna now do is we're actually gonna go in and fill in some test data on here. So let's say hypothetically, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna be Adam Jacob, I don't know, you could even put your own name, it doesn't really matter. And then email address, let's just put adamjacobtest@gmail.com. And then let's say, for example, the phone number, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a phone number on there, okay? So we got a phone number, and remember, this form is already embedded on your landing page, right? So yes, technically you could also go to your landing page and submit the form there, right? So you could do that, and that would have the same effect as just opening it up here, right? So that's another option. If you really wanted to be like super airtight, you want to go over and pull up your landing page. So you'd go over to funnels, pull up your landing page URL, and then submit the form over there. You could do that as well. As long as you have made sure that this is the exact form that is actually embedded on the landing page, you could do it this way as well, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and click on send me my free download. And then that's probably gonna go, over to somewhere else. Beautiful. Well, I don't really care about any of that right now. So what we're gonna do is we're then gonna go back over to the tab in which we had this. And if we go over to history, we will see that we have that Adam Jacob right here. It says that it finished, right? So we can look at history. It says added to workflow, and it gives us the entire kind of workflow history that happened here. And so it says Adam Jacob, that was sent over to the Facebook conversion API. And then after it was sent over to the Facebook conversion API, it was removed from the workflow. And then if we go over here to status, we will see that it did actually finish that status for that specific contact, right? And again, I was just testing as Adam Jacob, right? Now what we're gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna go back over to Facebook, and hopefully, fingers crossed, drum roll please, we're gonna refresh this, and we're gonna see if that test data actually made it back over here, okay? So we're gonna hit refresh, drum roll please. Okay, so it doesn't look like it actually sent over here. Let's see over here, diagnostics, overview. Let me see overview, complete setup. So it doesn't look like it's sent over here. Now, let me go ahead and take a second. This happens, and I'm very happy that it's happening live as we're doing this together. The data didn't send over. So give me a second. I'm gonna figure out why that happened, and then I'll come back and explain. All right, we are back. So what do we end up finding out? What I found out is that basically it can be finicky, okay? So if it doesn't work out the first time around, then what we could do is we could go over settings, we scroll down over here, and then we click on setup manually. Okay, then we click on get started, and we've already done this. We continue all of our work has already been saved. It's not like we got to do it all over again. We click on continue, we click on continue again, we click on open implementation guide, and then we click on get started, we click on generate access token again, we scroll down here. What is this? Launch payload helper? Nope, we don't worry about that. We scroll down, we do launch test events, okay? And then once we do it that way, what's gonna happen is that if you go over to overview, hopefully you should see like the graph now start to come up, and like it'll look a little bit different than it did before, because now you've actually gone through and like turn on the pixel. The issue that was happening is that if you end up with the screen that looks like the one where it says like continue pixel setup, if it says continue pixel setup, for some reason that means that Facebook hasn't gotten the point that like, hey, turn the dang pixel on so that way it can pay attention to data that we're going to send it. And so by going there, we're trying to like manually initiate it. So we went over to settings, we go over to, get started. We're trying to like wake it up. We're like, hey, kind of wake up. And then hopefully now let's go ahead and do right here. We're going to go back over to where we were. So just double check, generate access token, everything's good. So we're going to do the same thing that we did before. So we're going to go over to the form. We're going to integrate form. We're going to go ahead and grab the link over here. We're going to go over to an incognito window, and we're going to go ahead and boom, lock it there. So we're going to go over here and we're going to go ahead and enter in some information just as a test over here. We're going to go ahead and do, let's just say, actually, we're going to make it a real life-ish phone number. We're going to click on, invalid phone number. See, I told you we got to make it real. 452, okay. I think we got it there. Boom. Cool. We're going to let it take a second. We're going to let it follow through all the way. Let it go over to the Facebook page. And then, boom, just like that. Check that out. Look at that. It came through manual setup. It has all of the form link. It has the user data. Boom, just like that. We've now actually received and sent over the information. And so that's why it shows up on here, right? And so just like that, we're now active. And so if we go back over here to overview, you'll see everything is looking solid. Everything works. The test event worked on there. Beautiful, phenomenal. Now, even if you get this, you want to keep an eye on this, especially for the first few leads, to make sure that your lead data is coming through. It's going to be very, very, very important for you to do. Okay, so let's get back over here to the guide and go through what we were talking about over here. So we went ahead and set this up. We just had to wake up the pixel so that way it actually sent over all of the different data. We've gone ahead and tested the workflow by submitting the form. So we did that as well. We refreshed the page and then it showed up under test data. So as long as you get this event that is received here, right, via the test, then you are good to go. And so that it just required having to wake up the pixel a little bit, right? So now that we've gone ahead and done that, what we're now going to do is we're actually going to go in and remove the test code from the workflow, because now obviously we're done with our test. Now, before I do that, I will also go ahead and mention, you'll see that it tells us the URL that the actual traffic came from on here. Is that we're not going to do it in this tech tutorial, but if need be, sometimes it'll say like, hey, we're seeing that we're getting traffic from, nutrifitwellness.com, we're getting traffic from xyz.com. You might have to go under settings and then go to traffic permissions, and then you go in and you say, create an allow list. And then you can add your domain to this allow list. Now, you don't have to do this. If it becomes a requirement, we'll make a separate tech tutorial for it. But I just wanted to let you know that if you ever need to approve domains for specific pixels, that is going to be where it happens, okay? But for right now, you can just ignore that. So what we're going to then do is we're going to go back over to our workflow. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Facebook Conversion API, and we're going to go to that test code that's right there. And we're actually going to go ahead and completely delete that test code, okay? And then we're going to click on Save Action. And then we're going to click on save right there. Okay. So we want to make sure that we have only at the end of our test, right? If you want to test again, like I would recommend, if you're not sure, if you're like, you know what? I think that this event that came through on here, where's the proper tab that I need over here, right? So this is all us waking it up. If you're like, you know what? That test event that came through, I think it's a fluke. If you're not sure and you want to test it again, especially that way you can have a second monitor, you can see the activity actually go through, you can click on clear activity, and you can do the whole test again and then make sure that it's on there, right? So once you have the test finalized, everything's finished, everything's rocking and rolling, you're going to clear that test code, save action, and then click save. And you want to make sure that you actually do that properly, so that way that test code is not in there, because otherwise all of the data and all the traffic that you spent and all the money you spent on ads and all that lead data is not going to go over to Facebook, and Facebook's not going to attribute that data properly, okay? So that's going to be very, very, very important. And then of course, under history, you'll be able to see this as well. You'll be able to see the execution log. You might even be able to, I've never tested this, but you might even be able to go in and like refire execution logs. Can you do that? No, you can't. So you can't do that on here, but I just want to show you like all the statuses for workflows and stuff shows up on there. Okay, beautiful. And then finally, the last step of this is that make sure you understand that this lead event that we set up on here, right? What we might end up doing is, let's say, for example, running like a VSL strategy, right? If we're running a VSL strategy, we would want to send different data over to Facebook. So in that case, I would go in and I would say, cool, I have this workflow over here. I'm going to, let's say, now again, do not do this. Do not do this, please. Please understand. I'm just showing you an example of step number 18 of how it might change depending on the different strategy, right? So it might be like, this is going to be a schedule event. Okay, I'm just showing you this. Please do not do this if you're running the community strategy. Please do not do this. I hope you understand. Okay, cool. Click over here, schedule event. And then the trigger form would not be form submitted, right? Instead, it would be, let's say, booked call. Let's see, customer booked appointment. Instead, it would be, what is it called on here? I think it's called, we come over here. It would be something along the lines of, let me find it right here. Appointment status. It would be like appointment status is, and then appointment type is normal, that's fine. And then it would be on here, appointment status is confirmed. And then it would be over here is in calendar, whatever, let's say, strategy session calendar, right? Hypothetically. So it would say, cool, when this appointment is booked, save trigger, what you're going to do is you're going to send the data over to the same access token, the same pixel ID, but this time it's going to be a standard event of schedule. And then you could put the test code in there, and then you could go in there and actually go ahead and schedule an appointment to see if it actually sends over the test. And you turn it on, and you save it, and you go through the whole process. If you are setting, I'm going to say this again, please, 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 understand, do not do this if you're doing the community strategy. The community strategy only requires the lead event to be sent over. And so I am just showing you what it would look like if you were setting up a different VSL strategy. You can have multiple workflows, right? So you would have, if I go back over here, you would have, let me save this over here, confirm, okay. Then you would have multiple workflows, right? So you'd have a lead event workflow, and then you would have a schedule event workflow right here. I haven't turned it on yet, but you would have multiple workflows that are now sending standard event data from TCK over to the Facebook pixel. And then in the Facebook pixel, you'd say, okay, cool. These are all of the data points of all the people who were leads. These are all the data points of all the people who were schedules. These are all the data points of all the people who filled out applications. And the pixel would be able to learn, okay, this type of person became a lead, but they didn't schedule. Or this type of person became a lead and scheduled, but didn't fill out an application, or XYZ, right? And there's a gazillion different possibilities that you can have in there as well. So these are different ways in which you're using the workflows and the servers and the API to teach the pixel based off of segmenting the data. And that's a whole separate topic. I'm not going to go into that right now, but this is another reason why the community strategy is easy to execute, because it's literally only one event right now, which is just the lead event. And then down the road, as there's other strategies, they get a little bit more complex because you have to have a little bit more of a better infrastructure to set everything up properly. But now you understand, that's the reason why I wanted to explain the backstory, so you understand kind of, this is a foundational training, and that way you understand how all of the other setup is going to happen. So again, we're not going to go over all of the other setups inside of this specific tutorial. That would be covered in a separate tech tutorial if and when those are needed for the other strategies. But for what it is that we talked about here, you're going to go ahead and make sure you set up the lead event, test it, make sure it is actually airtight, make sure all of those test events show up inside of the events manager, and then guess what? Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. If you have gone ahead and made sure you set all of that up properly, the pixel data is getting sent back over to Facebook. You've now connected TCK via the server and the API to Facebook, and now you are rocking and rolling with your ads tracking. And so that way, Facebook can actually learn from the data. You can actually see all the data inside of your ads dashboard. You'll be able to make sure that everything is tracking properly and everything is airtight. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You have everything set up. Take your time, get it set up properly. And with that being said, let's go ahead and cut back over to the main training. All right, welcome back from that mini training tech tutorial on getting the TCK pixel set up. So like I told you, I know it's a little bit more intense, right? But compared to having to go out there and learn coding, hire a programmer, set up the server, all this kind of stuff, it's pretty straightforward. Like, it's actually become pretty user friendly to be able to do that. Yeah, there's a little bit more copy pasting, a little bit, checking here and there to do. But for the most part, it's much easier than the alternative of setting up your own server and doing all that kind of stuff, right? And so this is so absolutely important. Make sure you actually just take your time to do it properly and make sure you test everything, make sure it's airtight, because that way you can get that data sent back over to the ad platforms, and it's going to make a dramatic improvement in terms of how your ads are performing, whether you're actually getting results throughout this process. All of that is going to be very important. Don't worry, you got this. I'm sure you did a phenomenal job. And then that's how you're going to be able to go ahead and set up the TCK and the pixel and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so that really was it. Hey, that's what we wanted to go ahead and talk about in this training section, was the TCK Facebook pixel setup. If you run into any issues with this, I know sometimes the screens can change, sometimes they might look a little bit different. For the most part, it is pretty straightforward, especially if you understand the overarching principle, kind of where to click, so even if anything changes, you can kind of understand the gist of what it is that we're doing. But hey, if you run into any issues, this is probably going to be something that you wouldn't be able to easily Google and YouTube, because it's such a specific setup to TCK, specifically to 100K Mastermind students, all that kind of stuff. So we would recommend definitely reaching out to TCK Priority Support. There's a reason why we pay extra to subsidize that for you as a student, right? There's a reason for that. And so we would recommend reaching out to them as a first line of support. And then if not, definitely make sure you ask inside of the student community, because there are literally thousands of other students in this program who have figured it out before you. And if somebody else has figured it out before you, they will be able to help you as well. Okay, so make sure you go ahead and post in the student community, and so that way some of the other community members can help you. But hey, congratulations. That is the TCK Pixel setup. And guess what? You're now nearing the end of your entire ads asset setup. There's only a last couple training sections that we're going to go ahead and get into. But hey, you've done really well. Pat yourself on the back. We're going to go ahead and rock it from here. We will catch you in the next training section. All right, welcome to this training section that's going to be talking about the Facebook aggregated events setup, okay? So you've probably already gone ahead and probably you've set this up in terms of getting your TCK and the pixel and all that kind of setup in terms of the new way using the API and all that stuff, okay? But in this specific training section, we're going to walk you through a legacy just in case tracking setup that is known as aggregated events management or aggregated events measurement. Sometimes they refer to it in two different things. So here's the thing. Because of the solution that the TCK team came up with in order to allow 100K Mastermind students to use the server and the API through the client kit, okay, what we're going to be setting up in this training is not really going to be as relevant or as important. In fact, this training was not as relevant or as important to the point where we actually had to fill in the sentence on there as well, right? And so literally, it's going to be a little bit of a legacy kind of setup on here, because this was really, as you're going to see in just a second when we explain to you what aggregated events setup is, it's still good and important to do, but it's nowhere near as important as it was prior to us having the TCK and all that stuff in place, right? So let's talk about what is actually aggregated events management, like why is it important, all that stuff. So recap, if you remember, with the iOS 14 update, all of the pixel events from the browser were stopped so they would not actually go through, right? So we've already talked about this. You understand all of the differences between that, right? So what happened is that when that iOS 14 update dropped, what happened is that Facebook, Meta, they came up with a kind of algorithmic statistical way to try and guess based on the algorithm who the person was and what actions they took on the actual website, okay? And so they came up with this system that was called aggregated events management, in which, yes, the browser is not sending that data over, but they have some statistical backend, I'm not going to try to, even pretend that I know what's going on here, but really it was kind of some system in which they're basically, hey, you got your domain verified on there, and then you're able to send maybe one or two events through the ad platforms, and they're going to try and guess what's going on here. This was the first attempt that Facebook Meta had in order to fix this issue all the way back in 2021, 2022. And so what would happen is that you would verify your domain, okay, which you've probably already done, and then you would then go in and prioritize what events that would happen on your website, on your landing page, and then Facebook would try to use statistical modeling in order to try and predict who the person was and what type of actions they took on the landing pages and on the websites, and then Facebook would go in and try to send that data back to itself, right? And so this is what is known as aggregated events management, and like I said, this does rely on domain verification, okay? Now, this was really a big fail because you can imagine like, hey, guessing on what the person is doing based off of like, even no matter how complicated your algorithm is, it's probably not going to be that good, right? And so this entire solution was only like 20 to 30% accurate. Now, 20 to 30% was pretty good when you were zero, right? Because literally the Apple iOS 14 update, and then after that, all the other phone manufacturers started to kind of do the same thing, took tracking down to pretty much like zero. And so this got it up to like maybe 20 30%. So that way, in the actual ads tracking dashboard, which this is going to be like your second home as you start to be able to run ads more and more, is that in the actual dashboard, these results over here, they were like 20 or 30% accurate, but you could kind of just pretty much know that they were like 70 to 80% inaccurate. And so was this an actual solution? I mean, like if you don't really have any other solution, right? Like for those individuals who are trying to run like pixel side tracking off of the browser who don't have server side tracking set up, like, yeah, this is like a 20 or 30% solution, right? Now, of course, what ended up happening is that aggregated events management, aggregated events measurement, right, basically became obsolete once server-side tracking actually became a solution, right? Because server-side tracking, it's not 20 or 30% accurate, it's like 90 to 100% accurate. And so now, because we're able to send server-side events that are 90 to 100% accurate, it's like, okay, cool. Well, sending browser web events, right? Sending the browser web events through here and then trying to guess, it's like, hey, that's not really that important. Now, it's also nice to know some of the terms that are on here. So when we talk about some of these terms, right, we say server-side events. Server-side events are all of the pixel data that is getting sent via the server back to the ad platforms, okay? And then browser-side events, right, or web events are really all of the different kind of data that we're sending through the browser. And so the thing is that since most people did not have the client kit and most people were still relying on having to pay a developer and do all that kind of stuff, for most small business owners and marketers, they were having to still rely on that severely inaccurate aggregated events management in order to send over browser events, right? And so that's the other term that I want you to be able to know is like browser events or web browser events. That is any event that is being sent through the pixel through the actual web browser. So just some terms for you to be familiar with as well. And so the backstory of this is that even though inside of this training section in just a second, we're going to be walking you through how to go ahead and get aggregated events management set up, right? We're mainly doing this because of the fact that it's a legacy setup, right? And because of the fact that you as a TCK user, right? Because of the fact that you are a 100K Mastermind student, right? Because you have the TCK server and the API to use and you're able to get 90 to 100% ads tracking data back over to the platforms, for you, this is not really that big of a deal. But the main reason that we actually, do this is because Facebook, Meta, is always going to be giving us like this notification and this annoying, like, hey, you got to get this events management set up, right? At least recently they've been doing that, right? Now, eventually I can see a world in which everybody figures out a way to be able to get server-side tracking, whether they pay for it or maybe everybody just decides to use TCK or whatever, right? Maybe down the road, they may not make this that big of a deal, but because the vast majority of advertisers are still relying on the old way, that is the reason why Facebook is basically almost making it mandatory, right? They're making it, it's not like required, but they're like really, really, really pestering everybody to get aggregated events management set up because the vast majority of people, Facebook is assuming, doesn't have any other way in order to get the data back to Facebook's platform. So they're like, cool, hey, let's get you 20 to 30% some data into the platform so that way we can at least get something rocking and rolling. Okay, so that's the reason why we're going to be doing this. We don't care about the data that it's sending over because we have something that's way more accurate, but we just want Facebook to be like, cool, hey, this is set up. This is like, hey, this person is taken care of in some way, shape, or form. Now, don't worry, it's pretty easy to get set up here. It's just a few clicks. We're literally going to walk you through it. And so let's go ahead and actually dive into that right now and actually get this set up. Now, again, as always, Facebook screens and UI changes all the time. And down the road, I can see a world in which this really wouldn't really even be that big of a requirement. But for right now, this is what the screens actually look like. So how do we do this? We're going to go over to the business manager settings. Okay, so if you remember how to do that, you're going to click on the cog over to the left side over there. So you're going to click on that. Once you click on that, we're then actually going to go down over to the pixels section of the business manager. So under data sources, there's going to be pixels. Okay, we're going to go ahead and click on that. And then once we click on that, we're then going to go ahead and open up the settings for the actual pixel by going into the events manager. Okay, so the events manager is going to take us into the main ad account. And so we're going to go pixels, select the pixel, and then we're going to click on open in events manager. And that's going to open into the events manager, and the events manager, FYI, is inside of the ad account level. Okay, now once that screen actually opens up, we're going to go in and we're going to see our pixel information on here. So on the top right, it's going to tell us which ad account we are in, okay? And then over here, it's going to tell us what is the business profile that we're in, okay? And so over here, you're going to see your pixel, and then you're going to have all of your different pixel settings over here. Now, you're going to need to make sure that you do have some sort of activity here, right? It's not going to look like this much because we have a lot of, this is just an example one, right? We had a lot more activity on here, but you want to make sure that you have at least set up the other setup, because otherwise what's going to happen is if you haven't done the other setup where you're setting the server side events, you're going to go ahead and have this sort of screen over here where it's going to say, hey, sorry, like you don't look like you have your pixel set up at all, so you can't actually set anything up, right? So if you have this, then you're not going to be able to set up aggregated events management, right? But you should have this other screen where you have some events set up because of the fact that you did do the server side setup previously. And so if you end up seeing that, hey, you don't have any activity set up, you don't have your pixel set up, then you need to go back and do the TCK pixel setup properly. So that way you have some activity to be able to proceed with what we're going to do here. Okay. So I'm assuming at this point, if you're continuing, you have this setup here. This is what it looks like. Okay. This is what it looks like right over here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to click right over here where it says aggregated events measurement underneath the overview section. And then once you actually click on that, there's going to be another button on there that says configure web events. Now, again, these screens change all the time. Okay. So you want to try and follow the best you can. Of course, Google and YouTube after that is going to be helpful for you. If not, the community is going to be helpful for you if the screens look different or if you're not able to find the things. Okay. So you want to go aggregated events measurement, and then you would click on configure web events. Right now you're starting to see, like, we didn't just use those terms and all those diagrams and stuff. You're seeing like, hey, within the actual dashboard, you're seeing web events. Well, guess what? Remember I told you there was these terms that's important for you to know? Now you know exactly the language of the internet marketing industry. You understand the language of these online marketing platforms. And so this is the reason why we say that this is 100% a skill. Knowledge times reps, it's a skill, right? So the same way that you would go to school in order to learn, let's say, how to be a doctor or whatever, guess what? You're learning the skills on how to make money. You're learning the skills of advertising. So you're learning these terms that are going to become more and more beneficial for you as you go. Okay, cool. I digress. Let's go ahead. Configure web events from there. And then what we're going to do is once we click on that, it's going to take us over to a screen that looks like this, where we're going to have all of our domains on there. It's going to say, cool, hey, these are the web events configurations. These are the domains that you have verified. And what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and click on the domain. And if these screenshots are a little bit small, we do have the guide available for you. You can zoom in and zoom out of these screenshots if necessary. You're going to click on the actual primary domain that you are going to be running the ads on. So you probably only have one on there, okay? And then once you click on that, you're going to see that it says configure events 0 of 8. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go ahead and click on manage events, okay? So underneath the exact domain that you're going to be running those ads from, you're going to click on manage events, and you're probably, maybe, because again, these screens change all the time, you may get a warning that says, hey, if you edit these events, it might impact your ad delivery and your reporting. Like, are you sure you want to edit this? The reason why they give you this is because if you have ads that are currently running, they know that, hey, if you just decided to change all of the tracking overnight, some of those ads that are running, well, guess what? You're going to have a bunch of discrepancy in the data because you were at 0% tracking, which is terrible, but now you got 20 to 30% tracking, right? And so we don't care about that. We're going to go ahead and click edit. And then from there, the next screen that's going to happen here is that it's going to go ahead and bring us to a screen that has no event. So these things are not going to be here for you, okay? And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go in and actually add some of these events, okay? So you're going to click on this button, this over here, this is add event button, and you're going to click on this button 3 times, okay? So we're going to help you get this set up as if you're running either the community strategy or the VSL strategy. It kind of works the same as the event for both of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and click on add event 3 times. And then in the very first section over there, where it says pixel and custom conversion, we're going to go ahead and select the primary pixel that you're going to be running the ads from, okay? And then what you're going to do is for the second part, which is event name, the event name you're going to go ahead and put in these order of priority. The highest priority is going to be going to the conversion event for lead. The second priority is going to go to the conversion event for submit application. And then the third lowest priority is going to go for the schedule option. Okay, so all you do is you just click on that. There's going to be a whole bunch of different events on there, right? It's going to be like add to cart. It's going to be like this. There's a whole bunch of different events on there, right? What you're going to do is you're going to select lead, submit application, and schedule. Now, it's very important for you to know this, okay, is that these events that we're talking about here, all the events that you see in that drop down on there, those are what are known as standard web events. Now, these standard web events, and even not just web events, because we've talked about the difference between web events and server-side events, there's also standard server-side events. They're literally the exact same thing. They just have different terms to them, but the actual events are the same, right? Like lead, submit application, add to cart, like that kind of stuff. These are going to differ based on the business model, based on the funnel strategy, and all of that kind of stuff. So for example, if you're setting up ads for like a local salon or a dentist office or something like that, you might use a different priority based off of their funnel, right? So let's say, for example, a Shopify store, an e-commerce store, they might have a web event of like, hey, if this user adds this product to the cart, fire this specific event, right? Because you want to know, hey, this person added this to the cart, but then did they check out, right? So those are two different events. Checkout is one different event, and then adding to cart is a different event, right? And so the above setup that we're walking you through right now, lead, submit application, schedule, is just one way to be able to set it up. It's the way that we've always done it because most of our strategies are going to be either the community strategy or the VSL strategy. However, the reason why I'm talking about this right now is because I want you to be familiar with like, hey, there are different types of setups and there are different types of events that you might do depending on the order of the events. Like sometimes in your funnel, you might actually have schedule be first and then submit application afterwards. Obviously, you're not there right now probably for the community strategy, but down the road, if you're setting up different types of funnels, different types of strategies, depending on the order of what's happening on here, right? So lead, they become a lead first in our system. That is the first priority. That's the highest priority we're setting up. And then after that, if they submit an application next, that's the second one, and then schedule. But if we have them schedule second, we're gonna go ahead and flip this around. And so again, the reason I'm explaining this to you is because I don't want you to be a remote control student who just follows blindly. I want you to understand exactly what's happening behind the scenes here so that way you are educated. And hey, down the road, if you wanted to take these existing skill sets on how to make money and you wanted to have an agency and help local businesses and, you know, run traffic for them and get them leads, you'll understand how all of this works. And so this foundational training is going to serve you the same way and you understand the behind the scenes of this. Okay, cool. So now that you have that set up, you got the pixel set up on there, you got the event set up on there. Once you have this set up according to what's on here, right? Then you're gonna go ahead and click on apply. Once you go ahead and click on apply, you're gonna go ahead and make sure that you confirm that this is exactly what's happening. So it's gonna go ahead and say, cool, hey, are these the events that you want? So it's like, hey, lead, submit application, schedule. Do you want it to be like this? If that is the case, you then go ahead and click on apply. And then once you click on apply, it's gonna say, cool, you've successfully changed the event configuration for XYZ domain name. And then it's gonna go ahead and give you a confirmation of that. So when you actually get back over to the other screen, it'll show your domain. And then it'll go ahead and show you, cool, now you have, these are the events that you actually have set up from there, okay? So that is literally as simple as it is. Just literally click a couple buttons and then you have aggregated events set up properly, okay? And so, hey, guess what? Congratulations. That's the entire setup. Now, just as a reminder, because we are using the TCK workflow and the server-side events through the API, this setup, like we said earlier, is not as important. We're mainly doing this so that way Facebook Meta will quit sending us annoying notifications to tell us to actually do this, right? So now it's all set up. It's very easy for us to do. And because of all the work we've done previously, and you see how everything now comes together in a nice ecosystem, because we set up the pixel, because we verified the domain, it was literally very easy for us to be able to go through this entire aggregated events management setup. And that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. That is this training section on the aggregated events management setup. If you run into any issues, if you have any questions, if you run into any issues, make sure you go ahead and post inside of the student community so one of the other community members can go ahead and help you. And ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. With that being said, this has been this training section. We will catch you on the next training section.